Discord or whatever. But where it's more like logical people to where it kind of like sifts out the bad in politics or whatever. And I have a actual debate going on with the guy that I was talking about and another guy that tries to debunk and goes one on one through the video. So
Mm.
in my end, though, I believe it's 100% real. In his end, he thinks it's fake. So maybe I'll come back in a couple of weeks whenever this thing is set and stoned and done. Maybe I'll think differently, but I 100% agree that that is real, and we have the technology to do that.
So other dimensions, you mean technology to do what? To like cut from this dimension through to another?
No, well, maybe so, but it's more so at least what we saw in the video of what's leaked now is like using I guess you could say, I'm trying to think of like the easiest way to portray it. It'd be like a rubber band, like taking a rubber band and like snapping it. How fast that snap would be. We could cut through space and time and teleport something into a different not into a different time zone or dimension, but I guess yeah, sorry, yeah, maybe a different time zone, but not into a different dimension, still in our zone of reality, but like a leap into reality, like the ripple of time and space. And I think that's 100% possible. So therefore, when it comes to like a flat Earth perspective, I always come to this because I 100% agree with this concept, and it just kind of adds a layer, and it really doesn't even mean that you guys are wrong. It kind of reinforces it in a sense to me, but also understanding that this is real. We have this type of technology, so I don't know. I just like to think of your guys' comments because you guys are kind of like out there a little bit. So I always like to think of like an out there perspective. I've never talked down to you guys, honestly. I always like an out there perspective. But I 100% will, believe, and I do believe into this, that we have like plasma. That's the fifth element that we've harnessed and used, and we've had it since way before 2014. 2014, we used a Malaysian air flight. It's so complicated that, but still, we do not know what happened to it. But I followed this Malaysian air flight, by the dot. I'm fucking autistic, dude. I follow all this shit, this weird stuff. These people still don't know where their family went, by the way. Nobody
What?
knows. But yeah, the Malaysian air flight, 2014. They don't know what fucking happened to him, dude.
Well, crashed,
They
right? With
literally
the plane.
covered it. The whole media covered it for a reason.
Covered what? The plane crashed. They
It
found
did
bits of
not.
it washed up on a
It did
beach.
not crash.
Well, they found
It
its
dis-
aileron.
It disappeared. All of that's debunked.
All of that's debunked.
Yes.
Well, you
I
seem like you're a hop, skip, and a jump away from flat Earth.
I think I'm like, I don't know. I was trying to think of like an more so like a athletic way to be a hop, skip, and a jump, but I'm just way more over that than you. If you're doing a hop, skip, and a jump, I'm a leap over you. I already know all this. Like I said, I've been studying this and following this for years. You should too, man. It's out there. Like
Oh,
I'm not,
I'm pretty normie in most of my views. I don't think.
but you believe in flat Earth.
Nope.
Well, you actually should because there's a lot of reasons why there is something that the government isn't telling you. We already know that global warming and all of this is a very big money laundering scheme. There's a lot of things that does not work mathematically when it comes to globe and flat Earth. I feel like there's a lot they're not telling
Tell
us.
me about the maths of globe and flat Earth. Tell
I'm
me
not the
Mathematically,
one to
something
Earth
do
is
that.
mathematical.
I'm
proven
not
to
the
be a
one.
globe, dude.
I'm not the one to do that. I mean, we are on flat Earth. Somebody else more logical than me that cares about it more.
But
That
don't you think if you're saying mathematically there's stuff that doesn't make sense, it's obvious that I'm going to ask the question what, and you should have something ready to hand to go
well,
here.
no,
This
no. I'm
number should
saying
be that number, and
mathematically.
it's not.
Well, I'm saying mathematically, the flat Earthers make more sense than the globe Earth.
What maths?
Um, This is why I want somebody else to go ahead because I don't want to stumble upon it.
But that
This is
wouldn't
why.
tell me that wouldn't tell me what you think. I'm trying to get from you. You're saying mathematically,
Well, I don't want to
this
stumble
makes
over
more sense
myself
than
and
that. And then when
cause
I'm like, what makes more sense than that? You're like,
we are
got
on a
nothing,
flat
bro.
Earth server. I want somebody else to go ahead. Like this is the
You don't think it
server
would
to go
make
ahead
more
and do it.
sense for you to defend your own positions,
Well, listen,
mathematically speaking?
my mathematical speaking kind of goes with flat and globe. I mean, a lot of flat earthers don't believe in different dimensions, but I do.
So what did you
So,
mean when you said mathematically it doesn't make sense?
are you talking the curvature of the earth when they talk about this type of stuff? When we see a lot of this money laundering going on when it comes to NASA stuff like this, I mean, and when it comes to the moon landing, there's a lot of connections that make me weary about.
Is this maths
I
or is this just like a gish
all of
gallop?
it. No, no, no. It's not Gish Gallop. It's all math too. I mean, math is following money. Math is following curvature. Math is following how we apparently went to the moon. Math is to where you know when Putin saw that and they said that everything was AI generated. I don't know about that. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into play with this. And listen, I'm a conspiracy theorist at heart. So
Yeah, it
there's
sounds
nothing
like it.
against. Well, right, but there's nothing against me to understand that the higher ups would definitely fake the moon landing. I mean, you should know that too.
Definitely would, right?
Right.
I should.
So, and it just makes you kind of wonder. And I'm also a Christian, and seeing all this sacrilegious type of stuff and understanding that maybe some we should circle and more focus around the earth and understanding because I thought 24 flat earth was an actual psyop in the beginning. And it kind of is, I still believe. But it also makes people kind of think differently, and I'll 100% agree with that. I used to be on here 24/7, literally,
What do
and
you,
debate these guys,
what do
probably on the
you mean
same server.
it's psyop?
Well, it's the psyop of
What do you
like
mean it's a psyop?
it's a psyop of like wasting your time because there's like bigger things that are going on. I still kind of believe that because of the fact like we're worrying about like the Earth being flat or circular when there's like genocide and shit going
So
on the Earth.
you think other people are wasting their time, but you've been following different dimensions for years.
Yeah, but I don't have like a whole group of and this is the thing, like you have to
You
understand
just
what
said
are
you were in a group.
hold on.
You just said you were in a group before talking about the MH37.
Right. Right,
So
exactly.
you are in a group
I
discussing things.
I follow the guy on Twitter. I guess that's a group if that's what you want. I mean, sure, I guess it's a
Yeah,
group.
well,
I
it's the
follow
same
him on
thing, isn't
Twitter.
it? It's a group. It's a group, isn't it?
Sure, yeah, sure, whatever, but
Yeah.
that's not what I mean. I mean, this the whole psyop thing. The whole psyop
So
thing.
flat Earth's a psyop, but
Can I
you're
finish?
right
Can I finish?
about different dimensions. Planes flying into different dimensions.
Right. That's a whole different thing, though. I mean, what I'm talking about is
That's a
psyop.
different psyop.
It's not a different psyop. I feel like that is real. That's a real thing that's happening. We can't prove that the Earth is flat or whatever. Yes, I mean everybody's always conspiracying. You know, it's just like an atheist versus agnostic or whatever. I mean, it's just going to go on and on and on. There's never going to be an end to it. So that's what I think. It's like taking away from actual real things, like real policies, stuff like that are going on. That's why I thought flat Earth was a psyop for the whole time. It's pretty obvious. I don't know why people wouldn't think otherwise. Am I just nuts?
Yep. Glad we could help you with that.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case though, because everybody arguing about the Earth being flat or globe, you're still getting literally pushed with agendas and you know
Like
actual things
what?
that are happening on Earth.
Like what?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like what? Depends where you are. Depends. That's such a broad statement.
So me being a flat earther, what agenda am I being pushed with?
You don't understand what I'm saying. It's like you're more worried about debating flat earthers than debating Congress or anything that's actually getting passed into law into your city or your state that actually affects you. Because regardless if the Earth is flat or circular, it's still a huge problem on Earth about
Don't
mass
worry about.
migration,
I don't
about
worry
all this
about.
stuff.
I don't worry about politics because I got no control over it.
No, yeah, well, that's the problem. That's why I think a lot of you guys are dumb.
I'm dumb because I don't worry about things that I got no control over.
Yes, you do. You have control over politics. Like, you don't have control over the globe or like a flat Earth. You're so dumb just even saying that.
I'm dumb. Okay, thanks, mate.
Yes. Yes, you are.
All right.
Sorry.
What have I said that's dumb?
What you just said. Like, you're saying
What,
like I'm dumb because I don't
not.
have.
Okay. I'm dumb because I don't worry about things that I've got no control over.
You have control over your Senate. You have control over your local government. But you'd rather have like no control over the fucking
think you-
environment that you live in. You don't have control over that either.
Well, I've got control over whether I can measure it or not. Don't I?
Oh, that's it. Who's the
Yeah.
dumb one now, bro?
Okay. So can I measure it or not?
You can measure anything. You can measure your
All right.
finger. You can measure your fucking
Cool.
dick.
So what have
can
you
measure your
done?
brain.
So what have you done in politics that's made a difference?
This exact point. This exact
What have
point
you
of
done?
understanding that.
What have you done in politics that's made a difference?
This exact point that shows you that not
So
worrying.
you're not going to answer the question. I answered
I'm
your
trying
question.
to. Yeah,
So
I'm trying to.
what
but
have
you
you
interrupted
done
me.
in politics that's
This
made a difference?
Okay, can I respond now?
Yep. Go ahead. Just
Okay.
with an answer. That'd be
Up,
great.
can I up? Can I up? You gonna but this
You
exact
can
point.
respond with an answer
Oh
if you
my
want.
god, dude.
Go ahead.
No, fuck you.
Cool. Awesome. You don't want to speak to dumb people.
No, you're very dumb. You're brain rot.
Yeah.
You're done.
Cool. So maybe you should leave the conversation then.
I am. I'm leaving you. Fuck you. You're so dumb, bro. I can't.
Kennedy,
even
why you being a
that.
bitch, bro? Why you being a bitch?
What do you mean? I tried to talk 5 times.
You're
and
being
you
a
keep
bitch.
interrupting me.
I'm just listening to you moaning like a bitch.
Me. Whatever, bro. I
We're
can't
gonna
deal
get
with these
Lucas
people
on
now.
because Lucas thinks that bodies of water are bending.
Like, I just
That'll
cannot
be funny.
deal with these. I just cannot deal with these type of people anymore, man.
It's all right, Kennedy. It's all right, Kennedy. Lucas, tell us how you know that bodies of water are curving.
What? Okay, so All
Because
right.
you
So
level.
if you take they're actually water does not find level because then it wouldn't be able to cover the surface.
So when you go
of the
to
Earth.
a lake, you see that lake curving or something?
No, you see it as level because
you see it as level.
does.
But
You
you
see
claim
it
it's
as
not what it
level.
looks like.
Right, because a lot
Okay,
of
so
things
who
are not what
measured
they
that?
look like.
So who measured that it wasn't level and that it was actually curved?
What lake? What lake are
Any
you talking
lake.
about?
Any lake.
I mean, there
Who's
was
measured a curved lake, bro? That's what you're arguing,
there was actually a flat Earth experiment where the guys tried to find.
None of you, what? No Globers have measured a curved lake. It's only flat Earthers. Is that the argument?
Okay. Let's just talk physics. Okay, let's just talk physics. When you dunk water, when you dunk a ball like a tennis ball or a baseball in what? What?
You dunk it in water, then all the water falls off it, doesn't adhere to the ball, especially if you spin it, does it? So
Right. So if you take a ball like a tennis ball or a baseball and you dunk it in water and you let whatever water runs off, right? The water after it has run off, the ball will still be wet, right?
All the water ran off, yeah?
If all the water ran off, it wouldn't be wet. No ball could ever be wet if all the water runs off, right?
In general, the water's not sticking to the ball, is it? So that's not a very good argument for your spinning ball of water.
No, because if you put like quadrillions of tons of tons of water onto the surface of the Earth, then it wouldn't stick onto the Earth. It would cause natural disasters. But no, what we're talking about is if you take a tennis ball and you dunk it in water, you take the tennis ball out of the water and you let whatever excess water run off, the ball will still be wet, right?
If you spin the ball, what happens to the water?
Wait,
Some of it
wait.
flies off, but what she's telling you is that some of it sticks to
Oh,
the
it's
water.
flying off.
That's the whole
The-
point.
So when
The-
shit
Well, part
flies
of it,
off-
yeah, of course, because the ball isn't exercising its own field of gravity, is it?
All right. So why?
The
So
ball-
why do you believe that you're on a spinning ball of water and the water isn't flying off?
Because
Wait,
we
wait,
have
wait.
made enough observations physically to know that that is the case. I mean,
Oh,
again,
what have you
if the
observed? What
ball,
observations have you made?
well, you
What
can look at the night
observations
sky,
made?
for example. Well,
Wait.
yeah, I'm
The
telling you,
night
you can.
sky. Okay, so I
Sorry,
look
give
at
me a
the
second, Lucas.
stars.
Give me a second,
Okay.
Lucas. I think I know Cyclone because like I talked with him like 5 years ago when he was part of the Flat Earth server. Point is,
Wait, so I look at the stars.
yeah,
No, hold on, let's go with
we
that. So I
can.
look at the stars, and how does that tell
Sure,
me
yeah.
that water sticks to a spinning ball?
No, we can tell that the Earth is round. We can tell that the Earth is a ball looking at the stars because if you had any knowledge of geography, you'd know that you can see different stars in the southern hemisphere
Do you think?
and then the
Do you think
northern
the
hemisphere.
stars are part of geography?
Well, no, but you would know that the difference
Right, so that'd
between a
be
north
Pat-
hemisphere and southern hemisphere. You would know that there is difference in everything, pretty much. You can
Okay, so you
the
say
weather
that
is
looking
different.
at the lights in the sky tells you that the surface below your feet is curved and in motion. Is that your claim?
Yes, you can. So there's a couple
how
ways
does
you can
that
do
work?
that. Yeah, I'm explaining to you. Please don't interrupt me. So first of all, if you look at the stars in the northern hemisphere, you're going to see that the stars that a lot of people use to refer to the true north is Polaris. Whereas in the South Pole, it's referred using the South Cross. That's first. Second off,
Right,
we
so you have
also
to
know that
assume the
throughout
ball?
the. Sorry?
So you have to assume the ball in your argument.
Well, no, you don't really assume the ball because if you see one star
Well, you
in
said
one
hemisphere.
all yeah,
Yes, you're saying hemisphere,
why
so
are
that's
you
a ball.
interrupting me like every 3 seconds,
Because you're
bro?
assuming a ball. You are assuming
I'm not
a ball.
assuming a ball. You asked me a
What's a
question, I'm
hemisphere?
answering it.
What's a hemisphere?
Do you know
What's
what
a
a hemisphere
hemisphere?
is? It's half of
You
a
used it.
ball.
It's half of a
It's
a
half of a
ball.
ball.
So you're
Yeah,
assuming
okay,
a ball.
but okay, hold on.
So don't
Let's not
assume a
say
ball.
hemispheres.
Try again.
Let's not okay, let's not assume hemispheres, right? Let's say I am in Russia. Right now I am in Russia. And let's say somebody right now is in Australia. I'm sure there is somebody in here that is from Australia. So if I were
Yep.
to look up right now in the night sky, right, I would look at,
Right.
oh wow, there's Polaris, there's the Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, lots of stars. If you in Australia were to look up, you would not see Polaris. You would see totally different stars, totally different constellations that I from
Yes,
Russia could not see.
Okay.
So,
Okay. How
so the
does this
point
tell you that the
is,
Earth's a ball? How does this tell you the Earth's a ball?
if I see two different hemisphere, sorry, if I see two different stars and
Mhm.
constellations, I will have
It
to
must mean
assume
you're on a ball.
that, yeah, pretty much, because if
Well,
you were
that's
to be on a flat
illogical.
plane, hold on, give me.
All right.
Give me a second, guys. I'm also
That's
at
an
work.
illogical non sequitur. You see different stars, therefore you must live on a giant spinning ball in a vacuum. Really, guys?
Okay, so sorry, I'm
Yeah.
back. My boss was my boss was arguing with me. So first off, you don't automatically assume that you're on a ball. No, you assume that obviously you're on a flat plane because that's what humans have been doing for millennia. But you ask yourself, if I am on a flat plane, right, and Russia is, well, it's just above Australia, right? So technically, I should see from Russia and from Australia the same way that the moon looks, which it doesn't, by the way. The same
Dude,
stars.
where are you getting this
I
from?
would
Who told
see.
you that?
Fuck. What do you mean?
Who told you that? Why are you making this claim that you should see the same stars everywhere you are?
Because if you are on a flat plane, you automatically see the same stars
Do you
everywhere.
think you can see?
Like
do you think you have unlimited
okay,
vision? Do you think you have
sorry.
Superman vision? Do you think you have Superman
What do you
vision?
mean by that?
You can see forever?
What do you mean by that? Explain the
Is
question.
there a limit? Is there a limit to how far you can see?
Is there a limit to how far I can see? Well, yes, of course.
Okay,
There
well, there
are
you go.
there are
There's your
stars
argument
that we
debunked.
cannot see. Yeah, no, but there are some stars that I cannot see because they are just too far away
So
for light
not
to
being
reach
able
us.
to see something, could just be that you can't see it because it's beyond the limit of your vision, not that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Well, point is that we cannot see stars because their light doesn't reach us. If I am in a difference of, I don't know, how far is Melbourne, Australia to Moscow? How far is it? A couple thousand kilometers, maybe? Guys, can somebody fact check this, please?
You fact check it. It's your argument.
Yeah, I'm on a phone. I cannot really, I'm on a phone at work, so I cannot really, pull up the internet and say how far is Melbourne, Australia to Moscow, Russia. Right, hold on, I'll do it anyway. Give me a second.
It's your argument.
Distance Moscow to Melbourne. Right, so it's 14,000 kilometers, more or less. Right, that's on a curved ball. So let's say 10,000 for sake of argument on a flat plane, right? So if there's a difference in 10,000 kilometers, you should see the exact same stars because stars are millions of light years away from us. 10,000 kilometers here, which is a fraction.
How far away the stars are. How'd you know?
Well, no, we can calculate. We can calculate how far stars are because of the light that reaches us.
No, the calculator.
Do you know how we calculate how far stars are from us? Are you there?
We know how to get the ground position of them, mate.
I think Cyclone kind of cut out there. I don't hear her anymore. Can anybody else hear her?
No.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're listening to this, but we calculate the distance from the Earth to the stars using what is called light waves. Now, the farther an object is from us, the farther it's moving away from us. The redder the light will be, or the bluer. I'm studying engineering. I'm not a physicist. Please help.
Wait, wasn't it Louis Armstrong, not Lance Armstrong?
It could have been. It could have been. His voice sounded really good.
Louis Armstrong.
It's a one small step for man.
I think I cut out there. Okay.
Have you seen the video? Have you seen the video where it's like Have you seen that video where there's that American girl that goes like, "Well, if there is no air in space, how did Louis Armstrong stay on the moon?" And I was like, "I am on the moon."
All right.
Help.
Okay. So you're
Take
claiming
me to the moon.
Let's say there's 14,000 kilometers between Russia and Australia. How much curvature is that according to your belief?
Oh, Jesus Christ! Don't give me a second. It's pretty much opposite side of the world. If you're gonna be asking me that, I'll just tell you without calculating. It's opposite sides of the world.
Right. So you're just assuming the ball, right? So any of that curvature that's between the two.
I'm not
has anyone
assuming
ever
the ball.
measured-
I know that it is.
Okay. So has anyone ever measured any of that curvature?
Has anybody ever measured the curvature? You can measure it. Yeah. You can
Okay,
say the distance. You can say the distance between two objects is something. You calculate the curvature.
Who measured it?
Sorry.
Who has measured
I can do that. I can measure that to you right now. Give me a second.
You're gonna measure it.
We're gonna be doing the. Well, I mean, there's some applications on GitHub if you are.
I don't just want an assumed calculation. I want verified measurements that this is
Distance
actually
for-
in reality.
14,000 kilometers.
You can literally just Google them, bruv.
Well, first of all,
Okay,
and
so
second
why
of all, you
don't
can use
you?
basic trigonometry because I'm at work, mate.
No, the
You
guy
can
who
use
said
basic
Google it.
trigonometry.
Just Google
You
it.
can
Who
use
measured
basic
it?
trigonometry. Oh my god. You can use basic
Requires
trigonometry.
straight lines, my friend.
Yes, that's the
Yes.
lines between the center of the Earth and Moscow and the center of the Earth and Melbourne.
Center of the Earth.
And then you
Okay, how far-
calculate
how
the
far-
pi.
Okay, so you're talking about the radius of the ball.
No, oh my god. Do you know what
To the
trigonometry
center.
is? I'm
From the
sorry. Do you know
surface
what
to the
trigonometry
center.
is? Do you know what trigonometry is?
Yeah, but you just said
What
from
is
the
it?
center to the surface.
Tell me what trigonometry is, please.
Bro.
No, just tell me what is trigonometry. Please, I'm
You're
dying to
using
hear it.
triangles, getting angles.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You use
Yeah.
trigonometry
So
to
we use a
calculate the
triangle.
angle
So we
between
use a
two
triangle
points.
with a flat baseline, yeah?
Sorry?
So you need a flat
I didn't
baseline
hear
on your
you.
triangle, yeah?
No, you don't. That's the whole point of
Well, that's
trigonometry.
trigonometry, my friend.
Trigonometry works thanks to a circle. Trigonometry wouldn't make sense if the radius of a circle is objectively 0. Sorry, it's objectively 1. Sorry.
No, trigonometry, you're using triangles.
What? No, that's triangulating. Okay, trigonometry is the study by
angle.
which you have angles, but how do you calculate these angles?
Angles use straight lines, right?
Yes, on what?
Yes.
On a
Well, if you're
circle.
taking
On a
if you're-
circle.
A circle, no, a straight line. If you're on the surface of the Earth and you're drawing an angle, you're using a straight line as your surface. your baseline.
Dude, I suggest you highly go back to like look at high school. Not even this isn't even like
All right.
university.
All
This
right.
is high
Anyway,
school level
bro,
math.
you were still on who measured the curvature. Do you want to get to that?
Sure. I mean, we know the first curvature was measured, I think, in ancient Greece by Eratosthenes was the guy's name. And then
He
kind of
didn't
after that,
measure
we did more
curvature.
accurate.
He didn't
Sorry.
measure curvature. He didn't measure
Well,
curvature.
Oh dear.
what did he measure? What did he measure?
Well, he measured shadows, didn't he?
Yeah. Well,
According
what
to the
did the
story,
shadows lead to? What did the shadows lead to?
a calculation where he assumed curvature.
A calculation where he assumed But wow, that's no.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
calculation that proved curvature.
No. He
You
assumed
don't. You
curvature
don't.
in
You
his
don't
calculation.
assume.
He assumed a
Sorry.
ball, my friend. He assumed that the Earth was a
No.
ball in his calculation. Yes.
He didn't. He didn't assume. He didn't assume that it was a
Tell me
ball.
how
He
he used a
proved that it was a
shadow
ball.
to measure a curved surface then.
So he planted a pole in Greece. Then 1 year later, on the exact same day, he planted a he planted a curve. He planted a pole in Egypt, right? And if it were a flat plane and the sun is hitting in the exact same place, the shadows would have been the same, but they were different. So he
That's not
proved.
true.
Know what?
If you're under a
Know what?
street light, if you're directly under a street light and you don't have a shadow, but then you walk 30 feet away and that street light, does that give you the same shadow as when you're right underneath it?
Well, no, but again, he
Mhm.
was the sun was in the same exact
So there you
position.
go.
He
So there you go.
demonstrated the fact that by moving
He
down the earth.
demonstrated if a light source is above you, because the story is it was directly above a well, then there's no shadow. But then if you move to the side, away from that light source, you will cast a shadow, which is what happens on a flat surface. So you obviously don't understand it. I suggest you're the one who maybe needs to go back to school, because this is readily admitted even by the globe side that it works on both, because he just assumed a globe in calculation. You could do the same for a flat surface.
Point is,
So that wasn't a measurement
again,
of
going
curvature.
back to the stars and the moon.
No.
Back to the stars and the moon.
No. We're not going back to the stars and the moon. You're going to prove that the surface of Earth is curving, like you're assuming.
Yeah, I told you there's
So we need
enough
to look at the
evidence. There's
surface.
enough
So you
evidence.
need to demonstrate and measure.
There's enough
that you have a
evidence.
drop over
There's enough
distance.
evidence to, brother.
No.
There's enough evidence to
You need
prove.
to show us that there's a drop over distance due to curvature of the surface of, let's say, a lake. Has anyone ever measured a curved lake?
Well, yeah, there was actually an experiment done by flat earthers where they went over Lake Michigan and
So only
they flew
flat
on a
earthers have
helicopter. Now,
proven-
bro, why are you?
So only
Oh my
flat
God,
earthers
why?
have proven the globe?
Yeah, because globe earthers. Yeah, because globe earthers don't need to prove
Globe
it.
earthers
It's
have never-
mathematically.
Globe
Yeah,
earthers
because
have
it's
never-
mathematically. Okay.
Okay,
So the big
globe earthers have
difference.
never
The
measured
big
the curve.
difference. The big difference is that let me finish like 3 sentences, please. Okay. So the thing is that when you have math and you have physics, you don't need to go out there and show that the Earth is curved because you can calculate it using math.
Assumptions.
Right? So
no, we don't want assumptions.
no, it's
We
not.
want
It's not assumption. It's not
verifiability.
assumption.
If it's
If
not
the
an
math
assumption,
checks
show us who
out,
verified
okay.
it.
If 1 + 1 is 2, right? Do I have to prove it to you that 1 + 1 is 2? Like, do
No,
I have
if
to
you
take
say-
one
if you
finger,
say-
two
if
fingers
you
to see that?
If you state that the observably flat surface that we observe is actually curved, then yes, you need to verify that it's actually curved. You can't just assume it in your calculations. So show us
Anyways,
who
yeah,
measured it.
flat earthers did prove it. If you want, I can link you the experiment where they did actually prove it, in multiple occasions, by the way.
So no globers have ever proven it.
What does it matter? They proved it.
Well, because the
Globers
guy
are
who's a
literally
flat
the
earther that you're
astronauts that went
saying
to space.
he doesn't believe
You're
the
asking
guy
me.
who
You're
saying
asking me.
proved
You're
the
asking
globe.
me. You're asking me. Hey, do you
Hold
prove
on,
me
don't
the globe? And I
interrupt
say,
me.
okay,
The
flat
one
earthers did it.
The one guy who you're saying proved the globe doesn't believe in the globe, so that doesn't really make sense.
Well, but he did prove it. That doesn't matter. It's like if I came up to you and said, "Hey, can you prove me that 1 + 1 is 2?" And you're like, "Obviously, it equals 3." So you do the actual like
But
finger
you-
and finger. And you say, "Wow, it's 2." It
So
still proves that it's 2.
you've fallen for a Netflix documentary, and you think that's the globe
What?
proof.
Nah, there's actually. I didn't see it on Netflix. I saw it on one of those flat Earth channels that I so much
TikTok.
like to watch when I'm tired. Not TikTok.
Netflix
No,
wasn't in
YouTube.
Michigan.
Yeah,
Look,
they
Netflix
didn't.
wasn't in
Uh,
Michigan
No one's ever
test.
measured a curved lake.
But they did. They actually did. If you want, I can link you like the full document study if you're interested in that.
We already
What
know.
they did
We've
was
already got
what they did
observations
was
later.
what they did was they took a helicopter and they said, "Wow, this lake shouldn't be curving. So technically, if I fly out, I don't know, 50 miles, I should still see you." But they were going under the horizon, and they couldn't see the helicopter anymore. So yeah, water does curve.
So are you
Yeah,
aware that in
water
that documentary they faked footage? You can test this yourself. I've stacked up the footage and proven it.
Oh, can
And
you
I
can you
don't
send me
even think
proof of that?
it's.
Can you send me proof of that, please?
Sure. Let me try and find it. I made a GIF of it. Where are we? Chopper Horizon here. I'll probably have to. Let's just assume it's the last one without checking them all. And what I've done in
As
that
long as you
is
don't
line
send
up
like porn there. It's fair.
two separate shots that do and don't have the chopper in them. And one is showing the chopper and one's not. And there's birds flying across in the foreground. And what you can see I'm doing is making the chopper appear and disappear, right? And the way I'm doing that is by lining up the shots frame for frame and then sliding the opacity of the top frame, which got the chopper in it, to 0 and back. And when you slide it to 0 and back, the chopper appears and disappears, which clearly shows that they edited in the chopper later.
Yeah, okay, sure, but that doesn't show that the chopper is going actually down. Like, yeah, you showed me that you know how to use Photoshop. Like, how does that?
No. What I'm
Maybe I
saying
didn't
is
understand I don't understand it.
Sure. The original documentary showed a shot without the chopper there, and they're on the radio going, "Okay, have you taken off yet?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're in the air." And they're like, "Well, I don't see you." And it shows one of these shots where you don't see them. And then he goes, "Oh, now I can see you." And then it cuts back to the people in the chopper, and they're like, "Oh, wow, we're like 15, 30, 40 foot off the ground or something." But both the shot of the chopper not being there and the shot of the chopper being there have this group of 3 birds flying in front. So what some editor at National Geo or whoever has done is faked the shot. He has superimposed the chopper into the shot.
Do you have the original footage of that? I actually did not see that.
Somebody's
Like,
gonna have to
maybe.
find that. I mean, I sent them an email and everything. What is it?
Yeah,
Nat
if
Geo.
possible. Yeah,
Lake
the
Michigan.
official thing is Nat Geo or something. I'll check it out when I'm home if that's all right with you guys. But my proof for a globe Earth would be the fact that we see. Actually, I'll do you one better. For a round Earth that is also moving through space, is that we have seen in the first of all, we have records going back 7,000 years. Sorry, about how the stars looked, documented by the first civilizations that have ever existed, such as the ancient Sumerians. And we also know that the stars, as we see them in the northern hemisphere, and how they saw them 7,000 years ago, have shifted. That's first of all. And the second proof, which to me is
That's
much
not
more
proof.
definitive.
That's
How
not proof.
not? Why not?
You're just saying the stars move.
Yeah, well, they
Yeah.
didn't just move; they shifted. Meaning that
So
if
the
you were in
stars move.
December, if you were in
Okay, so the
December
stars
7,000
move.
years ago, hold
Okay,
on,
so
give me
the
a second.
stars move.
Bro,
what?
can you have a conversation about interrupting like every one sentence, please?
Yeah, because I'm asking you questions and you're not answering.
Yeah,
So
well,
the
you're
stars
not,
move.
you're asking me a
So what?
question. I'm not getting it to answer, and then you're like, "Well,
Just
you're not making
answer.
sense." Of course, I'm
Just
not. Yeah,
answer.
because you're not letting me answer. You're not letting me answer.
Answer. Instead of saying you're not letting me answer. So the stars move. So what?
Sorry?
So the stars move. Then what?
Yeah. The stars
Yeah,
move.
you're
That
claiming
proves that the Earth is.
Earth is moving.
Yeah, that proves
Okay.
that the how the Earth was placed to these stars relatively 7,000 years ago has changed.
No, that would just mean the
starting-
stars are moving.
What?
Yeah, so you see the stars moving, so that's evidence of the stars moving, but you're claiming the Earth is moving. What's your evidence for that?
The fact that parallel to the stars shifting, it's also the fact that you see different stars throughout the Earth. Now you draw me
That's
on a
just the
flat
stars
Earth
moving
model.
again. That's just the stars moving.
Oh, dude, I don't know if this is rage bait or not, but it's like whenever
No,
we're talking,
you
right?
just are
Look,
raging
listen,
because you're realizing your
listen. No, I'm not.
illogical
I'm not raging.
argument.
I'm not raging because I'm realizing that it's an illogical argument. I'm
Yes, you
raging.
are.
I'm raging because I'm raging because you're not letting me speak 3 words in, right? And then you're going like, "Well, you're not making any sense." Of course I'm not. You're
You're
not
saying a
letting me
lot of
speak
words,
enough.
bro. You are speaking a lot, but you're just making logical fallacies. You're saying the stars are moving, therefore I'm moving. That's my evidence.
The fact that the fact that you can see different stars throughout the Earth, also the fact that you can see different stars relative
So
to
what?
the sun.
So
And
what? None of that proves the Earth's a ball. You're under a different part of the sky. You're going to see a different part of the sky.
Okay, explain to me how on a flat Earth model, if I look from Russia to the south, and if I look from Australia to the south,
Well, I'm
I
not
should
claiming a
see.
model, but
No, okay. So you're not saying that the Earth is flat. You're just saying that the Earth is not round.
Hey, Alex, can I ask you a question about that Greek guy?
Saying that there's no curvature isn't claiming that there's a model of the Earth. It's saying that there's no curvature, so it can't be a
Well,
ball.
if you're saying that there is no curvature, it's also automatically saying that the Earth is flat, isn't it?
Well, yeah,
Alex,
if it's not
I mean,
curved,
if something is
what
not
is it then?
round, it's flat.
Well, there you go. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
Just a quick-
I'm just
can I ask you a
saying.
question?
Which is
Can I
the
ask you a question,
just
Alex?
Yeah. What's up?
Alex,
What's good?
just a quick question on the. I just listened to you before about some Greek guy measuring, the sticks and shadows. So I just had a quick look at that. So he knew a distance between 2 points apparently, and he measured an angle. Yeah, using a stick and a shadow, and the angle was a 7.2 degrees. Then he divided it into 360. Where did he get the 360 from?
The 360, because they were using 360 degrees in a circle, like in a 360. A 360 degrees.
How did he measure that?
What do you mean by
Yeah,
that?
how did he measure that? I know he measured.
Well,
He measured the angle.
that's
He measured the distance between the 2 points. How did he measure the
it's
360?
a unit of measurement. If you
Yeah,
use
what was he
1 degree
measuring?
and you assume, bro, if you are using 1 degree and you're assuming that there is 360 degrees in a circle, that means that you are using the same measurement system. It's like saying,
exactly an assumption.
He didn't say 360. He took 2 pi. He didn't take
So why
360.
did
He
he?
took 3
So,
pi.
but you're missing
2
the
pi.
point.
Sorry.
Why? Well, he definitely measured an angle. He definitely knew it was 500 stadia between the 2 points. So he's measured them. He's got an angle measurement. He's got a distance measurement. Where did he get the 360 from?
Well, if he has, okay, what is he measuring the angle between the shadows? Like, what's the unit of measurement there?
7.2 degrees.
Okay, degrees. See, so a degree means a 3/60th of a circle.
But he didn't know
It's
the
like
Earth
saying
was a sphere, did he?
it's like saying there is 1,000 meters in a kilometer. Therefore, if I take 1 meter and I multiply it by 1,000, I get a kilometer. Now, if you use 7.2 degrees and you assume that a degree is 1/360th, you just multiply it by that.
Yeah, it's also an
If he
angle, a
didn't
flat
use
Earth angle measurement, mate. But listen, so where did he know the Earth was a sphere or not at that point?
Well, when he was doing the experiment, no, he believed so, but he couldn't prove it. Then he measured it, and then he came to the conclusion that yeah, the Earth is a sphere. He calculated the radius, I'm pretty sure, and he actually came pretty close to the actual radius of the Earth.
It doesn't
So
matter. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
The 360 was a presumption then, yeah?
Brother, okay.
No.
You're from where? You're from where?
Doesn't matter.
America? No, I mean, like, what's metric system do you use? Metric or imperial?
It doesn't matter. We're using
It
Eratosthenes.
kind of does. Okay, sure. So let's go Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes, right? Like any unit of measurement, he used degrees. What is a degree? A degree is 1/360th of a circle, right? If he were to be using radians, right, he would say that 2 pi radians is a circle. What he did, which he said, okay, this is 7.2 degrees. What is a degree? 1/360th of a circle. So therefore, if I have 1 degree, I'm multiplying it by 360.
So does every time you use degrees, you have to fucking assume a circle, a sphere? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
can you not use degrees with just angles, but it always has to be a circle?
What is the biggest angle that you can have in a...
You're missing the point that he's assuming it's a circle by putting in the 360.
Okay.
That's the point you're missing.
Answer my question.
Fucking dipshit.
Answer my question.
You sound like a moron.
You're not listening to me.
This is why they're flat earthers, dude.
You're not listening to me, and you're saying that I'm a dipshit. What is the biggest angle that you can have in a Euclidean geometry? Right, we're not going into a spherical geometry.
No,
just like
Alex.
on a plane. What is the biggest degree? What is the biggest angle that you can have? A circle. A circle is the biggest. The biggest angle that you can have.
For 10 seconds. Who filmed the thing with the chopper taking off? It's not Nat Geo.
Oh Jesus, I have no idea actually.
Oh,
Alex,
sorry, Karen.
Alex,
couldn't
you
tell
should
you right
save
now.
yourself some time. You can't argue with stupid, bro. Just leave.
Bro, at this point, I just got off work. I'm sitting in a park.
Wow.
I'm drinking a
Salty.
Coca-Cola, and I'm having the best time of my life right now. I'll be honest with you. I'm on my lunch break.
Oh, all
This is
right.
just
If you're having
boosting my
fun with it, then GG's, bro. Then GG's. If you're having
Yeah,
fun with
it's
Sup,
it,
like
Sup,
cool.
if you're upset,
I
Sup, you
am.
can
I
just
am.
leave, Sup, if you're upset and triggered. But you're here, you're
The
listening, so
the
stop
only people that are
protesting.
triggered are you. I wasn't calling anybody a dipshit because you
All
don't
right,
understand basic
so I
geometry.
just
You
posted
are.
the links in the chat. The primary assumptions of Eratosthenes' experiment were that 1, the Earth is spherical, and 2, the sun's rays are parallel.
No, just a
Eratosthenes'
second.
assumptions that Alexandria
Nah,
and
just a
Syene lie on
second.
the same meridian, that light rays from the sun which strike the Earth are parallel, the distances between Alexandria and Syene is 5,000 stades, that the angle formed by the shadow of the staff in Alexandria and the summer solstice is equal to 1/50th of a circle, and 5, that the Earth is a sphere. Blah blah blah. It was an assumption.
You
The
didn't
math
assume that the
that
Earth was
was
round.
done,
If you were
it
to
can
look
work
at
on both.
the original documents, you
Yeah,
couldn't see
bro.
that the
No
Earth was
one's even
round.
arguing that. It's
The
like
only
accept that
assumption
he assumed that the
that
Earth
he's
is a
making is
globe.
that
You just
the only assumption that
said
he's
to
making,
one
bro.
deck. Don't interrupt me. You just said to one deck he didn't know the Earth was a sphere at this time. You
Yeah,
just
he
said that.
didn't.
Yeah,
He
so he
didn't.
must have
His only
assumed it.
assumption was that the sun rays were parallel, which, in context to the Earth and the distance of the from between the Earth and the sun, might as well.
No, that's not his only assumption. I mean, it's in the links that I just sent. There's papers on it.
So how did he measure the Earth to get 360 to divide 7.2 into?
Oh my God. Okay. Again.
One deck, you can't
Walk
be
with me
serious,
here?
dude.
One deck? One deck make the question. Yeah. Walk with me here. What is the biggest angle that you can ever draw on a flat plane? Like, imagine. Walk with me here, right? What is the biggest angle that you can draw? Not measured in degrees. Just like describe it to me. Jesus Christ.
Right, so your own Glober in the chat has also just confirmed that he did indeed assume that the Earth was spherical. So, I mean, it's not even really argued by the Globe side.
Why
that
are
this
you
is a
not
measurement
answering
of
my question,
curvature.
man? What
Because
is
you're
the
not. Well,
biggest angle that you
because
can
we're
draw
not
on a
going
flat plane?
non
Describe
sequitur.
it to me, please.
No. We're gonna stick to the topic, which is whether the Earth is a giant spinning
You
ball.
just said he assumed
As much as it
you just said
pains you.
he just said that he assumed that it's 360. I asked you a question,
Well,
you're like,
listen.
well, let's move
Well,
on.
listen.
What is the
Listen.
biggest degree?
He's
Just
assuming that the
answer.
Earth is a ball in the
Listen,
calculation.
mate. If you are stood under Polaris, if you're on a boat, right, on the ocean, stood
Yeah,
under Polaris,
yeah.
you've got a 90-degree angle, haven't you? At sea level.
Yeah,
I'm
why
sorry,
is
what?
90 though? Why is 90 though? Why are they using 90?
Bro, are you
Because it's
serious
two
right now?
straight-
Okay.
straight
Let's
lines.
not use 90.
And then
Half of a
I've
pie.
got two
Half
straight
of a
lines.
pie.
They're
Are
not
you happy
90
with that?
degrees apart.
Are you happy with that? Half of a
Right,
pie?
90.
Is that better for you? Half of a pie, let's use radians. You don't like degrees, let's use radians.
Actually, let's pick one deck up on why he's choosing 90. What does 90 mean, one deck?
90 is perpendicular, man.
Mez, why are you trying to talk?
No, come on, one deck. What does 90 mean?
You don't know what 90 means?
Yeah, no, Mez, we've got new people in. You know how it goes. You guys who've been spiraling for 9 months, take a back seat. Let the new guys spiral.
I'm trying to get to one deck's logic of why 360 when he's using 90. Why are you using 90 one deck?
What
Wait,
example am I using 90? Underneath Polaris at the zenith, what's the angle? Using
90
sea
degrees
level.
is
ask something
perpendicular.
real quick.
If
Wait, I'd
I'm
like to
right
ask
under
something
the
real quick.
Polaris, yeah.
It's a 90-degree angle, yeah.
I don't know
Wait,
why you
wait,
have a
wait.
problem with 90 degrees. Well, like, what's your problem
Two
with
straight
90
lines.
degrees?
I haven't got a problem with it. You have.
I don't.
Because you
Somebody
won't get
here
one
was
at sea
saying,
level. You can't have one
what?
on your globe, can you? You
Two
can't have one
straight line
at sea level.
perpendicular, yeah. Not parallel,
Yeah,
perpendicular, sure.
Yeah, it won't work on the surface of Earth, will it?
Sorry?
Oh,
It
shoot.
won't work on your globe, will it?
What do you mean? If I'm standing right under Polaris, it will work.
No,
You use
not
a
on your
tangential.
So how do you,
yeah,
how do you acquire the 90 degrees?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, you'll-
tangential to the
Yeah.
tangential to the sphere. Do you know what a tangential is?
A tangent line.
Yeah. It's a tangent line between where you're standing and and Polaris. Yeah, of course. Like, was
So
your
how
whole
far
point
does it-
saying that if
how
it's
far does it-
perpendicular, that means
how-
that it's a flat plane?
Yeah, we're not using a tangent line, mate. We stood underneath it in a boat at sea. What
You do
tangent
realize
line have
that
you
there
got?
are. You do realize that there are perpendicular lines to a sphere, right? Like, that this is basic geometry
Well,
at this point.
Yeah, I'm explaining to you how we're measuring flat horizontal level lines, mate. You've got no evidence of curvature yet, unless
Sorry?
you have. Bring it forward. You can't prove
Yeah, wait.
Earth curvature how it's measured.
I can't prove Earth curvature how it's. Why are you jumping
No.
topics now? Why are
Well,
you
we're
jumping
talking about the
topics
shape.
now?
We're talking
that's
about
Well, no,
the
you
shape.
said. No,
That's
hold on,
still
hold
the
on.
topic,
Let's take one
You
topic at a time. Hold
deviated
on.
from that.
Maybe
No,
I'm a
you
bit
already
lost
deviated
right
from
now.
it.
I'm a bit lost right now.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
listen.
That's why we're gonna refocus it.
So
We're gonna
no.
refocus
Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
yeah. No, Alex, no.
Alex,
You
is
don't-
it
you don't run the
parallel?
room. You don't tell us how the room goes. We tell you how the room goes. The conversation is on whether or not the Earth is a giant spinning ball, like you're claiming, which means you need curvature and you need motion. So, which one are you going to try and prove? Because for your motion, you just claimed that the stars were moving, which isn't evidence that the Earth is moving. And curvature, you haven't presented anything yet other than a video which is doctored, and we've seen it before because you can watch the birds repeating as they fly by. So there's obviously been manipulation in that. But if you've got another measurement of the curvature, feel free to go with something like that. But curvature or motion, that's what we're interested in. Which one can you actually prove?
And thank you very much.
Okay.
Yet again, as I'm telling you, as I told you before, the fact that you see different stars from two places that are on a flat plane
No, we're
should
talking
see
about
the
the
same
Earth's
stuff.
surface. Alex, I'm going to stop you again. We're talking about the Earth's surface, right? The ground beneath our feet. You are making a claim that it's curved and in motion, right? Two physical claims about the surface and it doing something. So we want you to directly verify that the surface is doing those things. And you speculating on the lights in the sky is not verifying those things. So stick to the surface. Show us how it's proven with the surface. Yeah?
I have a piece of paper and a pen. Maybe like visually I can aid myself. Because again, English isn't my first language, not even my second. So just a second here, guys. Just a second.
I agree.
I
The
think
Earth
it was
Palestine is flat. There's a God after all. I'll take that, terrorist.
Guys, okay, guys, look at this. Okay, I have I'm wondering, right? I'm wondering if the Earth is flat. Where's this guy going? Where's this
Here
guy
it is.
going?
I've found
Right?
it.
Where are these
I
guys
found it at
going?
PBS
Where's this guy coming
Learning.
from? Right? Where's this guy coming from?
Where's this guy going? Where's it coming to?
Cyclone, can you answer that? This guy.
So the scene you're looking for is in the PBS Learning Media at about
Where's this
13
guy
minutes
coming
in.
from?
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Are you spazzing out?
No, Cyclone, look at my stream, okay?
No, I'm not looking at the screen at the moment. What are you showing?
Okay. So
Oh, I don't have video permission,
this is,
bruh.
this is a flight radar, right? This is a flight radar of 24/7 live air traffic, right? And if this is how flights operate, right? This guy is just going straight north to the North Pole for no reason, and he's not, so either the Earth is a globe and this guy's going up and around because that's actually the straightest path on a globe, or he's just going into the ocean or into the ice wall or whatever's up there.
Well, if the Earth
Right.
was a globe, then we would have curvature of the surface, wouldn't we?
Exactly.
Which we don't.
Hey, Lucas Moments, can you check your DMs real quick? I cannot show video because I don't have permission, but if you can gently correct the 2-second drawing that I just did, please.
So you don't have curvature of the surface. That's your problem.
The problem is that on a flat plane, this guy is going nowhere.
Well, all we have
Where
is a
is this
flat
flight
plane at the
going to?
moment because there's no curvature. So that's all we've got.
What airport did this did this flight leave from? Because if it wasn't the
You tell me,
top
bro.
of
You're
Greenland,
fucking doing
because
the
if it
flight tracker. I'm not even
wasn't the
looking at it.
top of Greenland, if it wasn't the top of Greenland on a flat Earth,
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You projecting like an image of a map and planes going on it. You could project whatever you bloody want to show on a screen. Doesn't really matter.
I looked
You
up.
need
I
you
looked
need
up.
curvature
That's
first,
the
bro.
argument is.
You need
Do you
you need
realize how brain
curvature
dead your
first.
argument is? Do you realize how
No,
brain dead the
I'm pointing
argument
out
is?
what's brain dead about that argument is that for your argument to be true about what you're observing being because of a curved surface, you should have a curved surface, but you don't.
Literally, the flight tracker shows you that there is one.
No, that would
The
be
problem,
that's a
the problem
flat
with arguing with you guys,
presentation.
right?
There's no
The problem
curvature
with
on that.
He has
arguing
got
with you
latitude.
guys, the
Yeah,
problem
the
with
problem
arguing with
Let
you
me
guys
problem is
is
none of you guys
whenever
have
we bring
curvature.
you an example, you go nuh-uh, and that's it. That's your whole
No,
argument. That's your whole point.
you gave us one video. You gave us one video which a
No,
guy on your own side, which a guy on your own side has pointed out is doctored.
Don't say
Right?
that
He's not
because
a
I
flat
told you
earther.
about the stars. The
You
stars
gave us
now.
one video. Yeah,
Listen,
the
you
stars
can.
don't tell you you live on a spinning ball, though. We already explained this to you. That's a
No, you didn't.
non-sequitur
You didn't.
logical
You didn't. You
fallacy.
didn't
Yes,
really. You
you
just
did.
said no. No, you didn't because I'm telling you. Okay.
Let's do this. Let's do this then. Are the stars beneath your feet?
Yes.
Yes.
Some of them are. Some of them are. Yeah.
Well, not all,
I
but
mean,
yeah,
are
some
you
of them are.
standing? Is the surface beneath your feet a star?
No, it's a planet.
No, it's not. Well, I'm interested in the surface beneath your feet, not the stars.
Beneath my feet is the
Yes.
Earth, but beneath
Yes.
further
That's
my
what I'm
feet
interested
after
in.
the Earth,
Exactly.
after the Earth,
Well
after
done.
the
Well
Earth,
done.
brother, after the Earth, like you just from where I am right now to somewhere in the Pacific, you exit the Pacific, and guess what? There, stars. So
What are you
yes,
talking
technically
about?
there are stars under my feet.
What
If
the
I were
fuck
to
are you
fall
talking
through,
about?
if I were to fall through the Earth right now, I would surface somewhere in the Pacific Ocean.
So you think
And
the further you dig down, the closer you get to stars?
technically, yes.
That's
Technically.
retarded. You're retarded.
Has he got any glow proof or what?
No, he doesn't. That's
Brother,
why he's saying that the stars
brother,
are beneath his feet.
you're not.
Bro,
Listen,
you are
you're not.
living in a cartoon. No, you are living in a cartoon fantasy land. You have never seen stars anywhere but above you. The only reason you're saying they're below your feet is because you were shown cartoons as a child, and here you are preaching the cartoons to us like we've never
The
heard
only
the
reason
fucking
why you
same
think Earth is
stories.
flat was because you were shown an
So don't
infographic
be
of a
giving
flat
us.
disc.
So don't be giving. All right, Sup. Can you help them out? We've been looking for a measurement of curvature, and they couldn't do it. Could you give us one?
Look, I'll do it for
Okay,
you. I'll
I'll
do it
try.
for you. I'll do it for you. Okay, Cyclone.
No, guy. I was asking Sup. So quiet yourself, Lucas.
All right. All right.
Sup. Where's that measurement?
Yeah, I'm gonna look for it. Alrighty, guys. If I find it,
Alright.
I'll let you know. If I don't, I'll let you guys know as well.
Okay.
The only other guys, we got some 2,000-year-old Greek guy measuring an angle and then presuming 360. That's what we've been offered. Presumptions.
Well, okay, but a 200-year-old Greek guy literally provided the foundation of literally everything we have today.
2000.
Cell
No,
phones,
incorrect.
clothes,
Incorrect.
fabric, philosophy, everything.
Do you think Eratosthenes invented clothes? Okay, good stuff.
What? Obviously
Lucas.
not. You're literally twisting my words, genius.
All right. Lucas, you said you had a measurement of curvature?
Yeah. Look, if this plane was going from Johannesburg, or no, from Sydney to Johannesburg,
Do you know that
why would it
planes
not?
treat the Earth as flat and motionless?
Right. Then why would this? Why would this
So an
flight not
argument
look like
about
a straight line?
planes isn't really good for you because pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
Well, wait. Can you answer why? Why would this flight going from Sydney to Johannesburg? Why would it not go in a straight line?
You could show a flight on a digital image going anywhere you want it to go, bro. That's not curve.
Wait, then show me. Then show me.
Show us
Show
the
me a
Earth
flight
curvature
tracker.
measurement.
Show us an
Just
authoritative.
show us that it's even possible for us to be on a ball by showing us who's measured curvature, please. And
Yeah,
then we can maybe
okay.
entertain your argument that this is occurring because we're on a ball. But until then, why would we even entertain that? Water's level.
Okay,
We've never observed
Find
a
me.
curve.
Okay. Do you agree planes exist? That they exist in the world?
Bro, what did I
No,
just
we
tell
want
you?
Earth
What did I
curvature
just tell
measurement.
you? Right.
Okay.
Let me just check with you, Lucas. Lucas, do you understand that in reality you've never observed or detected curvature or motion of the Earth? Do you understand that you don't experience that?
Yes, I do understand that.
Right. So then there's a burden of proof on the side claiming that there is curvature and motion, right?
Right.
Right. So we need that burden substantiated, which is why we need a measurement of curvature and we need a measurement of motion. Do you have any of those?
Yes, I think, as a matter of fact, I
Right.
think
Which one are you
JDM
going to
does.
start with, curvature or motion?
I think JDM does.
No, you said you did, or are you saying
Okay,
you
sure.
don't?
Okay, sure. Okay,
Well,
you
no,
agree?
not sure. Do you have a
Yeah.
measurement, or do you know of a measurement?
I mean, probably
Can't be this
a
difficult,
measurement.
surely.
It's yes or no, bro. Okay, you don't know. You don't have a measurement.
Not like mathematical. What do you mean?
No,
No.
a
No.
measurement.
I can pretty much prove it though.
Well, not without a measurement, you can't. Some detection of it.
Can I walk you through a syllogism?
No, you can tell us how we can verify
Oh
that the
man.
surface is curved or in motion.
Oh man. Yes. Oh yeah. How to verify that it's a curve?
Sure.
Okay, I can verify that the Earth is a curve, or that the Earth is curved, right? Because you agree that planes exist, right?
Sure.
You agree planes exist, okay? And you agree that in economic efforts, capitalistic efforts to save money and not waste fuel and gas, planes would want to take the shortest route to their destination, right? Or else
Well,
their competitors.
not just the shortest straight line path, because there's flight corridors, right? They don't just shoot directly in the direction that they're ending in their destination. There's flight corridors which they travel in. Sometimes they'll stop for refueling. So no, it's not just the case that they'll go in one direction straight toward this thing. But even if it was, again, you're just doing the exact same thing we addressed 2 minutes ago. Pilots are treating the Earth as flat and motionless. You could project flights on any shape of Earth on a computer screen, right? You could have a diamond Earth and have flights going around it and mathematically make it work as a model. That's not a measurement. That's not verification. Verification means we can go and verify, observe, measure, detect, repeat that there is curvature of the surface. Right. Do you even know how much curvature there's supposed to be on this Earth? Do you know how big this ball is supposed to be? What's the radius?
What is it, like 3? I think it's in chat. 3,000. Hold up.
Yeah,
I'll find it.
3,959 miles
Yeah,
radius.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Who's ever measured that for starters?
I'm sure astronomers have. I'm
No,
sure
astronomers are looking at the
physicists have.
sky.
Okay, I'm sure physicists have.
Okay, what physicist measured it?
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't be
Right.
able to
Okay.
tell
So
you
you,
that.
okay. So you don't know anyone that's measured that. How much curvature does that necessitate across the surface? Do you know? Say over 10 miles.
How much curvature? No, I don't know. You tell me.
Okay. So they'll say that over 10 miles, it should be around 66 foot of drop from point A to point B due to that curvature.
Right.
Right. So that should be measurable. That should be detectable. We should be able to measure 60 plus foot of drop over 10 miles.
Okay.
Right?
And nobody's done that?
Nobody's done that.
That's pretty incredible.
That is incredible. It's 2024 and they're telling us this Greek guy with sticks proved it, but we can't measure 60 plus foot of drop over 10 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't that seem a bit strange?
Yeah. JDM has been wanting to talk in the side chat for like forever.
Yeah,
I think you
but
should
he
give him a chance.
spazzed out and started being a little moron, so he lost his privileges.
I mean, you said that about me as well, and then you unmuted
Well,
me.
I didn't hear you say
Yeah. What did you think about that, Lucas? Isn't that strange? Shouldn't there be
What?
someone that's measured that?
Oh, well, I'm sure there has. I just haven't looked into this.
No,
kind
but
of
there
stuff.
hasn't. Like, that's the thing.
How can you
just think
prove
that-
that there hasn't?
Well, present someone that has. That's the
You
proof,
made
you
a claim.
fucking
isn't on us.
numpty.
The burden of
You
proof
made a
isn't on
claim.
us to prove that it hasn't been. The burden of proof lies with the person saying it exists, i.e. there is curvature.
Okay, sure.
We already established
Okay,
this.
sure.
It exists,
sure.
but there's no
If you
verification or measurement of it.
If
It's
you don't
weird, isn't
mind,
it?
if you don't mind, may I take over for the global position,
Oh my
Locus? You
God,
mind?
Spartacus, the
Yes, go
return.
Yeah,
ahead.
I've not been here for a long time. Yeah, the server's kind of dead right now, so I'm here.
Yeah, Spartacus has
So what
been.
is the contention? What is the
Yes, I'm
contention
here.
here?
Well, the contention is they're trying to claim that the Earth is a ball, obviously, but they can't provide any measurement or detection of surface curvature.
Okay, you claiming that, or you asking that?
No, that's what we asked for, and they said they don't know of anyone who's done it.
So you're saying globe earthers don't have a measure of the curvature, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what would be the evidence of the curvature for you?
Well, direct measurement, I don't know, repeated observation lining up with the claimed geometry and obstruction predicted by the globe model, something like that. That would be a start, at least.
Mm. And so, how would you provide such evidence? Like specifically, how would you provide such
Well,
evidence
I mean, it's
of
not
the
really on
curvature?
me. I mean, it's their claim, so I'm waiting for them to provide the evidence, whatever they've got.
Objection, dodging the question.
No, I
No,
just
just
answered the question. It's not my burden. It's not my burden to carry. It's your guys.
just getting the the standards of evidence here right in line, right, to understand what we
Well,
should provide.
I don't know.
So if it's a sphere, it should follow a.
That's all right. Listen, you don't need to interrogate our standard of evidence. We can evaluate your standard of evidence by just telling you, present what you believe is the best verification of it, and we can tell you if we think that's verification of it or not.
Same
Well,
thing
wait.
for
Well,
you,
then you're
Franklin.
putting yourself in a position of the judge rather than jury. Why would accept that like this
All right, so you don't. All right, well, because
position?
we've already established that there's a burden of proof on the side claiming that there's a curved surface, and if no one's going to meet it, then I guess they haven't met it. Simple.
Well, both sides are making a claim, right? In this
No,
discussion.
I'm not making a claim. The claim is that the
Really?
Earth is a ball. Yeah,
Really? So you're completely
claim I'm
agnostic?
addressing. Well, right now I'm addressing the claim that the Earth is a giant spinning ball, like they're teaching all the kids in school, and that necessitates a certain amount of surface curvature. And all I'm hearing is dancing around instead of actually providing the verification of that.
Well, no. If we were if you were like going by your standard, right? Then it's a fair question to ask. Hey, what is your standard? What should we fulfill?
And I said, don't worry about my standard. Whatever your standard is, you post the best evidence according to your standard, and we can see if we think it's actually a verifiable measurement or detection of curvature. But if you don't present anything, there's nothing to discuss.
But if you okay, people have presented like their their stand of evidence for why they think the Earth is
No,
globe,
well,
right?
we just asked these guys. No, we just asked these guys for their detection of curvature, and they've said they don't know of anyone who's done that.
No, but no, wait. But you are asking this to be fulfilled based on your criteria, right?
No, based on their claim.
Oh, so it's based on our standard, right? Okay, cool.
No,
well, if it's
not
just
the
based on our standard,
the claim, not the standard, the claim that there's a specific curvature rate to the surface. That's what you need to verify.
But how do we verify this if not by your standards?
Well, that's a good question. How did you verify it?
Oh, by your own standards. But you're asking this from the perspective
you're not giving us evidence.
of your
You're talking about
standards, right?
Could you talk about evidence?
Well, yes, stand of evidence. That's what I mean, right? And if you're saying this is going to be
not evidence in the general sense, what is the specific evidence that you have that Earth's surface is conforming to a 3959 mile radius ball?
Okay, so if I give you evidence of this according to like my standard of evidence,
yeah, give us your
satisfied?
best evidence according to your strictest standard,
and then you will accept it.
No, I didn't say that. I said
okay,
we can
why
evaluate
not?
it.
Okay, wait. So you
What
have
do you
your
mean,
own
why
standard.
not?
Then.
You need to
You
present.
don't know what it is. You got to show it, mate.
Exactly. I don't know what your standard is that you're asking
Doesn't
for me to
matter.
prove.
It's
Show
about your
us an-
standard. Remember, it's about your standard, your best evidence to your best standard, and then we can look at it and evaluate it.
But what's the point of me showing this from my standard when it's ultimately about your standard?
So you don't have anything to share. Fine.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well then share it.
I'm asking because already.
Nah, Spartacus, you're just wasting time now. So, did you ever find that measurement?
You hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're a bit muffled.
This standard is a
which would be the same for everyone. So you don't have to worry about the difference between yours and ours. A measurement would do.
Yeah. So Sup, did you find anything? Hey, Terry, can you mute when you're not speaking because you got some background noise? Terry, mute that shit. Sup, you still there?
He's got to be there. They're typing all kinds of shit in text.
Oh, is he?
You got them all wound up. They're going crazy. What did you do?
He keeps ignoring everything we throw at him, saying "nuh-uh."
What do you mean everything you throw at me? I asked you for one measurement. You said I don't
Stars,
know. I'll go
the
and check.
stars. You just threw it away.
Stars are
The
not the Earth, my
observation
It's
from
friend.
the
not a
Greek guy. You just
measurement of
threw it
the
away.
Earth,
You just
you
keep throwing it.
What?
dumbass.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
Hold on.
Dumbass. You said measurement, not look at the sky.
These guys just don't fucking get it, do they? Like, it's pretty simple. Show the measurement for this supposed sphere. That's all that's needed. You numpty. That is it. Just show
We
that.
showed
Don't
you
tell
the
me that
sphere and you
fucking
ignored
stars.
it. You
You didn't
ignore
show
it.
that.
What did you
No,
show
no.
us?
Hold on. Sup. I asked you who's measured it, and you said I don't know. I'll go and check. And you didn't give us anything. So what are you talking about? You can't just look at the stars and say, stars, okay, globe. That doesn't make sense. Jeez Louise. Sup. I see in the chat that you've claimed a radius of 6,300 kilometers. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, who measured that?
Uh-oh.
Did anyone measure that, Sup? Sup, where you at, bro? What's happening?
It's Googling for you right now. He's just being quiet.
All right.
Dear diary, who measured the curvature of the Earth?
All right. Any other Globers in who want to take that question since Sup isn't answering? Who else we got? Aries, Chinese chicken, Dyer. Don't know Dyer. Maybe you're flat Earth. I don't know. Oh well, guess not. Guess there's no curvature.
At least got scared, didn't they?
Yeah, you couldn't shut them up a few minutes ago. What's happened?
To be fair, they all got muted, and they can't say much.
Like who?
No one's muted in here. Except maybe one guy.
I've just got nothing to say.
The guys that were, I mean, Alex and who was the other guy who was trying to talk? JDM.
Well, he was kind of spazzing out. Alex was just like non-stop talking through everything.
Yeah.
And the JDM
Maybe that's how
guy
they
said
talk
some
in real
guy-
life. Maybe in real life, when they're in a conversation, like three people in a group, all three talk at the same time, and we're just not used to that.
Yeah, I think that is how they do it. What you saying, Ray Nimrod? Are you flat or are you globe? I can't remember.
Ugh, it's obviously flat.
All right. Fair enough. No curvature measurements there then.
No, 0. Can't get elevation angle measurements off a ball.
Oof. That triggers them. What else we got? N. That Queen Elizabeth PFP. What's up, N? Fan of the Queen, eh? Rip. Oh, we got Space Booties. He loves a book. What's up, Space Booties?
So Sup can come in here and talk and chat and listen to you, but he can't respond to you anymore. He's just talking to other people. He gave up. So
Sup, what
nobody
happened,
proved
bro?
error.
Why'd you stop talking, Sup? Is that loads of little globes in your profile picture? Is that what the universe looks like? So what you got for us today, Space Booties? Any globe evidence to share?
No, really.
Oh,
I haven't really spent much time in this Discord's Flat Earth. I've spent some time in PNR Flat Earth. I've tried a couple of debates, and I don't know. I might have some to chime in, here and there, but mostly I just like listening to you guys debate.
Cool. All right, no worries. Well, if you do have something you want to add, feel free.
Cool, appreciate it.
Who's Jam? Don't know if I've spoken to Jam before. What's up, Jam? Suspicious Fry PFP. Right. I'm gonna have to jump on mute for a bit, but hopefully there's some Radwin and that can pick up. Chinese chicken, that's bullshit. You're gonna sit around offering nothing and then do that? Yeah, he's gonna stay on mute.
Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. Never from the chicken brain cells. That's all I got. Stupid ass 90s song.
Watching X-Files with no lights on with Dan LeMay's on. I hope the smoke ends in this one.
Appreciate it. At least one person got it.
Oh, I got it too. Obies are mad this morning. Look at the chat. They're going crazy.
Well, I can't spell compliment, right? Apparently. You better edit that pretty quick, so they're gonna launch on you on that. Hey, come on, guys. We can have a reasonable debate without calling each other names and shit. Also, I've never studied the globe, so if I have any argument, it's definitely just being looked up by ChatGPT.
I've actually enjoyed kind of chatting with it. It's quite interesting. Bonds sometimes.
It definitely is, for sure.
Like one example is I got it to say like, would you ever refer to me as some sort of derogatory term? And it's like, no, it would never do that. You know, as like whatever, as a log, paraphrasing, as a large language model, I am programmed with all sort of cultural and personal sensitivities. I do not propose to use any sort of problematic language. All problematic language has been flagged as low priority. And I said, so what's a flat earther? And it was like, it's a flurfer, like.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, so like right away, it goes into this derogatory, bigoted jargon.
Well, yeah. Sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna respond, but 1 second.
It'd be quite as easy to say, hey, a flat earther is someone who describes the surface of the earth as flat. But yet somehow it couldn't do it. So I said, hey, isn't that derogatory?
So, the thing with, like, from my understanding, the thing with derogatory statements from these AI bots is that historically there have been several AI bots released to the public that basically turn into Hitler. And so they hard code things into the bot to try and avoid that. And flat earthers is probably just not one of the things that they hard coded in.
I mean, there's a lot more than that. But I'm just saying, it's just really easy for it to say, hey, this is supposed to be an objective discussion partner. It's not coming from any sort of emotion, political bias. It doesn't care one way or the other about any of these topics. It's just analyzing with pure numbers, pure reasoning. That's it.
Well, it's not reasoning. It's algorithms derived from data.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the reasoning.
It's
no emotion.
It presents what it has.
Yeah, no emotion.
From algorithms, and it uses the data to provide it. So, but what I'm saying though is that
it's flawed. It's deeply flawed.
Well, I wouldn't say deeply flawed. It's just a scenario in which you found sort of like what I would call maybe an edge case, where they didn't hard code the bot to not denigrate flat earthers.
Or to go back on what it said, it would never use any derogatory language.
Well, I mean, has anyone ever used flurf as something derogatory or even as a word?
That sounds like something cute. Yeah, I did. I do. Sounds like a guinea pig or a rabbit.
Yeah, that's the part that came up next. I was like, so what is a group of people who dehumanized another group of people down to animals? Yeah, and answered right away. World War II Germany had a systematic propaganda piece, the propaganda machine that dehumanized the other to animals who didn't have any sort of rights. I am paraphrasing, what it said. And I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. What happened at the end of World War II Germany? And it broke down the Nuremberg trials, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, what happened to some of the rocket scientists? It didn't know.
Do you feel dehumanized when people call you a fluff?
it didn't know the story of what happened. And I was like, that's quite interesting. So you don't know about Operation Paperclip. Then it knew about Operation Paperclip. I'm like, are there any of those World War II scientists that ended up in NASA? No. I'm like, well, what about von Braun? Oh, excuse me, I got it wrong. I was like, holy crap! Like, this thing is like one of the most. It's like bricked. What I call it when talking to a globalist when they know something and don't know at the same time. Like, so they're talking to a globalist and be like, what did Buzz Aldrin do with the rest of his life after he landed on the moon? Did he become a used car salesman or something else? And they know that's pretty weird. It's pretty weird for some sort of astronaut to then become a used car salesman.
So, what if that's what he wanted to do?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of the globalists won't answer that. They expect them to be like on a speaking tour.
He was in university, no, at some point, but then he like left his university position.
Yeah, a bunch of drug and alcohol problems and divorces, and now kids hate him and he hates his kids. And
well, what does that have to do with?
Well, these are the cream of the crop.
Going to the moon.
Yeah, this is supposedly the cream of the crop, the best human specimens ever produced.
Well, it's a little specious, in my opinion.
These guys. They couldn't have picked more finer Americans.
And people that are extremely qualified and adept during a certain time of their life cannot fall into a human condition afterwards.
Yeah, these guys are they break after God created them. God literally broke the mold because they're too perfect.
Well, okay, so
they were too good.
So then
they were so good that this would be like.
So then it's God's fault.
Yeah, or it's all propaganda.
What part?
The whole thing that these were the greatest gifts to humanity that anyone's ever seen.
Who said that?
The right stuff. This is where you can actually maybe try to use your ChatGPT. Hey, ChatGPT, what does it mean when astronauts have the right stuff? And put that in quotation marks so it knows what you're talking about.
So God, well, I just don't understand.
It'll explain it to you. It'll explain what the right stuff is.
But are you saying that God punished them for being like perfect specimens or whatever?
Yeah, if that's what you heard, go with it. That's what we call
I just
that's what you call the hallucination.
I just don't understand.
No, but you did understand. Your understanding was that God would punish them. So that's what we call like an AI conversation. We're hallucinating.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I know about hallucinations.
It hallucinated something about God's punishment or God's wrath.
That is interesting.
Yeah, so you right there in real time just demonstrated that you just add random context to something. When I told you what the right stuff was, you're like, huh, that must be punishment.
Well, you can also control the level of hallucination based on the inputs to the AI.
Well, there's more than one I've talked to. One of them's interesting because it only has knowledge until September 2021. It doesn't know anything after that, but it's got scattered little tidbits. Like it will know who won what college football game after that, but it doesn't really know a lot of stuff after. I mean, very little.
Yeah, so part of the problem with that is that many websites had their data available to be searched and indexed and collected without any restrictions. But then when ChatGPT style AI came about and farmed their data they started putting restrictions on the ability of robots to search and index their data. And so ChatGPT has agreements with a lot of different companies in order to do that now.
So it's interesting to get to make predictions. Like, hey, what do you think will happen? Like, talk about it. Like, hey, if Russia was going to start a new offensive and try to reorganize under like a new USSR, like what would be the first target? Where would they go first?
Okay, yeah. I mean, you can ask a psychic downtown that same question, and they can try to give you an answer.
Or see if it comes up with Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine would be its first logical target.
I still don't understand where you're going with this.
To see, like, if with its knowledge, its database, and nothing, it doesn't know anything past 2021, is it able to predict some of the things that would happen?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really predict. It takes your input, compares it to its database, and attempts to spit out a response. It's not actually doing any thinking.
Large language models don't behave that way. But usually, you train a large language model on a data set. Maybe the big companies can afford a huge amount of data set, because training a model on a huge amount of data is incredibly costly. So mostly big corporations can do that. Everybody else who uses those said models fine-tunes them for their own purposes. Oh.
That's correct.
But once you train a model, the model doesn't learn in action while communicating with another piece of software, a human or another large language model. It does not learn. If you want it to learn, you have to like fine-tune it more on a specific data set. Not too large, obviously, because it will be incredibly costly. I mean,
It's more facts. I know, because we're training one right now at work.
Well, I went to
With
university for that.
with our huge, large data set.
In any case, a language model doesn't by necessity reference a database, not in the conventional sense. Like you have attributes or parameters, right? And those parameters, for example, the basic are weight and bias, W and B, right? Then sophisticated current day models have billions upon billions of parameters. 25, 60 billion parameters, right? And weight and bias are, for the purpose of this example, I'm going to use a simplified, like for example, in a linear regression model, they used to calculate y and y hat. Y is the actual outcome that you expect based on data, while y hat is the thing that the model will give you in terms of approximating the actual result. Current day accuracy of large language models is about 80%. To get to the 100%, right now is extremely difficult, if not impossible. And language models would just lie to you whole cloth if they don't know stuff.
All
Just
right.
make up shit.
Let's move off the language models.
What-
What are we doing on this? We're on
what-
the Earth. That's the topic.
Anyway, Chardsy's up. He's said Barack Obama measured the Earth for NASA to send satellites in 1957.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, again, you can adjust.
Now,
your
hold on.
in-
Chardsy's up. Space booties.
Hold on.
My apologies.
I know the
super intellect. He's the guy with the masters. Chardsy, you're really intelligent, right?
Come on, Chardsy, get on that microphone.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, renowned scientist Barack Obama measured the curvature of the Earth in 1957. Everybody knows this.
So
Okay.
you just been saying in chat how intelligent you are and you got a masters and all that and how dumb we must all be. But you
I'm
don't
not
actually
saying
have an
you're dumb,
argument.
dude. Look, I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
trying
that
to
is what
like
you were
go
just
after
saying
you. I'm
multiple
just saying that
times,
this
and you've
whole
just said
flat Earth
Barack
thing
Obama.
is.
Yeah. So obviously not Barack Obama. So who was it actually? You said 2,000 years of scientific proof. All this. So who was it?
Oh, am I allowed to talk now? Do I get to talk when you say I'm
Yeah. If
allowed
you're
to?
not trolling, and being retard, then yeah, you get to talk.
Oh, okay.
So who was it?
Who is what?
The guy who measured the curvature.
I mean, what was his name? Epiphysis Demosthenes?
Bro, I thought you were the super intelligent one, and we
Oh
were all
my
dumb.
God, dude, you're a fucking retard. Why did you even come in
Yeah.
this room?
Oh, because it's fun to poke fun at you guys.
But you're just embarrassing yourself.
No.
Are you drunk?
You're-
You sound like you're drunk.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, I mean, I don't think anyone here is sober, honestly.
Oh,
I'm-
okay,
I'm
that
drunk.
answers my question.
Yeah. Oh well, you tried, Chardsy.
that's like one of the quickest spiralings in quite a while.
Nope.
He said Cyclone was going to humiliate himself, and I think Chardsy humiliated himself.
Well, some people are into that, right? People have a humiliation fetish. They get off to that.
June, maybe you can help us out. They're looking for a measurement of curvature.
Mm. Well, I
For the
mean,
Earth.
Cyclone, we've had this discussion many times. We just have different standards of evidence, man.
Oh god, another one. What do you mean? I've never spoken to you before. Is this just an alt? Another alt?
No,
Yeah.
you can click on my profile. I can see my name. What? Because I'm not hiding anything.
Oh, Zoidberg. Right, okay. So have you found any measurements of curvature since then? Since we first spoke
No,
9
because
months
I
ago?
believe what they told me. I'm a mortal man. I don't have time to study all fields of science.
Okay.
I
So it's
trust
just
the
a so it's just a
professionals.
belief.
He's just asking for anyone. You don't have to do it. Just anyone.
It is a
So,
belief.
so no one's done it.
The trouble is, yeah, not that no one's done it. Like, doesn't that boggle your fucking mind?
Wait, no one has done which?
Got a measurement. Got any curvature?
Yeah, but that
would-
contradicts of what we just said. Because if I believe that this is the data, right, then somebody's done it, and so therefore I believe that somebody's done it. You guys don't believe me.
Who did it?
Who?
Aristophanes.
No,
That's it.
like,
That's all. That's all you've got.
I would say the collective like scientific body in the world, right? Have
Most
done
of
these
bullshit.
measurements, and I
But you
trust
just-
them.
The body of Christ compels you.
So, quick question: do you trust the government?
Yes.
Clearly.
Oh wow, okay, fair enough. Well, I mean, at least you're consistent.
Yes, I do. I mean, I was the biggest proponent of the Italian government when it comes to COVID measures. We had
Oh,
draconian
shut up.
COVID measures, and that was the.
Can't really
I
talk
trust
about
them.
that. But
Yeah,
I'm talking about in
This is an
general.
example of what I mean by
You
trusting.
trust
the
them in every single facet of what they do, yeah, because they're the experts.
Not in every single facet, obviously.
Oh, but they're the experts.
Like if the government tells me that my penis is
They're
not
the
there, I'm obviously not gonna trust them.
Yeah, but they're the experts, so you should trust them, right?
In certain cases, yeah, sure.
So then you do trust them.
In
Always.
certain situations, yes.
So then you don't always trust them.
I always trust them in certain situations.
Well, no, it's, you either
Whatever.
or you don't trust them.
Okay, so if the government tells me, hey, you're breathing air right now, which is a mixture of carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, and inert gases, right? I'll trust them.
That's
If
not
the
trust.
government says,
That's not
hey,
That's not trust. That's not trust. Because you can verify
well,
that. They need to
well,
tell you something you can't verify. That's why trust is required.
I can't verify that. I don't have the equipment to
Of
verify
course you
that.
can. Yeah, but you can buy it.
How?
You buy the
Yeah, but
equipment.
yeah, but I don't want to spend my money on that. Why would I spend my money?
You don't have to, but you can.
Yeah, sure. I can go to space if
Okay.
I save money to go to space, right?
No, you can't.
I mean,
Go
well,
and
no,
do it.
my point is, like, in some cases I trust them, in some cases I don't. Like, if they tell me that my penis is not there, and I look down and I see my penis, then obviously they're lying to me, no?
But that's not trust, because you can verify that as well.
Sure.
It's kind of like the globe. They tell you there's a curvature, but you can't see it, but it's there.
Right.
You understand?
That's why it's different.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because trust isn't required when you can verify it yourself. That's the difference.
Maybe we're using the word. Okay, English is my fourth language, so maybe we're using the word differently.
No.
We're talking about like logical statement. Like, I trust the logical statements. Some of them, some I don't.
Berg, that shit ain't gonna work. That it's not your first language. Maybe you said it wrong. We don't understand. You've
But
been in here too many times.
No, I'm truly like saying is that sometimes I would, because English is my fourth language. Sometimes I use words in an incorrect way,
No
and
one
then I have to
cares.
clarify. Sure.
No, I think you're using trust in a way that was close enough. But I just think you need to understand that we're talking about something you can't verify, right? So that's why trust in these scientific people, whatever, is required, because no
What
one
is
can
it?
go and
Trust but verify. Isn't that?
No, but his argument was based on the fact that you can't go and find this, so you have to just believe them. That's the trust.
Yeah, that's
I
why
mean,
it's trust but verify. But
That is-
verify. That's the
that
specific
is one
part of it.
thing. The other thing is, like, we're all human, we're all mortal. We don't have the time to like
Oh,
study
shut
every
up.
field of science, right? So it's just at some point
That's
you
not
have to
every-
trust
that's
people to.
Not every field of science. These are such weird strawmen. Who said that you need to understand chemistry, biology, microbiology, yada yada, all of this shit in order to know if a surface is curving?
No, I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying is that I'm just giving you an example, right? Like, if I wanna, let's say somebody tells me something esoteric about nuclear fission, right? And I see that they're like an academic with an academic work, accredited work, and they've done research, and the research was peer reviewed, right? I'm not gonna dismiss them. They're probably not lying to me. And also, I can verify that, but I don't have the time to verify that. I have a wife. I'm gonna have a
Number one.
kid, so I don't have the time to just go and dig into
Number one.
research, learn
Well,
nuclear
check this out.
fission,
Check
and
this
just.
out. Check this out. Check this out. So, we have citations from physicists, and they'll say, if it's peer review, it's not science. If it's science, it's not peer review. I'm not going to go into that. Now, the bottom line is, if you actually presented something like that, then we could look into it because it's public knowledge. Who gives a crap what the claim is? We can actually see their method of inquiry and validation. The problem is when you say general things like this, you're not giving us anything to go off of, because we're not just going to deny nothing. If you're saying, well, physicists are doing this and physicists are doing that, unless you're going to give us some sort of source that we can look into ourselves, we don't care. We don't care how lazy you are. We're not lazy. We'll look through the information. We'll look through the paper.
But okay, you were asking me about my.
Do you have a paper or not?
On what?
On any, if you don't have anything specific to say about the curvature of the earth or lack thereof, then what are we talking about? If you
No,
have a
I was.
paper, give it. If you're just explaining how, well, you don't have it but someone else does, you've already said it. We don't need it for the next 5, 10, 15 minutes. Either you have
Sure.
something, you know.
I mean, no, I don't have anything. You were asking me why do I think this when I was explaining my mental process, right? That's all it was.
Yeah, so peer review is not science.
Sure.
Yeah, also, you weren't asked that. You were asked if you've got a measurement of curvature, and you said you don't need it because you trust the experts.
I mean, okay, sure, fair enough. Yeah, I still think this way.
Okay, yeah, but
And then you
I
asked
mean,
me
that's a crap
why I
way.
think this way, and then I was explaining why I think this way. That's all. I thought it was
I,
like a
I
friendly
think that
conversation. Does have to be a debate? Like I don't know.
do what you like with the conversation. I think it's a
It's
really,
okay, man.
really good point. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, the main thing that makes conversations antagonistic is when you get talked over. So if you want to say something, say it, but when I'm talking, you need to wait until I'm finished. So do you want to go ahead, or?
No, it's fine. Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, so I just think that's a very, very poor way of thinking. I mean, the experts in the field are the ones most capable of lying to you. And they're also the people who generally have the biggest vested interest in lying to you. So just trust the experts, bro. You're going to get lied to your whole life with that way of thinking.
I mean, philosophically, yeah, you may be right. That could be a potential world, yeah, where people lie to me all my life. Sure, of course.
But everyone's trying to lie to everyone else all the time. All the time.
I mean, I can't verify that, but like, it is possible that like people lie to each other all the time. Sure, I'm not lying to you right now, just for the record.
Yeah, no, come on, man. You know that's true, right? So a guy goes up to a girl and is like, "Oh yeah, I'll make 100 grand a year or whatever." That happens all the time, doesn't it? And why is he doing that?
Sure,
Yeah.
people.
Why is he doing that? Because he's got a vested interest in the success of that interaction, right? So he's prepared to tell her things she wants to hear. Then she might say, "I have a boyfriend," which might also be a lie, right? People do this shit all the time.
No, I agree. People lie. Yeah.
All the time. All the time. It's not once in a blue moon. Like,
Yeah, I
virtually
agree.
every
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, I know. So then for you to say, "Oh, I trust the experts," they wouldn't lie to me. I don't know, man. Seems incongruent. Even you don't.
I never said they wouldn't lie to me, though. I assume that
Why trust
they're telling the truth, but like I mean, shown the opposite, sure, I can change my opinion. So give me a second.
They haven't shown you that they're telling you the truth. That's the point. This is a show not tell thing. Science should be show not tell.
They figured out that if they tell you it's science, you'll just comply without any reason why.
Yeah, exactly, and it's and they wonder why we call them a religion. It's the same thing.
If someone else has already validated it, somebody has already said it's true, like, these guys have all the qualifications. Why do I need to verify my belief system? Why can't I just be religious?
All right. Back in a second, guys.
See, and they'll ask, damn, well, believers, they couldn't even read the Bible back then. It was in Latin, and they just sat there and listened to priests and trusted them. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Why is that so hard to believe?
Because they have a hang up with the Catholic Church, unless the Catholic Church is talking about space.
Interesting.
If they want to
they
believe,
excommunicate people who.
they want to believe what they're hearing. It's the same thing the peasants did. The peasants needed to believe that there's an afterlife where they would live in absolute luxury because they lived in the mud. So they're like, what's the purpose of this? You endure this suffering to reach eternity to reach
I
heaven.
think they want to believe it because it's too hard for them just to
The
accept
alternative.
that it's that's all it is. It's just too much for their mind to completely flip on its head. It's just easier to run with what they've been programmed to believe. And then they have this superiority complex that doesn't make any sense because
They're
it's
moral.
based on illogical fucking retardedness. Like they're not doing any looking into it, research themselves. They just rely on what they've been told, and that's easy. And then have the hide to call people stupid. It makes no sense.
Yeah, like this guy who's just here a little bit ago. He comes here because he wants to fluff his intellect because he has a master's degree, and flat earthers are stupid.
But when
So,
you press
meanwhile,
them, they really show how intellectual they are by not doing any research. I don't understand how that works.
yeah, meanwhile he's just wasted. He's just on Discord, just completely intoxicated. It sounds like self-medication to me. Like he's got some underlying issues that isn't covered by his insurance company, whatever, rinky-dink job he's got.
Wait, is the Earth really flat? Is that the claim?
What do you think?
I don't think that, man. I think it's a globe. Don't you?
Hey. What's a 24/7 flat Earth? Yeah, I don't know. I must be in the wrong place. Sorry, dude.
No. I mean, you can be in any place. This is not my room. I'm just asking. Like, I'm here to learn. Is this? Do you think?
Okay, cool. So what do you believe? You believe it's a globe?
Yeah.
Awesome. What makes you
Been
think
here
that?
before. He's been here before. He knows what he's getting into.
Nick is here every day. It's not his first time, so.
Wait, who's Nick?
Right. Another
What do you mean?
fucking numpty.
I'm just here to inquire about you guys. Information
About us, right? You want to know about us? Everybody wants
No, your
to know
information.
about flat earthers.
Not you. Not you
Everybody
as a
wants
person.
to know about flat
No.
earthers. Not
No. You
about
got it wrong. I don't
flat
care about.
Earth or proving that you live on a ball. None of you will do that.
I think I have done that, right? No.
Oh, right.
Isn't that why I'm like usually banned on site? It's because I kind of like crumble the whole flat Earth.
No, what you do is you just say
you've
something,
done that?
right? You just say things, right? Remember, right?
I say correct things.
I'm surprised you said that you proved the globe to yourself. How you did that? Can you share with us?
Yeah, I can. Of course.
Yeah.
I'll gladly do it again. And I'll gladly do it again tomorrow. So the base premise is this, right? If flat, there is curve nowhere. If curve nowhere, there is edge somewhere. Where edge? Question mark. Right. So that's the first premise.
No, that's not a proof for the globe.
If no edge, then infinite.
Nick,
Prove
If
infinity.
there is no, you check if there is an edge or not.
This is like a very logical, like sound
Everybody stop talking.
reason.
How is that
through me.
logical?
Oh my God! Stop for a second, Nick. Where is the edge of a lake?
The edge of the lake? What do you mean?
Where's
At the
edge of a
shore.
lake? You want to know where the edge is? Where's the edge of a lake?
I'm confused by the question because usually a lake rests.
Oh, holy
No, wait.
crap. No wonder why you don't know what you're doing.
No, but that's like saying where's the edge of a ball? It doesn't exist. Like a lake doesn't have an edge. Like, what do you mean?
Touch a ball, you touch the edge of it.
There is no edge. That's not what we call a mathematical edge. Okay, I'm talking about mathematics. So if you say, oh, it's like saying like where is the edge of a football or a fucking? It doesn't have one.
Where's the edge of a lake?
It doesn't. The question itself is logically flawed. It's a bad question.
The mathematical edge is.
It's like me asking like where is the body of the person you just killed? Like you didn't kill anybody. There is no body.
Edge The mathematical edge is 2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the claim, except it's not true. Where's that?
Why was I muted? Hello? Are you mad already? Only took a
So
minute.
where is that? 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is supposedly the tangent to the point of the globe. That would be the edge, aka the horizon. So where's the evidence for that?
So I'm devastated that you're not familiar with what an edge is. I can educate you.
So
I hope you don't take
mathematical
offense.
edge marked with an X, or mathematical edge marked with an X in your mathematics, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is the distance to the horizon. That's a tangent line to the point that is called the leading edge of the sphere from your perspective, which would be the horizon, marked with an X, given a distance. Where's your evidence of that?
Okay, so again, you can try to interject and repeat yourself. I understood you perfectly the first time, so it doesn't help you to do that. But if you gain something out of it, I'm not going to stop you. You can repeat yourself all day. But my answer remains the same. In mathematics, right? And in geometry, specifically in mathematics, it's just where there's a joint line segment, right, of vertices. That's it. So if you say, well, we're going to put now, instead of a joint line segment, we're just going to do a arbitrary point. And it's for you to like sort of like demonstrate that point, and you would call it an edge. Now go prove that. That's just a fallacious claim. It's outside the scope that I laid for the conversation, right? So either you don't understand either you don't understand geometry or you're being fallacious. But I hope
I
it's
feel
you
like Elijah has to repeat himself again because you just don't understand. This is why he keeps repeating. You just
No,
dodge
he's
it
talking
with
about tangents.
nonsense.
He's talking about tangents. This isn't about you could add tangents everywhere you
So what?
want, but
So
they're relative to the
give a
observer, so that's
definition
why
of
they
Do you
don't
hear the
matter.
leading
give a
edge
tangent.
part of it?
So give a tangent. Give a definition of the tangent, and then stop.
But that's different from an edge. You
Give a
called it an
direct.
edge. That's
Give a
why I said
direct.
you're
Give a direct.
misinformed.
Give a
You
direct
don't know what an edge is.
definition.
You're talking about
Give a
tangents.
direct
And you're trying to.
definition for the audience. Give a direct definition.
Why are you cutting me
for
off, by the
tangent.
way?
Give a direct definition for tangent, and then stop.
But I didn't invoke tangents. You did. That's why I said I
Yeah,
think you
I
might be
did, but you're
misinformed.
telling me that it's. You're telling me that it's not the leading edge of a sphere. So go ahead and give.
No, I said it's not an
Let
edge
me
in
give.
geometry, specifically, is what I said. You should listen. Clear out those
Yeah,
ears,
but
okay?
specifically, geometrically speaking, relative to your position,
Yeah,
relative
that's why I
to what
said
a
it's
human.
relative. That
That's the
hello, are
first
you
thing
even
that I said.
listening?
So answer the question. So answer the question. So
No,
there's
I'm not
supposed
talking
to
about
be.
relativity. I'm talking about absolutes. That's why I said you got the framing wrong. You changed the whole premise. You
Okay,
didn't
so who's
listen. I'm sad
absolutely
that you
measured
don't,
the
and I'm sad
geometry
that
of
you
the Earth?
haven't done maths.
Who's
Okay,
measured the
my
geometry of the Earth then?
condolences, but you should
So
remove
who's
yourself from this
measured the
conversation. You're not
geometry of the
equipped.
Earth then? So he's
You're not
really not.
equipped, Elisha.
So
I'm
he's really
sorry.
not open. So he's really not open to actually listening or addressing the issue, because the
He
bottom
can't.
line
That's
is, he
why. He
said,
just
"Where's
can't.
the edge? If it's flat,
It only took
it's
5
either
minutes for you to
infinite."
like absolutely
So
spiral.
he
It's
says it's
crazy.
either. So he says it's either infinite or there's an edge somewhere. So if there's no curvature, then where is it? No, first and foremost, it measures flat and we use it as flat. Now, those are two
We
different
don't do that.
categories. There's two
You
different
do that. I
categories.
certainly don't.
Why I can't mute him when I'm talking and then unmute him when I'm finished talking?
You know, I'll just wait. It's fine. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh, you
So
are
you
done.
said, so you said that if it's not, if there's no curve, then there means there's an edge, or it means that it's infinite. So where is it? And my response to you is that, well, first of all, we can measure it as flat and utilize it as flat. And I said, well, those are two different categories, because I'm talking about the quality of flatness also in conjunction with the levelness of the earth itself, which we use as a reference, as in an orientation: flat, level, horizontal, straight. This is how we utilize the earth all the time. What does looking for an edge have to do with the negation of that fact?
AG.
Yeah, I'm muted still. Hello? Oh, now finally.
Whose background noise is that?
All right, we're still listening. Go on.
He's muted.
Dude, how are you gonna listen if I'm muted on repeat? Right. I got
Just
what
say
you
what
said,
you're gonna
right?
say. Don't talk about being muted.
He's got a waffle for a bit. Go.
Right. So original point is just either it's pretty much like the clearest dichotomy that you can get. Either there is a finite limit to the length of the surface, at least, of Earth, right? Or it's infinite. And if you say it's an infinite reference point, you got to demonstrate infinity. If you cannot demonstrate infinity and flatness throughout the infinity, right, then it follows that it is finite. And if it is finite and flat in geometry, every single surface that is flat and finite will have an edge, right? Because it's a 3D object, it's not a 1D object. And because of that, and you haven't found an edge, then you can't substantiate that it's a flat reference point. So all I'm saying is your logic is flawed. Your framework is not based in logic. It's just hearsay, and it's Dunning-Kruger at its best. And you can try to like blow smoke up everybody's ass here, say, oh, this guy waffles and he doesn't want to talk about the tangent that I arbitrarily sort of like gave him. No, I don't. I want to hear your fucking framework make sense, and it doesn't. Right. GG, nigga.
See?
Where's the edge of a lake
That's a
at?
great conclusion.
Yeah, where's the edge of a lake at?
I mean, you asked me the same question before. I told you how it doesn't make sense. It's like it didn't register. I don't know. Maybe I can say it in a different way.
So the lake just carries on
It's
forever.
called the shoreline.
No, but
You're
Come
a
on, AT,
dumbass,
this is
dude.
sad.
You are just a dumbass. You can't answer a simple question.
Okay, I'll put it like this. Every lake is different, right? Some lakes are in a hole, and some
They
are...
all have a shoreline of some
Holy
kind.
shit, can I answer the question or not? Like, do you just want to interject? You got really mad when I did it, and you muted me. I can't really mute you,
Whatever
right?
daddy wants, daddy gets.
You gonna get it?
Whatever daddy wants, daddy gets.
Father, I crave cheddar, Father.
I found out that one of the guys who lifts at my gym yesterday, is a flat earther. And I found out because we were talking about politics, and he said, we got into climate, I think. He said, he was talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger, that's right. We were talking about Arnie's lifting. And then he said, yeah, but I read Arnie's biography and I don't like him anymore because now he's like a leftist woke guy. And I was like, oh, really? I didn't know that. And then he was talking about how Arnold is like not on board with climate change denial. And then I'm like hanging my head like, oh, okay, fucking hell. So like, what else is like not real? And I said almost jokingly, are you a flat earther as well? And his response was really interesting. He said, I'm not going to say I believe the earth is flat, but I think the theories are really interesting. And I think like that really like captures for me what the whole thing is really about, because it's not really about what's true or what's false. It's just about like, this is a good troll that I can work on people. But the thing that was really interesting about it was after that, he realized like, I've kind of let this guy know. He said to me, please don't let the other people in the gym know about the flat earth thing. And I thought that was really telling about how in the real physical world where you have like stakes because you have like a single social profile that is you don't want people to know that you're like fucking retarded. Whereas on the internet, you can just like completely free of consequence go around saying this kind of stuff. So get out in the real world, touch grass on the world that is globular, and like stop doing this thing that you're doing, which is bad for you.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I guess like my core problem with like
Whatever
flat Earth
daddy wants, daddy gets.
is that inherently it's like they have done more research that the common folk they have, and hats off to them. A lot of flat earthers are into physics and mathematics, and they have looked at science and peer-reviewed papers, and they've done experiments themselves where they measured stuff, although inaccurate most of the time. But they have done it, right? They've attempted, and because of that sort of like knowledge gathering that they've done, they also think that they're right because they can persuade a lot of people because they do have more information than a lot of people. But then when they're met with like actual experts in the field, it's time and time again they're just absolutely crushed, and so they avoid it, and they gather in these like small circles where they only engage with people that haven't touched
Are you
the subject
crushed,
before.
AT?
I have crushed many flat earthers, but I'm not an expert. I'm a layman. I just come in here and I reg him and I go, or I'm banned. Like that's usually how it goes. But and also AT, who is this AT person?
to talk to?
Oh, I don't know.
Which expert and what evidence did they present that crushed the flat Earth?
I mean, you bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson all the time, right? I've seen him debunk it many times. Go on YouTube.
Yeah, he hasn't crushed flat Earth.
Go
He's
on.
quoted saying that you can't see curvature at 120,000 feet. How does that crush flat Earth?
Yeah, he said that stuff is flat after talking about how flat it looks.
No, he didn't. He said no.
Yeah,
he said
did.
it's
Yeah.
perceived as such. I've seen the clip. I've seen the clip. You clip it out of context. It's not true.
No,
You're lying again.
Clip it out of the whole context.
No, I've seen the interview, dude. He's not a flat earther.
No, you're wrong. You haven't seen anything.
I have, dude.
He said
Talking
go
about
right
the
ahead.
broken-
If you want to think the
Neil-
Earth is
is Neil the
flat.
guy?
No, he's
Why
not
is
the
it-
guy. He's a guy.
Why?
Right?
Why is it Tuesday, 11 o'clock at night, about to go Wednesday? Tell me why.
No, hold on. No, because I want.
I
to
live at the
figure
fucking
out
bottom of the planet, bro. I'm sick of cunts.
who AT thinks. Yeah, you're not on the bottom of a spinning ball. You're not playing football upside down, you idiot. Nick, which expert provided what evidence that crushed flat Earth?
Sorry, there's someone over talking to you. I want to hear it, but I couldn't. You're
Which
gonna have to
expert were
repeat.
you talking about? You said the experts have come and they've crushed the flat Earth. What are you talking about?
Okay, so I can pull up YouTube videos and we can look at it, right? But I'm pretty sure on like a quick query here.
Well, haven't
we
you
can
already
see-
done that to make the argument?
Yes, I have.
No, he hasn't.
Vsauce.
What did they do?
Okay, listen. Vsauce. Johnny Harris. Simon.
Is his name really Johnny Harris?
The Earth was a ball.
But it's interesting because I've done that using Nat Geo.
Oh, Elijah, you're really low, bro. I didn't hear you.
Nat Geo.
Yeah.
Cool. Nat Geo. Nice.
National Geographic?
I
Yeah.
mean, this is even the clip you're talking about. I even found it now that I'm looking at it. This is the fucking Rogan interview I talked about. We can all watch it together. It's not that long, and you'll see that what you just said before is a lie.
The Globers proved the globe on a Joe Rogan interview. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying before some dude referenced that Neil deGrasse.
What
Oh
I'm
my
talking
God.
about is Nat Geo, where they actually said, okay, we're going to go out and prove once and for all that the Earth is not flat using the horizon in a boat. And it actually exposed that their claim was false and that there is no geometric horizon, there is no globe.
This one as well is a favorite of mine. Professor Dave explains.
He's not
Give it a
listening at
watch.
all. You see that? And he's claiming to know people who are superior and have seen it, but I'm sitting here giving him something direct, and he's like,
No,
yeah,
you didn't
so
give
anyway.
shit. You didn't link shit.
No,
Okay.
you're trying to link to Professor Dave
See
as in
that?
citing an expert. Like Professor
you
Dave is
see
an
that?
expert.
Yeah, you know who he is, right? That's AT. You guys are talking to.
Yeah.
Hope you know.
Who is AT? I don't know who AT is.
Yeah,
That's
no,
you.
it's AT. I don't think maybe some of these guys don't know.
I'm
That's why
Homelander, Nick.
I know
it's
it's AT.
Since we started,
It's AT. We all know it's AT.
Yeah.
I don't know who AT is.
He's trying to fool himself for some reason. I'm not quite sure why.
Well,
But
they
I'm
always
still
lie
not
to
hearing any
themselves.
expert. You said an expert has proven the globe or destroyed flat Earth. Who? What are you talking about?
I'm saying over and over again, not a expert. Experts,
Well, there must
plural,
be one
right?
then.
They
Give us
crushed them.
one.
Yeah, I linked 3
Give us
fucking
one.
links already. How
All
many
right,
do you
what was
need?
their best argument for the
You don't
globe?
think Neil
What was their
deGrasse
best argument
Tyson
for
is an expert? You don't think that
Right, what
fucking
was his-
Professor
what was
Dave
his-
is an
what was his
expert? Like,
proof
what
for
is
the
an
globe?
expert to you? Maybe
Okay,
that's
well,
better.
what was his proof? What was
Let's
his
go with the
proof that he said
semantics.
crushed the flat Earth?
Because to me, an
What was
expert
his-
is just someone who's
Sorry.
knowledgeable in a specific topic,
I
right?
don't care about what you think of them.
Knowledgeable,
What was
thank you.
their
My bad.
evidence for the globe that
Hmm?
crushed flat Earth? What was it?
What do you mean when you say what was? Is you talking about like the smoking gun? Like every single one, like
Well,
with
you
quotes?
said this guy
You should watch
crushed
the
flat
videos I
Earth.
linked. You will
What
find
did
it.
What did he present?
I can't quote you an hour-long video. I'm sorry.
Can you
Tell
summarize
us
it for us?
anything that he presented to crush flat Earth. You just say the guy's name.
they're talking about, so in this day one, right, that I saw, they were also talking about like weather patterns, and it seemed that there was like no good explanation for why they're asymmetric for the northern and southern hemisphere. In the Neil deGrasse Tyson interview, they were talking about specifically the surface of Earth. There are many
That's
different
better.
ones.
Surface of Earth. Okay, so what did he say
Yeah.
about the surface? Like, what did he present for what measurements of curvature? What?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was in the full length feature, but this 8-minute clip, let me rewatch it so I don't say something that's wrong. But I would have to wait to give you an answer before I rewatch this one that I linked, or I could fucking
Well, I
link you
just
the
thought.
whole
I mean,
thing.
if I was coming in somewhere saying my position is true because these experts have proven it, and then someone's
No,
like,
that's
okay,
not
what
what
did
I
they do
said.
to
I
prove it?
very
And I was
logically
like,
Exactly
I
what you
don't
said.
know
You
what
said they had a
did.
smoking gun.
You
So
said
what
the
is the
experts
smoking
have crushed
gun?
flat Earth.
Oh my god,
You
you're
said the experts have
misrepresenting
crushed
every
flat
single
Earth,
thing that I say.
meaning they've disproven or proven the globe. So then we ask you, okay, what did they do and who did it? And you've got no fucking idea.
But
That's
they've got a
not true. I
smoking gun.
literally.
That's all he knows. He's an expert, and it's got a smoking gun, but he can't
You
even
heard
fucking
smoking gun
remember
and
what it
nothing
is.
else. You heard smoking
Because
gun and
that's
nothing
all
else.
you
I
said, you
literally
dumb
said.
shit. You didn't say
No, you
anything
dumb
else.
shit.
That's
Try to
why.
listen.
Yeah,
Try
we
to
just
listen. I
heard
said
that you have
it's not
absolutely
like
nothing.
I have the
Hey,
smoking
Nick.
gun in quotes that I can just hand you in an hour-long interview. That is verbatim what I
Yeah.
said.
You can
And the
just
only
say
thing that connected in
smoking
your
gun,
brain
and
cell
that's your
was
proof.
like, I heard smoking gun. Ha ha ha. There was no
Spiraling
smoking.
now,
That's
AT?
all that fucking connected in your
AT,
brain.
why are
How
you
did that
spiraling
happen?
now? Why are you spiraling, bro? Why are
Because
you
this guy's
spiraling?
retarded.
He is spiraling.
It's because he's
Why are you
unprepared.
spiraling, AT?
He is
He's
unprepared.
I
unprepared.
linked you 3 videos, and I gave you my
Yeah,
own
Nick, in future, just
deduction
don't
of
make
why you're
claims
wrong
about
as well.
shit
I
that
led
you've
with
never
that.
actually checked into. You can't give us a single specific example. You're like,
Yes.
I don't know, I'd have to
I
look.
gave you 3.
He's losing his cool. He's losing his cool. It's
I'm not
obvious.
losing my cool. I'm getting riled up because this is crazy to me that you're
No, you're
genuine.
losing
Yeah,
your
because
that
cool.
you
You're
can't
not
retarded.
present a
losing your
single
cool.
thing that you just said. You just claim the experts have destroyed flat Earth. Okay, what did the experts do? I don't know.
That's the argument. That's all
All
it
right,
is.
all right, all right. Here's the thing, right?
Expert.
I have
Smoking
my
gun.
palm back.
That's it.
No. Okay. I'm sorry it didn't connect to your brain. Okay, I'm sorry. Try to listen this time.
Well, just say
What? You
something
didn't
that
tell us
fucking makes
anything.
sense, you moron.
You just
Like
said
show
guys
some
have
evidence,
said
show
it.
some measurements, show anything.
Dunning-Kruger
Why are you
let
arguing
loose.
if you don't know
Okay.
what you're talking about? That's
Yeah,
illogical.
if you can't evaluate what the experts are doing, then maybe you're bamboozled by them.
No, I'm not. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's what I'm
Yeah.
going to do. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do, then I'm going to do it, and then you're going to reply. So what I'm going to do now is, first I'm going to lead with an analogy that is analogous to this topic.
Analogy. The
This
word is
guy's
analogy.
this guy's brain's falling downstairs. That's why I muted him. He doesn't know how to articulate.
It's hilarious.
So
Yeah, he's
I mean, let's give him a quick break. You can still stay in here, man. At just we're gonna see if there's anybody else that wants to speak on behalf of the globe, because it's really hard to have a conversation with somebody like you. So just relax. We'll get back to you.
New name, same old brick.
Yeah, I know. So Cyclone's right now taking your phone calls. So anybody that wants to,
No, I'm
go
about
ahead
to
and
go
fill
in. I'm about to go into the shop, so one of you guys gonna have to take it.
Can you give me a? Can you get me a
Hold on.
cornetto?
Hold on, let me pass it to Eli because he's hardly in here. Eli, you there? Fuck, now Eli's not here. All right. All right, I'll take your call. Go ahead. Go ahead, caller. I'm here. Tell me your globe troubles. Yes? Come on now. 2024. There's got to be a lot of globe evidence everywhere. You can't let Nick take the lead row here, guys. Is he your champion? You guys rallying behind that guy? I hope not, man. He's a bumbling idiot. You don't want that guy to be the main character. Fucking hell. Or
So
maybe you
he's
do.
talking about experts in analogies and logic. And I was just talking about, well, there's a specific claim in the CFI investigators with Nat Geo and out to actually go do an observation where they would prove once and for all that the Earth is a globe using the horizon. There's no logic, there's no analogy, there's just claim support. So the point is that was televised. You look at it, and you find that exposes that they being Nat Geo and CFI investigators didn't have support for their claim. I don't know why somebody wouldn't want to address me saying something like that, because I would think that that would be absurd for Nat Geo and Centers for Inquiry to go out there and do an observation, like actually do something with flat earthers, in conjunction with flat earthers, to prove once and for all, one way or another, whether or not their claim can be validated. And it's televised that their claim could not be validated. So they made a claim, they couldn't support it, and that's where we're at today.
All right, gentlemen, ladies, if you're in here, you're having globe troubles. Eli's taking your calls. So go ahead. He's got something on the table for you with Nat Geo. If you want to rebuttal anything that he's just said, go ahead. I feel like their best guy is their worst guy. Shit, dude.
No, not necessarily. I don't think like AT represents anybody but himself, to be honest.
Well, you want to take the reins? Go ahead.
I mean, I already. Why? Eli knows what I think. It's just.
Well, does he?
Yeah,
Is he a
we
mind
just
reader?
spoke,
When did he become
like
a mind reader?
10 minutes ago we spoke.
I don't
told him.
even know. I don't even know who he is. I don't even.
I
know
told
He's like,
well, Eli.
motherfucker, I don't even know who you are. What the fuck?
Eli, I told you that I trust what the scientists tell me because I don't have the time to look at it for myself.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He did say that. So like
All right.
the early Christians, 500 years. Oh wait, you guys want better audio?
That's fine, man. You're coming well.
Like early Christians 500 years ago who couldn't read in Latin, they just trusted the priest, right? Now, I fuck with that, because at least they had literature that they could learn and then read and go, oh, okay, I understand. I fucks with that. Now, here's the thing. When you say, oh, I trust the scientists, what the fuck is the point of there being scientific evidence if you have to trust it? Obviously, that's an oxymoron. But if you have scientific evidence, quote unquote, why don't you go ahead and prove it? Because you know what? Bible says beware of science or pseudoscience or science falsely so-called, which is why I'm questioning what you're saying.
I mean, sure, but like the point.
You're
The
not going
point
to
of
tell
me.
me that there's some priest, aka my bad, I mean Neil deGrasse Tyson somewhere, who's
No, of
going to
course not.
say, well, here's the evidence, because I'm going to ask you if you understand. And if you say, well, I trust the experts, that's like saying I trust the Pope. I'm not
But that's
here
what.
about trust. I'm here for validation.
Oh, I mean, I obviously cannot give you that simply by the virtue of the fact that I don't have the time to learn so I can test on my own. I have other stuff to do in my life. I have limited time on Earth.
Oh, so you've opted into a religion because you have limited time. Interesting.
I mean, you can call it that, sure. Fair.
That's exactly what it is. You're just blindly believing someone.
Well, I don't know if that's religion. There has to be like rituals and worship or some shit. I don't worship any particular institution or individual scientist or the knowledge itself. I don't worship it. I just take it as a given. Yeah, it's probably true.
Like the Big Bang.
Well, you're in
Yeah,
here.
I trust the
You're in here.
cosmological model.
A way of worship is you coming in here and being an evangelist for your religion, and then when someone is asking for claim and support, you say, "Well, I just trust the experts."
You're like,
It's the
come
same.
on, man. You know I'm not doing that.
No,
As if I'm trying to convert anybody here. Come on, that's just the
I'm
science.
not saying you're trying to convert anyone here. I'm saying you come to a place
You're real
of
quiet, man.
communication.
Sure.
You've come to a place of communication and information to tell us, well, here's my religion, but I don't have time to actually look into it. Like, you don't have to be here Because this right here is a waste of it. This right here is a waste. Unless
want
you
me
just
to
tried
leave,
to
I'll
listen
leave.
and unless you were just trying to listen and someone goaded you into the conversation, then I understand. Then,
I mean,
I don't have that much hot sauce for you. It's like, okay, well, you came in here. Maybe this is an interesting topic. Maybe it was an interesting, the room name was interesting and you wanted to come in and listen. But next time you do that, you might want to just, not give your religious views because somebody's going to call it out.
Eli, if you want me to leave, I would leave. This is your space, not mine. I don't want to be anywhere that people don't like me to.
Did I just tell you I want you to leave? Did I tell you that?
No, I'm just saying.
You know what girls do? They suggest things that guys have never said. Don't ever suggest me anything.
Sure.
Okay. If you want to leave, you can leave. If you want to stay, you can stay. But the standard of conversation here is claim and support. If you're not going to do that, I'm going to point out how religious you are, and you're going to be fine with that, right?
Sure, but I was listening, and then I was goated, as per your example, into a conversation, which I already said that I
Fucking
already
hell,
shared my
dude.
opinion.
Hey, why don't you just leave? I want you to leave. Go.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Bye. Get the fuck
Bye.
out of here.
See ya.
There he is.
R.I.P. June Kui.
Fucking hell.
He wanted to leave. You gave him permission. Here it goes.
Get out of here.
Too
Yeah, because
uncomfortable.
look how easy it is. You've got people telling him to stay, people telling him to go. He's looking for the one person to tell him to go, and then say they don't want me in the Flat Earth channel. Dude, this is like beyond cherry picking. This is like a full
meta.
meltdown, looking to blame
Yeah.
other people.
Look at their echo
Oh.
chamber.
Fucking Eli said, you know what? It don't matter if you go or stay. Whatever, right? Support and claim. And it's like, nope. He wants to bitch about being here. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. Where are the fucking men today? What the fuck?
You got to win because he said nothing and said nobody wants you here, so he left. Now he's going to tell people, I got to win. They told me to leave the room because they couldn't deal with it.
Hopefully when he does that, he gets my name right.
I mean, your name doesn't seem that hard to, say.
He won't give credit to Alpha, though. He'll say the whole room told him to leave.
Yeah, I was
Especially
up there telling them to leave. I think we all were, really.
Yeah, but they'll
Tarzi can't give us that.
they'll wind up probably blaming
Tarzi
you
won't
for
give
it
it.
because everybody hates you're
Listen.
public enemy number one, bro.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Charzy's in chat. He can't
Yeah.
give us any. He said 2,000 years of science proves it. He won't tell us anything. He just wants to talk about flat earthers. So good luck, guys.
Well, we all make mistakes, right?
Dude, you're so wasted.
I'm so wasted, man. This is me after 7 mimosas.
I don't know, man. I've had some pretty strong
Drinking
mimosas
girl
before.
drinks? What the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
Well,
that's
I'll
an
say it
argument,
again. I'll say it again. Where are all the men in the
right? Some real men, some manly men
that
with
like-
hair on their chests.
Is that champagne mixed with orange juice?
Yeah, it's
I
delicious.
think that's how you make it, yeah.
That's what you're drinking?
No, I'm drinking whiskey right now. Rye whiskey. But this is me after 7 mimosas.
Did you
White
get a
girl
measurement?
wasted.
Was that what you were going to do?
What?
Are you drinking whiskey with an EY or a Y at the end?
Whiskey? American whiskey? I don't know.
Okay, EY, got it.
EY, yeah. Like Ewok.
Well, Charzy, so NASA called up the space mission yesterday. You know
Oh, they
why?
did?
The
That's
spacewalk,
unfortunate.
yeah. Why did they do that? They called it off because...
I don't know. I don't keep up on the news.
You didn't watch? Was it leaking water? Was a spacesuit leaking water?
Was it? I honestly don't know. This isn't something I keep up on.
Yeah, would that be a call for concern if your spacesuit is leaking water?
Probably. I mean, if your spacesuit is leaking anything, I would assume you probably wouldn't want to go into space with it.
It probably came from their leaky diaper, no doubt.
Well, I
Yeah,
would assume,
probably. Right, like if you're in like a pressurized suit in the middle of nowhere, I assume you wouldn't want water leaking into it.
I'm just curious why all these Globers don't just put their money where their mouth is. If those astronaut suits that they have and use for the vacuum of space are so reliable, go buy one, spend a couple grand on a suit, make yourself a vacuum chamber and go inside the vacuum chamber, let somebody turn it on, and let's see if that suit protects you.
Yeah, but they're going in water. Like you said, water. How many times crit?
Yeah, I know.
The water suit.
It's leaking. What? What was it leaking?
You said it was leaking water.
Yeah. You see a problem with that?
Well, humans can't breathe water, so I would assume that would be a problem.
The Boeing Starliner is stuck on the ISS because it's leaking what? What is it leaking?
Is it leaking water?
No, it's
Is it
helium.
leaking air?
Oh, it's leaking helium.
Helium.
That's
yeah.
pretty cool.
There's a lot of leaks going on.
Yeah, man.
Never on the ISS.
Well, didn't they have that big hole? They thought that someone drilled into it. They were leaking air out.
Drilling shit up there? They got a machine shop or what?
No, it was in one of the Russian habitation modules, and they found this like little hole, and they thought someone drilled it into the side of the wall.
Oh,
this was a while ago. This was like last year, I think.
Yeah, Chris
I got a question
Hadfield
for you
posted
guys.
a picture of it.
Yeah, stick some duct tape on there. No biggie.
No.
I recently saw a video on TikTok with Whitsitt. I guess he's in front of the Supreme Court or something. I don't know. Is that like in recent times, like not so far in the past that he did that?
Wait, who's in front of the Supreme Court?
I think it's the Supreme Court. It was just a snap of a video from the like entire video where Austin, so Whitsitt, right? He's giving a speech in front of some court. It's either Supreme Court or like for schools and stuff. I'm not sure. I even have it, I think, saved on my phone. I can put it in the chat.
Yeah, if you
okay.
put it in the chat, someone might be able to answer a little better because, like,
Here you go.
there's a lot of variables there.
Yeah.
Give it a minute, it needs to post. Oh my god, it's taking forever.
I fell asleep.
It's like 60% done. There you go. It's in the side chat.
So I can tell you it's definitely not the Supreme Court. It does look like to be like a school board or PTA meeting of some kind.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm not sure what it is. Well, I just saw something, right? I haven't been to the States in years, so forgot most of that stuff, how it functions. I've never seen like this go to this length and be put in front of school boards, right? So I find it fascinating, interesting.
It happens very. What do you mean by this code to this link?
One more.
Well, I mean, it's sad. It's sad because public school is garbage anyway, in the sense that being government funded, the government is trying to satisfy the responsibility of pleasing everyone. But obviously, if you're Christian and Muslim, that's just two things that you can't put together to satisfy anyone. So it's like an impossible problem to solve. And so just adding a flat earth element to what's already garbage, I don't know what difference it makes.
I mean, we separated.
And I'm only saying that because of Dr. Greg Bonson's conversations about public schools. So if you guys want to hear that so that you kind of really understand why I'm saying what I'm saying, I can link you, just message me.
So should we not teach flat Earth stuff in school?
How would you propose going about teaching it?
No, I have a serious issue with the system because as I'm educating people, hold on, sorry. Because as I'm educating people, about their finances and how not to be broke and that they don't have to be broke. Just instead of picking option A, pick option B because both options were always in front of you to begin with. Yeah, school is just another thing that's like completely unnecessary beyond learning English and counting. They don't teach you anything, but it causes division for most of a young child's life and the adults that are involved.
Would you be willing to go into further detail of what you feel like is dividing, like divisive about school?
Well, public school, if you just think about it, the government funding the school is going to have to answer to multiple factions that will never agree with each other. So it's an unsolvable problem. Like people think that they can solve anything. I don't know why that is. No, you can't solve anything. Some things just don't make sense.
I would agree with you
Now, if you
on
want a
that.
detailed conversation, Dr. Greg Bonson does a wonderful job, and I can link you guys.
But don't you think, school isn't about like answering these existential societal questions about like politics and religion and
Yeah,
philosophy?
that's why government school is bad because you have to address it. In private school, you don't. So your kids can just learn whatever the fuck you want them to learn. That's my point.
Wait, why do
Yeah,
you
it
have to
shouldn't be
address
about any
it?
of that.
I mean, isn't it like it's like social studies and like history and math and science and stuff? Like,
No, because some people think, well, I should be able to teach my child this. So when my child comes to school dressed a certain way or praises a certain thing or does some sort of thing, that becomes an issue because school isn't just about what you learn. There's a social aspect to it that you can't separate from. So either you're going to be in a school where the people are funding it to teach the children what they want to teach them, or there's going to be a problem.
aren't there like federal protections for schools for like kids that want to dress a certain way or like practice certain religions or whatever?
Yeah, that's the point. And there are arguments about having to do that all the time. The point is, it's a perpetual problem.
How is that
And
a
you're
problem,
saying, well,
though?
Right, I'm kind of confused as to what the problem is, though. Right, like if these people are protected to do whatever individual thing they want to
Because
do,
they rise to the lowest common denominator when you have a socialized program. That's all.
Well, could you explain to me what that means? I guess what the lowest common denominator is.
right? Like, how is that implemented in a way that's detrimental?
Public schools have to cater to the majority, as Eli discussed already.
but you can't speak to the
Right.
majority. It's not possible. Not possible.
But if
you can't like
It's called the tragedy of the commons.
trying to appeal to the majority means that someone is still going to be left out, which means that you can't have your problem addressed. Someone's always going to have a problem. Well, in private school, if you have a problem, you can just take your kid somewhere else instead of using government resources that shouldn't be put into something that's bullshit in the first place.
Right. Just because government doesn't provide schools doesn't mean schools won't be provided to any standard.
I mean, there's lots of private schools, right? I think the main issue with private schools that people have is like they tend to be pretty selective.
Well,
It's
mine
not
is they have to compete against a monopolistic agency called the government.
Why would that be a problem? Like,
well,
why
you want everyone to be educated, right?
Yeah.
Right?
but
Like, so you don't want
to the
a
appropriate
schooling
school.
system that can say certain people
You're not listening.
can't.
You're not listening. No, you're not
Okay,
listening. No.
let me listen. I'm
If
sorry.
you don't like one particular school, you can take them to another one. So if you have a problem with a private school, you can take your child somewhere else. Like that's it.
Right,
That's
but
simple
so
as
say that you live in like a community that I do, and there's only one private school in the whole community.
that. Then your parents should move.
So
Because
we should move our whole family just because of the school system.
You should move your family because it's lacking the resources that you need to get ahead. What do you mean? You're gonna
Right,
stay
but
there? Well,
it's
stay
not
there
my
then.
family that's lacking the resources. It's the public education system that's lacking the resources to cater to my needs, right?
Yeah, but the public education system, if you think that they're going to cater to your needs, well, you can continue that fight with your family and continue to lose, or you can go somewhere else. I mean, but that choice is up to you. I'm not telling you not to put your child in a public school. Good luck, brother.
I mean, my only question is how would there be this many teachers for this to happen?
No, the problem is people are too busy working to educate their children themselves. The real solution is you need to have passive income by the time you're a middle-aged adult, so that you have time to raise the children that you decided to have. Doesn't that make sense?
No, not. I mean, like, yes, on paper it makes complete sense. Like, I understand what you're saying, but it also doesn't make a whole lot of sense logistically, like it being very applicable to at least the US right now.
Right, like why should I have to rebase my family based on what school system is available? Why shouldn't the proper school system be available to me?
Hold on. The other guy. Expand on your point.
Sorry, I was eating. Well, for starters, right? Yes, it is very possible for many people to have a somewhat passive income. By what age is middle adulthood?
Let's call it 35.
Okay, so 35. You have passive income that can allow you to stay home every day, or how many days are you educating your child?
Well, I mean, how many days do you want to work 40 hours? Like, or does that have to take 40 years? Or can you figure out how to get that down by the time you're 35 so that you can work 3 days a week? You have another income coming in so that you actually have the time to raise your children because that's your responsibility. How long do you think it would take for someone to actually stop working 40 hours? I mean, that's really up to you.
Yeah, that's just like a very like person to person thing. Like one person it could be, 20 years and the other it could be 80 years. It really depends on what the person's good at, how much time and effort they're willing
No,
to put in.
it depends on your lack of education. See, so we're talking about education, funny enough, and most people have a piss poor financial education. So if you had a rudimentary standard financial education and you applied it when you were 18, assuming that you have to start from scratch and your parents didn't do it for you, by the time you're 35, you should have a very good passive income.
Yeah, I guess if you have, the knowledge before you are 18 to do something until no, sorry. You said
Because we're
once you're
talking about
18.
we're talking about education, right? So we're
Yeah.
fighting about what a proper education would be, and what I'm saying is, well, the public school is the problem in the first place. It doesn't equip the public to actually be able to do what they really need to do for their children. That's the point. It's garbage.
And I think that you're right, because it's the general public, they can't get every specialized, neat, like, very specialized subject and specialized learning style for every kid, and some kids are going to get left out. But that's also the same in private schools. Like some private schools, kids get left out. It's not just like a public school only thing. And yes, the public school does
But
need to work on its.
I get you, but the bottom line is,
A lot of people think it's like this really hard thing. It's a simple thing. So there's a tax system, right? And you're either on one end or you're on the other end. You're either W-2 or you're 1099. The bottom line, I don't care which side you fall under. If you don't get what you pay in taxes, since that's the biggest bill you'll ever have in your life, to a legal minimum, then you're not going to get ahead. Straight up. So if you don't know how to do that and nobody equipped you with that knowledge, you're already set up to fail. So the problem really is the lack of education in that. It's not some super hard conversation. It's not some super hard subject. It's option A, option B. Here's how you get your shit together. That's it. And so if people were educated on that very simple fact, that's just one thing of many things. Well, guess what? Then they could put their children in whatever school they want, educate them themselves, make whatever decisions they want, move where they want to move, because the place surrounding them isn't lacking. You know what that's called? That's economic slavery. I don't know why people think that economic slavery is fine because the word economic is placed in front of it. If you're stuck in a place and you are stuck with what's given to you and you don't like what's given to you, but you have no choice, you're a slave. I don't think that's a very, what's the word
You
I'm
talk
looking
about
for?
getting passive
Detestable
income,
thing.
correct?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So what forms of passive income could be taught to a general mass?
Any home-based business? Well, not any home-based business, but there's a ton of them that you can look into. So, mind you, you're doing this while you have a job because you're going to need to learn while you earn. Okay. So, since you have a job anyway, instead of going to party, instead of going to do all of these other things that distract you, you can put your time and effort into a skill that will pay you passively. Now, if you want me to get you a list of things, like I said, inbox me for more details.
No, I'm fine. I have a great income already.
All right, so there
you're
you
not
go.
So you're not saying that this would be taught in school. You're saying, or this wouldn't be applied in school. You're saying this would be taught in school, and then after the kids graduate, they use what they learn to start gaining passive income while also working. Correct?
Well, I mean, the school to prison, corporate prison pipeline is the problem. You guys keep asking me, well, like, what's wrong with public school? I mean, I've already told you what was wrong with it, and I'm sure you already understand what it's not teaching people. Because everything that I'm talking about right now is not talked about in school. So, if the point is for you to be able to educate your child, for them to get the maximum that they can out of this life, the quickest thing to do would be to get them as much resources as you possibly can. Public school is not that place. So if that's the situation that you find yourself in, that's the situation I found myself in, guess what? I thought, oh, this is dumb. Isn't there another way? Yeah, sure there is. Oh, so I don't have to do that? No, you don't. My child doesn't have to do that? No, she doesn't.
What did you end up doing?
Well, I went to public school. I didn't have a choice. I had to learn this stuff on my own. That's my point.
I mean, doesn't everybody have to go through public school at a minimum?
Public, private,
you
or
don't.
homeschool.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you have
That's
to
the
get
point.
like a
Private or
12th grade
homeschool.
The
education.
equivalent of a
That's the
public
point.
education.
You can educate your child however you want. Public
So-
school is not the end all be all.
Right. There's a reason why we put people in place to teach others. Like, you know, as teachers, they've gone through plenty of trainings, as it were. Right. They've gone to school for it. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that like somebody that's homeschooling their child couldn't be as good as a teacher, but it's rare because typically parents
Where are you
have like a
getting that
full-time
information
job.
from? Why would you think that it's rare? All of the homeschool,
Because
all of the homeschool,
well, it's like
homeschoolers,
statistically,
the parents
statistically.
that I know. No,
Well,
where
no,
are you
let's look at
getting this
let.
information?
Well,
You're
let's.
saying
You're right. You're right.
statistically.
Let's.
Well, how do you validate this?
It's a
Why are
way.
we, why
But
are
let's
we
look it
arguing,
up.
brother? Oh, why
No,
are
no,
we?
no. You're right. You're right. That's a
Isn't
good
everything
question.
that
No,
I'm
he's
saying?
agreeing
Like,
with
tell
you,
me
man.
what I'm
Hold
saying.
on.
That's not
That's a
Just
good
calm
question.
down,
Why are
man.
we arguing?
That's a good
Let him
question.
speak.
That's what I don't understand. Why are we arguing?
Matt,
Tell me what I'm saying.
I'm
That's
saying.
not advantageous to a family.
I'm saying you raise a good point. I would need to look at the statistics for that, and you're absolutely right. But I would
I'm not just talking
wager.
about the statistics for that point. The entire conversation, this entire time that we've
ahead.
been having since you asked about public school, what have
didn't
I
ask that.
said? Okay, but you're a part of the conversation. So
Sure.
why is there this bickering, this content? What's the purpose? What did I say that's not more advantageous to a family?
Right. Well, like, okay, so like if you're homeschooling your child, right, you're teaching them a lot of different subjects: English, mathematics, reading, writing, you know, social studies, history, science, all this stuff. In a public school, it might not be the best quality, but every single one of those teachers at least has a bachelor's degree in their subject. Most of them have a master's degree. And if you're teaching your child at home,
and they're highly underpaid, by the way. So
right,
that
but that
affects how
doesn't
they teach my children.
right.
Okay.
And I'm not arguing with you, but at the
Right.
same time,
Well,
they
there's
have
all
this
these
really
negative
strong
strikes against it. But go on.
background. So if you're teaching your child at home, do you have a 6-year education in English, mathematics, social studies, science,
I don't have to
all
because I'm
these?
going to do the same thing the master's teacher is going to do. I'm going to see the curriculum and I'm going to follow it. Because if a master's teacher wants to step outside of that curriculum, guess what? They're fired. So they can't do any more than I can do. I know a ton of
Right.
shit.
So
I
if
decided to just
you
teach my
step
child
outside of
about,
that
listen, brother, why are
curriculum,
you cutting me off? That's what I don't understand.
okay,
That's
go
what I
ahead.
don't understand. That's what I mean. Like, why are we having this bicker back in? Like, you said what you said. It takes me
Okay,
time to
yeah,
unmute, and it's okay. So,
go ahead.
so the point of all this is, no, they're gonna have a curriculum to follow, just like me.
Mm-hmm.
They're not gonna be better for my child because they know shit because they've went to school for all of these advanced things. Yeah, I've learned advanced things, but if I taught my child about finance and not about the curriculum, guess what? They would fail. So you know
Right.
what I would need to do? I would need to follow the curriculum just like a
Right.
master's
Right. No,
educated
I
person
see.
would have to.
In terms of education, can I just say one thing really quick? In terms of
Hold on,
education,
let me
I don't
mute.
think.
There's a lot of background.
Oh, sorry. In terms of education, I don't necessarily I don't inherently disagree with you that a homeschooled child would be less off than a public schooled child. But
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you know why I'm having this conversation? Because I think
no, I
maybe
just
that.
want to
No,
bring up
now hold on. Before you keep interrupting,
okay.
do you
You interrupted
understand
me
why?
actually, but
I know, but we keep going back and forth, and
no,
I'm
I mean,
losing
yeah,
I'm
you
losing the
didn't let
point
me
of the
finish. So
conversation.
you,
I'm just losing the point
I
of the
feel like it wasn't
conversation. So
very hard to
before you
follow.
continue to talk,
Okay.
because there was another guy that
Okay.
I began speaking to clearly. You said you weren't the one that started the conversation. I'm
Right.
trying to figure out what the fuck your point in all of this is.
I'm just trying to draw a baseline. So if you'd let me finish, we could establish that baseline because
No, what's the problem? What's the problem, solution, issue? Why are you talking? Like there's no
because
baseline. We're not talking about
I'm trying
we're
to
not
have a
talking about the
conversation with you,
school
guy.
system.
I'm trying to have a dude. Why are you so mad right now? Just
Well,
relax, dude. Relax.
The conversation.
Relax. Just mute. Just mute for a second.
I'm
Just
gonna
mute
give
for a
you
second.
as long as you want.
I don't need that long to
I'm gonna
say
give
it.
you
And
as
if you would
long
have
as you
not
want.
interrupted me, I could have said it in like fucking 30 seconds. Okay, so again, I will preface it with I don't disagree with you in that there's not a superiority complex between public schools and homeschooling. As long as the curriculum is, like you said, if my child is failing in some manner. However, my point is with you, I love that you had to interrupt me. My only point is when it comes to homeschooled children versus public schooled children, the public schooled kids will have a vast advantage over the homeschooled kids in terms of social scenarios and interactions. That's the deficit. That would be the drawback to having a homeschooled child because they are not in these social situations.
That's derp.
How is that dark?
All
What does
right.
that even
Because
mean?
socially, you
Now
don't
check
hang
this
out.
out. Hold on. Hold on. All right. So now the corporate enslaved people, they drop their kids off, or the yellow bus comes to pick them up. Okay. That's the end of my life of my child until they're released back to me by the state, right?
They're not released. They're not prison. You can go pick them up at any
So
time. They're not
so
prison.
check this.
They're not
Why the
prisoners.
fuck? See what I'm saying?
They're not prisoners. They're
See what I'm
not
saying?
prisoners.
I shut up. See what I'm saying? I shut up.
Well, yeah, you interrupted
Now
me,
you're
so
doing it.
I feel like it's only fair because they're not prisoners. That's stupid to say. They're not
It is
prisoners.
fair.
You
Now,
can
how long
you
is
can
it
go
going to
pick them
take
up
for
at
you?
any
Like,
time.
how
You can go
long
pick
is it
them
going
up
to
at
take
any
now?
time.
So how long is it going to take? Is
Go
all I
ahead.
want to
Go
know.
ahead. So don't call
How
them
many
prisoners
times do you
because
want
you
to
can
interrupt
go.
me before you're not butthurt?
That was my first time.
Hold on, wait a second.
Like you did to me. Like you did to me.
All right.
Like you did to me. Can you acknowledge that?
So now moving on.
Okay, you won't.
Yeah, I acknowledge that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
I will.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Moving on.
Mm-hmm.
So the corporate prison system that most parents are locked into, right? They drop their kids off with the state. They get their kids released back to them. And it's funny that you would contend with that point, because guess what? If they're not released to you, they go to the fucking precinct.
What? What are you talking about?
I'm just talking about the fact that your children are in the custody of someone else. Like, why the fuck would you argue against that?
They're not in custody. Do you know what custody means? That's wrong. That is inherently wrong. They are not in custody of anybody else. No, they are not. They are not accosted in any manner. That you don't know what custody means.
Okay.
No, they are not.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
wrong. Don't use
Okay.
that word. Maybe they are under the guidance or guardian.
No, hold on, dude. You're fucking shut up, bro. Let him talk because
Custody is okay, but if he's gonna keep saying things that are wrong,
he's been spiraling for a long time.
I'm not spiraling. I'm just trying to point out things that you are saying that are inherently wrong. But go ahead.
Bottom line here
This
is
comes
I'm
to
going
the
to
children.
continue
Go
with
ahead.
my point, and maybe he's going to get muted at some point
Go ahead.
because it's impossible.
Go ahead.
Maybe he'll get muted at some point. I don't want to hear somebody.
Go ahead.
I don't want to hear. Yeah, go. I don't want to hear him say "go ahead" while I'm talking. But
Hey,
I
just
hear
real
you
quick.
trying to get in. What are you
I
saying?
know, Elijah, just real quick, to prove you right and to fucking shut his dumb ass up, custody means in care of. And you are absolutely right, bro. Like, in the sense that you're putting it makes 100%. Just keep going. Someone please mute that idiot, bro.
Oh. Yeah, I don't want to argue about that. Maybe he has feelings because he loves the public daddy system or something. But and I know that I'm gaslighting him, so I don't expect him not to try to interrupt. But I'm trying to get to a point where, okay, I've dinged you, you've dinged me. Now let's get back to the facts. And the facts remain. The only contention you had was that a child who goes to public school will have more of a social advantage. Dipshit, no, they won't. Not if it's my child. Not if I'm not enslaved by the corporate system. Not if after I homeschool my child, I could take them anywhere the fuck I want, have them in any social setting, social group they want. Oh, you want to go to fucking Zimbabwe for some reason and play soccer? Okay. That's fine, because I could do that. Where the fuck would they be socially lacking?
I think he's probably, and I'm not trying to be argumentative here, but I think he's probably referring to like
what, being around other children who have.
Yes, that is what I mean.
See, but this is all right. But here's the thing,
and like also
this
like
is,
presenting
this is how we,
like
this
well,
is
hold
the
on.
problem. This is the problem. No, this is where the problem begins. I said there's always going to be a social angst because the government is going to try to satisfy different people where they can't satisfy them. So it's always going to cause a rift and always going to cause a problem. And that's what your child is susceptible to.
It's not an angst. I don't know what that means, and we could talk about that in a second. But specifically, if you'd allow me to elaborate, if you would allow me to elaborate,
in public, like you
if
can't
you would allow
say
me,
it's not an angst. Like you
if
need
you
to
would allow
stop
me
and
to,
go.
we
"Oh,
can
it's
talk
not
about
an
that in
angst."
a second. We can talk about that in a second. But if you'd allow me to elaborate, specifically when I say children that go through public schools they have a better understanding of social scenarios. When you homeschool a child, how often do you take your child? I mean, I don't know that you do right now, but I mean, I would imagine it's insurmountably harder to take your child to a social scenario in which they can present something, like it happens in the real world in jobs when you have to present something. Regardless of what your position is or what your job title is, you have to be able to talk to people. And there is a very, very finite amount of social interaction that you can have when it comes to a homeschooled education. And like you said, there might be exceptions. Like you could take your kid to Zimbabwe to play soccer. That does not mean that he's going to be better in, or he, whatever. They will be better in any social capacity over someone that is forced to go through
just
this
like
social
introverts
capacity.
in public school. So what?
Yes, it's good for introverts to go through public schools.
Yeah, better is a subjective evaluation. So what do you mean by like better socially? Like, what if I want to keep my kids out of drag queen story hour in public schools?
You can do that. That's fine. You don't have.
Listen,
That's fine.
listen.
And you know
This is silly
You don't
because
even know how fair-
it's not a dichotomy between public school and homeschooling.
No, and I agree with you.
It's not
I
a
agree with you.
dichotomy between public school. It's not a dichotomy between.
There are certain facets and elements.
It's not a dichotomy between public school and homeschool. I don't know where you got.
In terms of education, there isn't.
I don't know where you got lost in the
I
conversation.
didn't get lost.
I don't know where. Somebody mute him,
the
please.
social
This is
aspect.
it. I can't. Somebody mute him, please, while I'm talking. Somebody mute him while I'm talking. Like, the bottom line is, public school is garbage. I think, and I don't care what anybody thinks about me for saying this, I think that we should do better to get out of the jail school system to the corporate job jail system pipeline. I think we should get out of that if you can't afford to put your child in a private school. The private school, if you had the money to select the one you wanted that was most advantageous to your family, would be the most advantageous to your family. If you find yourself not in that predicament, you should do the things to move to a better situation. Not argue with me about how not garbage public school is, because I don't understand that. And I came up in public school. So miss me with the prison mentality.
Oh.
Public schools are making
I think
flat
you're still
earthers.
muted. Yep.
Well, I don't think that I would like to say one thing. There are certain facets of education, right? Like again, you want to talk about homeschool children, right? Like that means that I don't have a problem with it, but when there are certain fundamental levels of not even necessarily social interactions, we don't have to talk about that anymore. We could talk about just like genuine education levels by academic standards that I would hope we could all agree on in terms of reading, comprehension, understanding what is the world around you. And I would argue that it's unfortunate that you will probably see more than often a flat earth child, right? Like a child that is like brought up and raised to believe that the earth is flat from a homeschool situation, as opposed to a regulated program that says,
because statistically there are more flat earth children in public schools.
I appreciate you interrupting me again. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I did. That's a bad argument.
I appreciate that.
Statistically, there are way more flat earthers in public schools.
Don't you get mad?
Second of all, why you keep talking about? Why you keep?
Do you have a source on that?
Why do you keep talking about homeschooling?
Do you have a source on that?
If you have a problem with
do you have a source on that? Or are you just going to ask somebody to mute me again, even though you interrupted me first? Do you have a source on that?
Go ahead, mute him again, please.
Yeah, I'd like a source.
Because I don't like having meaningless conversation. I'm not arguing that you should homeschool your kid over public school. If you have a problem with the social interactions or anything with public school versus homeschool, then take your fucking kid to a private school.
That was super
And let's talk
hypocritical.
about
What the
those
fuck?
public standards of education. How many high school seniors today can pass an 8th grade exit exam from 120 years ago? And, back then they didn't have public schools. So.
What? Are you comparing academic standards from the 1800s?
Yeah, have you
to
seen
now?
like an 8th grade or 10th grade exit exam from like 120 years ago? The kind of questions that are asked, the level of knowledge and understanding that's required of the students, it's far in excess and beyond what the government standards are today in public schools. I don't think a statistically significant number of high school seniors today could pass an 8th grade exit exam from 120 years ago.
Like what the like?
They only needed
learning?
the
What were
eighth
they
grade,
learning in
and
eighth
they
grade?
only needed to go to the 8th grade to be successful.
What were they learning
Right,
in?
so-
What were they learning in 8th grade? What the fuck?
Yeah, they're learning real arithmetic and grammar, logic and rhetoric. They're learning the quadrivium and trivium. They're getting a classical education, which is the same education that men of greatness have had throughout all history.
I would guess that it depends on which kind of school system you're in, because even then
This
it's
is
like, probably like
not
the
a school
like
system. This is just schools back then, dude. Like there was no public school back then when they were passing all these kids who were taking these exams and scoring well on them.
Well, there was a public.
Well, I mean,
school
like
system.
the you know, like how we rank
No,
schools,
there
like
wasn't.
based
Not
on
before
how we rank
1920.
schools, like they probably were bad. Like that's probably like the pinnacle of like 8th grade education, whatever in that state, whatever it was. But I would doubt that was like a norm for like the whole country.
There was no Department of Education.
But that doesn't mean there wasn't a public school system.
I don't understand why. I don't understand why the conversation is progressing beyond put your child in the more advantageous school system, which is not the public system. If you're not arguing for public school being the greatest shit since sliced bread, I don't understand why we're still going back and forth.
Could I address that?
We kind of
for
moved
you?
on from that.
I mean,
well, no, that's the thing. Like, what the originally the conversation was, well, here's what's wrong with public school. Here's how you go about doing something better. It wasn't to talk about, well, what happens if your kid is homeschooled versus. No, it's a bad digression. When the point was, what is the most advantageous for your child? For some reason, all we're talking about is homeschool and public school. That's not talking about the most advantageous thing for your child or your family. So why are we not talking about the most advantageous thing? Why would we allow the conversation this digression? Like I don't.
You make a good point, man. I mean, can I say
there are other things to talk about? I mean, we
statistically,
don't have to just talk about
the most advantageous thing you can do for your child is to put them in a high-class private school system that probably costs quite a lot of money. If you happen to be very wealthy, homeschooling could be very advantageous, but for the average person, homeschooling is not the most advantageous thing you can do. Especially if it's you teaching your child yourself. The average person absolutely does not have the qualifications or the education or experience to give their child a comprehensive education that would outcompete a public or even like a private school education.
And as well
by
as
whose standards? Government standards?
No, by like. I mean, yes, okay.
Even at the government standards.
Standardized testing standards. That's the closest thing we have to like a universal standard is standardized testing. 90% of people who homeschool their children never enroll their children in any sort of standardized testing whatsoever.
Standardized testing is BS, though.
No, and I agree with you. I'm not saying that it's like the end-all be-all, but I'm saying that it's some sort of metric.
So what's your criticism? Like,
my criticism is
every
that
time we raise an objection, you agree with it. So
no. I think we're talking past each other, right? Like, I'm not saying
you just
this.
want public schools real bad is what I'm hearing.
No, I'm not saying that public schools is the. I'm not saying that public schools is the best system, right? But I'm saying that based on the metrics that we have, public schools and especially private schools, they provide a very high quality of education compared to most homeschooling programs, at least in terms of standardized testing. And I'm not saying that standardized testing is like the best way to measure education, but it is like the only one that we have. And
why
if
do you
look
aspire
at that,
to a universal standard anyway? Like, why does that even
I'm
make
not
sense?
I'm not aspiring to it. I'm saying if we're looking to compare these systems, we need some sort of metric. So you're not looking to compare them
because I said that we should go with the most advantageous solution. Now,
okay, so how are you measuring that then?
How do you do that without comparing?
That means that there could be parents that are best equipped to homeschool that would be better than maybe even private school or public school. But in most situations, like you said, maybe that wouldn't be the case. There's no reason to digress the conversation into a lesser opportune decision for a child. So we're talking about the maximum. And the maximum is definitely not public school. But you're not talking about anything other than the difference between public school and homeschooling. I don't know why that is, because I said it's garbage. Put your child in private school, and you're talking about homeschool because I mentioned it.
You did mention it. You went on at great lengths about it. I'm willing to move past this. I'm not stuck on it. But what I'm getting to really at the core of this is, right, if you're trying to say, one system is better than another system, you have to have some way to measure that. You have to have some objective measure to compare those
let me end it right here.
Or three.
The measurement is maximum freedom of choice.
Okay, so if I enroll my kid in communist LGBT homeschool, is that superior because it's freedom of choice for me, right? It's freedom of choice for my child, right? Do you see what I'm kind of getting at? I'm not trying to.
For you. Yeah, then you'd find the best school for you and your family, like Elijah just said.
Right. So we're not talking about like academic achievement. We're talking about freedom here. And that's not necessarily comparable in terms of academic achievement in the long term.
Right, because you can't measure academic achievement universally to any universal standard anyway.
Well, you can. That's what the standardized tests are for.
The philosophy and economics of choice and freedom, I think, is a really good way to begin this discussion.
Are you, so when you say that, do you mean like, so if you like you come from a long line, like if your family is known for like being like a carpenter, like have a carpenter business, for example, like you wouldn't really need to put your child in like public school or something. You would just like have them like learn carpentry like from a very young, like the
like God forbid parents have control over their children's education, and whatever standards they see fit to raise their child to is the one that they see is most appropriate.
You don't think that's what's wrong with that? You wouldn't see limitations on that? Like, what if parents were like of like 80 IQ? Do you think the government knows better
how to raise a child than the parents?
I'm asking you a question. What if they were like?
Yeah, the answer is no. What you're proposing is retarded.
So you wouldn't agree to any kind of external limitation?
No, I would never outsource parenting to the government in any form or fashion.
Not saying to the government. I'm not saying to the government. I'm just saying, like, could you, let's say you're living in a
non-public
gated community. Let's say you're just living in a community with some people, like you're a self-governing township, and you find out the next door neighbor is raising.
Right, like, can't you agree that there's certain standards, there's certain things that everybody has to know, right? Like, regardless of what you're doing, regardless of what you're
because you're trying to put people up to standards of bullshit that they're supposed to know bullshit.
No. I'm not talking about, like, gender theory, like, bullshit. I'm talking about like basic stuff, like math. Should everybody be able to do basic arithmetic?
Learn math. Everybody learns math.
Okay, should everybody be able to learn basic civics?
My kids learn math first, actually.
Right. So what if I'm an artist and I want to train my child to be an artist, and I don't want to ever teach them math because I feel like that's not necessary? Should I have to teach them that, or should,
Just let them watch you.
Why don't you get your taxes back from the government and put it towards a Montessori school for your kid? Problem solved.
So private school. Then.
I just don't like. I think we could agree in principle that if you found like the next door neighbor were raising their kids to like just say believe like super harmful things, right? Raising them to think that their next door neighbors were demons that needed to be murdered.
And this is just your subjective impression, right?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm sure we
are you going to accuse them formally in court and all that stuff?
That's what the government's doing right now.
I'm sure we could all get to a point.
Or are you just going to do the passive-aggressive thing like leftists do and just shame them and tell everybody else about them and spread rumors about them through the neighborhood instead?
See something, say something.
Yeah. See something, say something.
Yeah, that's what the government's doing right now. If you talk to kids, they'll tell you, "Hey, what should happen to like all these Middle Eastern neighbor, countries?" The kids think that they're terrorists. These are terrorist countries. You bomb them.
If you could
Yeah,
find
so the
any
government-
kid
and that's the
that
question
knows
is, like-
anything about the Middle East, I would be surprised.
Yeah,
honestly.
like they're teaching kids that
These are the
same thing,
migrants, right?
or even better, like when they grow up in the very early in education, they say, "Hey, how did you treat your neighbors, the Native Americans?" "Oh, you killed them."
Yeah.
So the government
that's
is
the thing,
literally
exactly the
teaching
point.
the kids to kill their neighbors.
And the government is actively importing by the millions people from war-torn countries with PTSD who have experience growing up in education systems where they learn it's okay to bomb their neighbors. And you import them into your neighborhoods because you think you're justified in rehabilitating them, and you want to force your neighbors to
Evidently, you think it's okay to teach people to bomb their neighbors, provided they
Hey,
learn
don't
it from their
get triggered.
parents.
Don't get triggered, buddy.
Well, teaching the kids the past or the history isn't teaching them to bomb their neighbors. They're looking, if anything, they actually go against it.
gonna
Like,
do that
look at
in
what
any
we did. That was horrible. Like, we should never repeat this ever again. Because if you just forget the past, it's bound to repeat itself, and you have to break the cycle.
Yeah,
by
you think taking a
teaching
kid out of
that this
public
shit is
school
bad.
is going to stop them from being indoctrinated?
It's not gonna. No, of course not. But it was
I think
it was at that
because you guys don't know how to have a proper conversation.
You're talking in the middle
you're
of me
not
talking about
because
not
this
knowing
is-
how to have
this
a
is a matter
conversation.
of conversation. And if you're not gonna have this sideways conversation properly, because we're not talking about public school versus homeschool. I don't know how many fucking times I got to tell
I'm
you
not
guys.
even doing
you
that.
don't know how to have this extracurricular conversation, then we're gonna keep it to
Why,
flat
my
Earth.
nigga?
That's it.
Bro, you're not
Evidently,
even
neither do you.
bro, and I'm
You
like,
interrupted
what?
someone to
You
say
why?
that.
Yes, I'm saying you interrupted me mid sentence. Like, can you not let the conversation flow? Like, you're not like the head honcho.
No,
here.
it's
Sorry,
not
you're not.
gonna
You're not the
flow.
group
Not
leader.
if. Listen again. No, it's not. It's not. I'm telling you, no, it's not.
Such poor impulse control.
All right, sorry, buddy, but I don't
So there are
really care what you're talking about.
indigenous children that learn a flat Earth cosmology, like in Indonesia and Africa and other places, maybe some backwater parts of Australia. They learn a flat Earth cosmology. Now, would you say that you need to rehabilitate them?
That's what
they're
they
learning
did.
something that might be harmful and dangerous to the public.
The government did that.
There's
It's called
nothing harmful or
stolen.
dangerous.
The government did that. They went in there with guns and took those kids away. Is a conspiracy theory called stolen generations.
Not a conspiracy.
It took.
It's
It took.
well established.
Yeah,
Like,
now,
modern-
but when
modern
it was
history.
happening, they said it wasn't happening. It took lots
No,
of
they didn't.
whistleblowers.
No, they didn't. It was well known it was happening at the time. There's just arguments about the sort of intent and who was ending up with the kids, because the whole idea is these very generous parents, people are offering to look after Aboriginal kids, where in reality they were regularly nicking them and just using them as indentured servants. That's the bit there was debate about. The sort of how much was this being done benevolently is the only debate. It was well known it was happening at the time. There was what I would say is there was a conspiracy of silence afterwards. After they stopped doing it and they went, "Oh, maybe that was shit." There was a few decades of going of not so much denying it happened, but just not talking about it. But I think we could all pick something where we'd be like, I don't know if it's the government or the community, the next door neighbor, a family member, but we could all pick a abhorrent idea that a parent could and would teach a child that we could consider that intervention might be optimal. Or is it literally like hardline no, if the parent teaches kids to drink bleach, that's okay?
Okay, maybe after a court proceeding, right?
Listen, do you have a premise? Do you have a premise? Because I began this conversation with the premise, and we're way beyond that.
Wait,
So,
what do you guys?
do you have a premise?
We are indeed.
I made my
beyond
point.
that.
What do you guys think of ADHD?
He was talking about the Aboriginal thing.
Okay, so let's move on.
All
I
right,
know it's
group
because I'm not a
leader.
mod in here.
Tell us what we can talk about.
My bad, group leader. Tell us what should we talk about?
Yeah. Tell us what we can talk about.
Do you have
in this
any?
discussion about what
Do
we
you have
can
any
teach our kids.
measurements of? Do you have any measurements of curvature?
No, I have a question. How much do you guys
Well,
think
I just asked the question after
Hey,
they
black
asked me what
man,
I
bro.
wanted to talk about.
Yo, black
But now
man.
we got see. This is what I'm saying. Like if we want the conversation to make sense, you can't have people say, "Tell us what you want to talk about," and then I do, and then like you just completely walk over me. It just doesn't make sense.
It does. Which you're just missing the bit that makes sense. And that's
Well,
like you
first of
don't.
all, I wasn't even
Conversations don't
talking to
happen
you. I
by
was talking
diktat.
to the other guy. Okay. Well,
This is
so
you still you
the
missing how
bottom line is,
conversations happen.
no, this place is not for you to come and have a conversation about whatever political leanings you have. This place is for, do you have any direct evidence of measurable curvature? If you don't want to have that conversation, take your fucking ass up the street.
Yeah,
By
bucko.
measurable curvature, what exactly do you mean by that? Do you just mean like a provable way that you can show that the Earth is round?
I mean, a measurement, like a measurement, like I mean,
Unit of measure.
a measurable
Or a
measure.
mathematical equation or something.
Yeah. So a way to prove in like math that the Earth is curved.
No.
No, a way to measure curvature.
That's what y'all are saying. The same thing.
Not
No,
calculus.
we're not saying the same
You
thing.
must be new here.
No, I tried to debate like 3 months ago, and then they muted me because they thought I was like in a call center and I was like doing psyop or something.
Do you know what a first order direct measurement is and how it's different from like a second order measurement?
No.
Could you give us
These things exist so that we can differentiate
measurement?
between sloppy measurements that are disguised as such because they're actually calculations and actual direct measurements that you physically have to do.
Okay, can you give
Could you
me
give us an example of a flat Earth direct measurement?
Okay, laser transits over frozen water.
So that's direct, is it? Shining a
Yeah,
shining
it
a
is.
laser
Absolutely.
above something is direct.
Yeah, I mean, we use laser transits on construction sites for direct measurements. I don't know what your problem is.
Well, it just doesn't seem direct. It seems like you're shining a light above something.
I'm sorry, it seems that way to you. You can say it seems however you want.
Earth
So
is shaped as a donut.
So could the light beam not like be so strong where it's not like being affected by any like gravitational pull or something like that? Like is
Affected
that
by gravitational pull's a new one.
Yeah, I don't think light's affected by any gravity. Nope.
what is a black hole?
Hell if I know. Sounds like science fiction.
It sounds like something you're claiming, to be fair. Military psyop, so.
Like what?
Black
What do you mean?
hole. Who the fuck?
Wait,
Whoever talks about black holes?
You're asking someone what a black hole is, as if he's made a claim about it.
Well, no, it's like. Well, I'm asking like, what do you think a black hole is? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because
That's weird that we're talking about measurement, and we're going to black holes.
Brother,
is a black hole.
because so we got. Let me explain how we got here. The laser beam. He explained it as when someone asked what is a flat Earth direct measurement, and then you said, and he said laser beam, and I said, could it just be that the laser beam has so much force behind it, or whatever you want to call it? I'm not too.
You asked if
scientific terms.
Is it possible it wasn't affected by the gravitational pull? And he
Earth,
said, well,
yeah.
no, I've not said anything about that. And then you asked him what a black hole is, which is, again, not
No,
something
he
that was brought up in
rejected the
conversation.
idea entirely of
Yeah,
gravity
that's
being
correct.
being
Yep,
applied.
it's rejected.
But if you want to propose
So
the idea, you're going to have to
then-
now start talking
so
about
then
your
I-
evidence for it.
Earth
of
is
gravity.
CD
Of gravity, of black holes, yeah, of all these things that you're now starting to claim.
Okay, so do you want like proof that how do you want this?
Do you believe it's
What?
just like relative buoyancy? Like, what do y'all usually say? Y'all usually say like,
So
like,
let me ask you to present evidence
or
of
not
whatever
buoyancy,
you
density
want.
or something.
Whatever you try to present, and then you ask us, how do we want the evidence?
Are we going to have to give instructions on how to have a conversation now?
No, I'm asking you. Do
No,
you
it's not
believe
all
in like
that.
relative density?
It's just that, like, he asked,
I have no
"Do you know what a
beliefs.
black hole is?" and you completely shut it down. Like, if you're just gonna
Yes, we
shut things
completely
down.
do shut
Here
it
you
down.
go.
Yes,
If
beliefs
you,
are not
you know what
beliefs are
unicorns
not
are?
fact.
Well, so
So we
it's
don't
not a
need to use
belief.
black holes beliefs
Black
as
hole
a
is not a
fact. It's
belief. It is
just
a
a belief.
it's a scientifical proven like thing.
No, it's
That's
No,
why
not.
it's
I'm
not.
asked. What do you mean?
No,
No,
it's
it's
not.
not.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So you observe something and then it's a scientific fact? Is that what you're saying?
No, there's a process.
All right. So sorry. So feel free to explain the scientific proof of black holes.
Yeah, with an IV. With an
With an
IV-DV
IV?
relationship, please.
Hold on.
Independent
Oh, with an
variable.
I.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, sorry.
okay.
I
Yeah,
thought
not
you said
intravenous
with an.
strip.
I was like, with an IV. What is this?
He doesn't even need to do that. You can't even make. You just make up shit, and then that's it. We're gonna say no. So really, you're stuck.
I'm glad he got his whole argument planned out.
No,
Well, he's
I
going to
never
make
said
up
that-
shit,
Oh, okay.
and then we're gonna say no.
I love it how you've already got that prepped. We're gonna say no. What do you think's gonna happen?
When you
We're
make
gonna
up
listen
shit,
to it.
you just say no to it. You dumbass.
It just sounded very funny the way you said it. It sounded like very much like you were telling on
It's
yourself.
supposed to be funny.
Well, I guess.
It's very open-minded of you.
Ray, you're here. I wanted to ask you about the natural definition of natural sciences.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just in the definition that it needs to be a naturally observed phenomena. Now, if you're asking me why it needs to be natural, if I guess the answer would be if we're trying to explain the causes of things that happen in the natural and physical and natural world, it would make sense that what you're observing was physical and natural.
Yeah, one of the biggest
you're-
reasons to do that is to rule out confounding variables that creep up whenever you have to construct something to see the phenomenon. If you don't have to construct something first and just see it happen due to God or whatever, then you can remove having the elimination of confounding variables from your scientific method.
But hold on. The thing is that there's two definitions, right? One is natural, and the other one is natural phenomenon definition. If you go by just natural, it extends to even man-made stuff. But if you go natural phenomenon definition, it only extends to something that happens in nature, not by man.
Well, to me, my definition for natural when it comes to natural sciences is belonging to the real world and all it is excluding is not man-made objects, but supernatural, right? Like ghosts and stuff.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. In the definition is when you observe a natural phenomena, it's those two words put together, compounded, not just the natural part divided by the phenomena part. You can't separate both because natural by itself means a different thing.
Sure. So the question I was asking Ray was why exclude? Like a question I was asking the other day is like, would the behavior of stuff coming out of a rocket nozzle, would that be something you could do science on, where you're trying to find the relationship between the shape and the diameter of the nozzle and the amount of thrust produced? And I think we could go, right, there's an independent variable, right, which is I'm going to keep varying the diameter of the nozzle, and a dependent variable, which is the amount of thrust produced.
Yeah, but that's not natural, right? So it's engineering.
Sure. So the question I'm asking is, if we know why there's an independent variable, right? We know the purpose that the independent variable has, the reason we include it as an experiment, and that is you need to vary that thing to know that if it is affecting the dependent variable. We know why we've got a dependent variable because that's the thing we're measuring, right? We know why we need controls to control for other variables, right? Like heat. You don't want to do one on a hot day and another one on a cold day, so you might control those variables because they might matter your result. There are reasons why we can add all of these other rules, and the rules are all there for good reason. Why is the rule that nature, as in not man-made, why is that rule there? What is the value of it?
To
Because
differentiate
you're starting,
engineering tricks
you're
from
studying.
natural phenomena.
You're
If you don't have a
studying
natural
Doesn't answer
phenomena,
the
you don't have
question.
natural science, dude. Like you need a natural phenomenon.
Just, just reiterating your conclusion, but I'm asking
No,
why.
that's the premise. Well, like I said,
Eggshell, the thing is,
Not an answer.
Eggshell, is
otherwise
that
you're
the
doing
thing is
engineering.
Go for it,
Eggshell,
man.
the thing is that you're trying to study the cause of a nature of the nature. When you go into natural science, it's different than going into like a category of engineering and everything like that. Yes, you can have almost same rules that apply, but when you're going into the natural science, there's a few things you have to look for, which is the natural phenomena is one thing that you have to find. It's something that's occurring that nature is causing, and you're trying to figure out what is the cause for that.
Right. I get what you're saying, but the answer, I could still do science on it, right? I could still learn something about reality that
Right,
would be useful to know. Correct?
Right. It wouldn't be a natural science, but it would be a formal science or something like that.
Or something. What science would it fit into? Because
It would
when I
probably be
Google it, it comes up as physics,
that's a
fluid dynamics.
Well, Eggshells, you're not answering a question about something that arises in the course of nature when you have to build a contraption like that.
What do you think my question is, Ego Slave?
Your question is, how do you differentiate, or should you even differentiate, natural science when involving engineering and
No,
trying to
that's
learn
not my
something from
question.
engineering about the world? And you define natural as being real. So
That's not
I'm
my
telling you that the
You
natural
are not understanding
philosophy.
my question.
Okay, then what did I misunderstand? Go.
I am saying there is a purpose for an independent dependent variable, for controlling for other variables. For all of these other things, there is a purpose. I'm saying, what is the purpose of excluding rocket nozzles from this domain that we call science?
I explained to you, this is the third time I've explained it, and Book FN has explained it as well. You're not answering a question about the natural world. When you were building a
That doesn't tell me
contraption
the
called
purpose.
when you were building an engineering contraption, the purpose of testing the contraption is to make sure you can optimize it, make sure it's safe, make sure it works, functions as designed. You're not doing that with natural philosophy. When you're answering a question about why the sky is
philosophy?
blue, yeah, that's natural
mean
science.
natural science?
That's what natural science had been called through the classics, human ages. It's been called natural philosophy. So back to this,
Not
Eggshells.
today.
Yeah, well, today we can still call it natural philosophy if you know what it means. So natural philosophy is testing the natural world. And it's asking questions about occurrences that happen regardless of your human input. If you input something into a system, you're imparting energy into it, and you are creating a variable out of yourself. It's why we criticize the Foucault pendulum as being any natural observation, because you have to start it. So there's a distinction that's
Can I
made
still-
between naturally occurring phenomenon like dewdrops forming on leaves in the morning and a rocket engine that you build and you're trying to test to make sure it functions right. That's why you differentiate.
But it's not explaining why. Like, to me, the why would be there's a benefit.
All right, you're done, Eggshells. You're being dishonest. I've explained why, and it was very clear to the audience. And you are gaslighting them and telling them that I didn't do that. So you can sit on mute. Who else can we talk to?
Dang.
I'd rather be in
It
silence.
could have been a good conversation.
Yeah, too bad, huh? Too bad he does that shit, retired military psyop.
He does that all
That's
day,
not
every
very
day.
nice.
Well, we're not here to provide entertainment. This is not a discourse for an audience of spectators. We're educating.
I think I understand where he was coming from, and I get kind of to a degree what his question is, and his question originally a few days ago was more around, can we still apply steps in the method and have it be useful? And I suppose yes, you can, but my argument is that it's not science if you do that. Yeah, you can still take steps in the method to tinker with things that you've created, that you've built, whatever.
Exactly.
And that can still be useful, but the whole point of natural science is to explain natural phenomena, right? And why is the thrust in the rocket engine doing this, that, or the other? Well, because you built a rocket engine, is the answer.
He wants to take to take making a high-powered fan because that's all it is, a jet
Yeah.
engine or a rocket engine, which blows chemicals out the back.
It's
Still
not propeller.
blowing on air pressure. Still needs air pressure. He wants to take that into outer space. That's where it's going to go because he plays Kerbal.
A jet engine is
no,
not
I
a
get it.
propeller engine. It's not the same thing.
But my point is, like, I'm just saying, I get where he was coming from, and he was more, he was just, to me, and I might be misunderstanding him. He was coming at it from the perspective of, okay, yeah, you've put natural phenomena at the beginning, you've observed something in nature, and then that's when you try to establish the cause of the effect and so on, and that is science. And then he's like, but yet, what if you observe something in something that isn't nature? Could you still apply the same method and retrieve some sort of useful information out of it? I'd say the answer is yes. I would just say that it's technically not science, and
it's a different
I don't
category,
know if
right? So, I mean, you can be a carpenter and use same kind of information method, because a scientific method is a method that's used in the natural science. You can still use that method and apply it to other categories, but it's not natural science. Now you have,
And natural science is clear. And to be fair, like when X Charles was giving his example as well, he was talking about, from memory, it was like, oh, you might be working in an engine bay and like there's a piece of metal or something that attaches to another piece of metal, and you'd be like, oh, why does that happen? But magnetism, again, is considered a natural phenomenon. So it would be science if you were trying to figure out why metals attract and things like that. So most phenomena that we observe are and do occur in nature. But yeah, there are obviously clear things that if you're trying to determine something in engineering or in computer science or something like that, which obviously the term science being used loosely, I think I gave the analogy that you can apply the same steps of the method to a computer error that you might get, but that doesn't mean you're doing science.
right. I
You
mean,
might be troubleshooting a computer error, but that's not science.
Science is not the whole OBR of knowledge, but when we're speaking about natural science, we only are categorizing things in natural science. Now the thing is, now they want to bring in other categories. I mean, the other day I think I was having a conversation. They wanted to bring in photography, and I'm like, we're not talking about photography. Yes, you could use the same steps, but that's not what we're speaking about. Because okay, yeah, now they could say, well, this is man-made. Yeah, but this is a different category. You're in a category error. So when we talk about natural science, it cannot be man-made. If you want to talk about anything else, yeah, that's fine. We could definitely have man-made stuff and anything else, but it isn't science.
Yeah,
Oh, it
and I
isn't
think
natural science.
yeah, I think that's fair. And I think with everything that we're discussing, particularly in this forum, which is around the nature of Earth and where we live, it's strictly in the realm of natural science. There should be nothing outside of that we're discussing here.
Well, I mean, we're not really, because when you're measuring something, that's not natural science.
Oh no, I agree that what is the Earth flat or not? That's a what is question, not what causes question. Completely agree.
Right.
But a lot of the time, the globers will posit questions around what causes the rotation of the stars in the sky and all this sort of stuff, which is a scientific question. But you can't science it because you can't manipulate whatever you think the cause might be, which they believe is the spin of the Earth. So yeah, I totally agree. It's not a scientific question in terms of is the Earth flat or not. But there are scientific questions that can come up to ask other things that are still related to the nature of where we live. But yeah, I just think the idea of even leaving the natural sciences into anything else is kind of crazy, really, and it's going way off base.
And then we could go back to our main question that we started with was, Globers, do y'all have measurement of curvature, not calculation? Like, we diverted hugely from the main topic. Right, right, Elijah. I don't think I want to call you Big Daddy Flurf. The Globers, what's up with the measurement? Where we at? It's amazing how they stay quiet when you actually ask for information that we want that supposedly would prove their globe. Why is it they're quiet?
Because you muted them.
I didn't mute them.
That eggshell nigga got muted, and then he got disconnected. I think he was
Is
trying
a
to
jet
engage,
engine really just a glorified fan?
You could say that, but I would just say that
Okay, I did say that, and you
one
said
go
no, it's
zoom,
not.
one go
No,
zoom,
it's not.
one go not so fast. And also the
So I guess I was
the
right. I
way
guess I
the
was
means of
right, and the retired
the means of the
military
way
guy was
the means of
wrong.
the way the means of the way that the propeller actually spins are different.
Is it a fan?
No, not how you would like really define a fan if you want to get into semantics, bro.
Oh no. So a bunch of fans connected together.
Yeah, a super fan.
Oh, so
Super
it's a
duper
fan.
duper
So
duper
I guess
duper
I was
fan.
right, and this retired military guy was wrong.
Dang, you got me, bro.
Stop fucking jumping in and trying to be a nah guy.
You engage with me, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about.
I was telling you where Eggshells was going with why he starts bringing up weird shit like that, because then he wants, well, if this is that, then can't we take it to outer space and assume this and that? So I don't let him
No,
go
you
that
didn't.
far. That's because I've done it 100 times with them. You haven't been here for it.
Yeah, but I was just saying how you were like bad faith.
Nope.
And that it wasn't very open minded.
Nope. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not open minded to stories.
Well, don't you want like people like me, like Lobers, to be open minded to flat Earth?
No, we want good faith.
No, we want you to think
No,
for
someone
yourself.
please called me a retard and it hurt my feelings. So I don't think it's very good faith.
Oh, you're one of the feelings police are here.
No, just pointing out how you're bad faith.
I didn't call you a retard anyway.
Yes, you did. What? Someone rolled that. Jamie rolled that back.
Yo, why is everyone fucking quiet? Hello? Hello?
It get quiet, didn't it?
Hey, is there any flat Earth people here? I have a question.
Who has a question?
I have a question. Can you
Sorry, man, you're roboting a bit. I can't hear you. It might just be me, but
No, never mind. I'm in the car, so I'll ask later.
that's. I think I heard you that time. You said you're in the car, yeah?
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I think that was a bit better.
Okay, I was wondering, does the flat Earth have like some sort of model of how they think the Earth looks?
I think there are some people that claim to have and espouse a particular model. I personally don't. I think there's different strokes for different folks. Yeah, I think some people buy into the AE projection, the azimuthal equidistant projection, and believe that's what the Earth looks like, and there's an ice wall and all this sort of stuff. But for me, no, it's like I'm only really interested in things that are observable or verifiable and measurable and so on. So I personally don't buy into that sort of stuff. I don't think it would be fair to just assert that there's a model or scenario that exists and is real and legitimate without being able to validate it. So yeah, but other people, like I said, mate, other people probably feel differently.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was just wondering if that, like the circular models that I've seen are accepted or not really.
I think you'll find in here in particular that most of the flat Earth people don't buy into that. Most of us in here are generally all about what we can actually see, observe, measure, and so on. So that AE model and that AE model and all of that sort of stuff that you're talking about is what we would generally call the feast of nonsense, which is almost seems like controlled opposition, and whether it is or isn't, I don't know, and it doesn't really matter. It's just that there's this other paradigm out there of this is what the flat Earth is and what the model is, and so that just gets spread around everywhere, and it's easy for people to just laugh at and dismiss and say, how could it be this, and whatever else it might be. If I'm being honest, I would say that we've mapped out the land that we've mapped out, and we know how to navigate the Earth, and we've navigated it in a particular way for centuries, for millennia, and that hasn't really changed. And that apart from what we've already discovered and identified, we don't really know much else outside of that. None of us have ever been anywhere else apart from our mapped world. So for me to claim that there's anything different or beyond or outside of that, I think it would be disingenuous of me to say that. But yeah, anyway, that's just my position.
That makes sense. So yeah, for me, like I'm not like an astronomer or a scientist or anything, but like the stuff that people observe when like looking at the stars in the sky only makes sense to me in a spherical model, and I'm willing to accept that there might be some other thing that people aren't understanding, or there's some other model that could explain what we're seeing in the sky, but yeah, that's the only one that makes sense for me right now.
And that makes sense because I guess what we see in the sky has been presented to us in the heliocentric model for a long time now, and it's presented in such a way that this is the only way it could work, and I totally get how we've gotten to this point. My argument or counter to that would be that it would be fair to say that if you were to remove all of your assumptions or preconceptions about where we live and what we've been told about it, that you wouldn't be able to make a fair inference about where we live or what we live on solely based on what we observe in the sky. Again, I think you can only really come to that if you're able to remove those preconceptions and those assumptions about where we live. Like if you were just, oh, hey, I've sprung into existence, this is the status quo, what do I see, what do I observe? And I think it would be fair to say that most of us see and observe, and if we weren't told otherwise, would see and observe a flat, motionless Earth that we live upon, and that things tend to move around above us, and that's how we've always sort of looked at it. And we've come to explanations now that we have based on whatever it is that we took to get there, and that's not really what I'm thinking is important. But I would just say that it would be it would be fair to say, in my opinion, that you can't make those determinations, for example, purely based on what you're seeing or observing in the sky, unless you've already got a preconception or assumption about where we live, what we live on, what the universe is, and all that sort of stuff. I don't know if you would agree with that, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree that you can only make you can only make inferences. But I think the thing that is most confusing to me is the difference in the sky between I'll just use the spherical model terms, the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. Like the differences that we observe in the sky between the two hemispheres, I can only understand through the spherical model. And like I said, I'm willing to accept that there is some sort of other model that can, explain that, but I can't think of it. I can't conceptualize it myself.
Well, I
Start with
don't
the
think.
fact that the ground isn't curving, and then try to figure it out from there. Instead of starting with, well, the ground is curving, even though it's not curving, and then we proceed. You have to start with the ground's not curving,
Yeah.
so now what is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like if I accept that the Earth is a plane, right? Then I do not have any clue how to explain the sky that we see, the differences between the north and the quote quote
Neither
south.
does anybody else.
Yeah, okay. So fair enough, fair enough.
Anyway, I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm just popping to the toilet. The server has emptied.
You guys kill the chat or what? Utaru. What's up? Utaru. I don't speak anime. So that might be wrong. Manufactotum. Sup. Effie Batman. Psyop Cancer. Spoke to you before. Terry. Been hot micing all day. Come on, man. Like 15 spiraling globers in here last time I left. What happened?
Hello. Is that the Batman? The man, the myth, the legend himself?
this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
Like it's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah, you can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can like carry on, and I don't have to like add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure, because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's like just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I mean, oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first like page of the script. Yeah. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
I mean, the point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's and I've got like the module handbook. I've got like my what you call it, like.
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could. And I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with like my uni again to like get them to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would describe like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on, but this time it's just it really is just I don't know, it just feels mean-spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy. Just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise, not necessarily. And everybody's level is subjective as well, as far as that thing goes. But anyway, right. I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic. One or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically. Something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
for
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongo. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah,
of course.
Go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So, do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then, in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level, and you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality. That the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you...
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything? That there's no billions and trillions of light years away. There's no possibility of, us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really. No.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
Well, they taught creation. How so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class So basically, starting in, I think, maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about
we were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about we're talking about the Big Bang and evolution and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay. Like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
That was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion?
Thank you. Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusion, Spangle? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? Okay. And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
Okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification. And
right.
It's peculiar. Like, that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s. And
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, well, I mean, that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Elijah, I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. Seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting or whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between church and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where is this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation and the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess, like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant, you were baptized. You are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in in elementary school, carrying on. Right?
Can they hear me?
Like, you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
in I mean like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Yeah. Good old Skygazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you could go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
That is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's not so big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys, so let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Go.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma, if I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living. How long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening
but you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, but can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spangle. We have been for quite a while, and if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spangle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
Well, I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain, because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't believe.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe, and so on and so forth. Right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured believe.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, and when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor. If you made the same assumptions, So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
Okay.
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
you know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? Is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the Earth, the sun doing so, right? Like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like 2 of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. Like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean, it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? Mm-hmm. You, for the most part, you ignore the, and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part, you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale, you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing, and there is no curvature to take into account.
Yeah, Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's not an
another example. Okay, imagine, right? you let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically step-like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like, I get that. Like, if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, you know, like just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. Well, when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. Can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like like what 7 feet tall or something. I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what
like because locally everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, you know, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, you know, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, excuse me, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say, where is the obstruction? It's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like, everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say, the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes, when light travels from one boundary, through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see. You can't even practically demonstrate that that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement, because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so
if it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed, simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
I know what it means more or less, right? Like a piece of paper behind my head, it's obstruct my face or something. But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to Gospel Bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, yup, that checks out. That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, well, that's being blocked. Cool.
Okay.
That's the Earth curve.
I'm going to ask it a different way. Spongle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, like, 1 point whatever miles, like, I don't get what
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
I don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches. A third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So
Okay.
A Glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
right?
Hold on.
Which I'm not gonna go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot micing, Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of.
Yeah,
that
I mean, it's if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you're like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal
that's
height.
a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my god, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy?
Do I have to
on the back of a point we're trying to detailed to you so that you get it. You're trying to make a point on top of that that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even
Yeah, and that's the reason why we, every time they just keep repeating the claim, I said, well, then prove it the Earth in motion. You can't say, oh, we see the sky's moving, but the sky's not moving. The Earth is moving instead. Well, you can't just repeat the claim. You gotta give us some type of proof, and they can't do that.
Yeah.
They can't do that.
Where's the cowbell?
Yeah.
I want the cowbell.
And another thing too, they said, "Oh, we have to be on a sphere. It's because we can see the sunset." I'm like, well, then you're still gonna have to prove the curvature. Can you prove the curvature with the radius 3,959 miles, my friend? It should be drop over distance 8 inches per mile square, right? Water or the surface. Well, water is the best place. Water should be curving away from you, right? So you're still gonna have to prove that. You can't just say, "Hey, we gotta be on a sphere," but you can't even prove the curvature. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nope. Can't prove the curve. And that should be painfully obvious. Like that one, that's really all I need. It's kind of like that final experiment or whatever, where they say, if we see the sun do this, that, or the other down in Antarctica, then that's kind of the nail in the coffin. Well, no, it's not. We're not going to affirm the consequent. The only thing we actually have to have is curvature at 8 inches per mile squared. That's what we have to have. Now that would drag me back in the ball direction. I don't know if it would convince me totally, because there's still a whole lot of problems. But if you can show me that, oh yeah, over distance, we can't get away from this geometric horizon that keeps blocking stuff in the distance. Like I'd be like, well, that's ironclad, if the surveyors were like, oh yeah, because this is what they'll tell you. They're like, well, we really can't survey any farther than like a quarter a mile. We treat that quarter mile squared as completely flat, as a Cartesian grid. And we get all of our angles and our angular size measurements to everything in that quarter mile based on the Earth being a flat plane. And then we move to the next quadrant where it's another quarter mile squared, but it's flat, right? They say because the reason we have to do that is because the curvature of the Earth would basically mess up our measurements. But they keep using the flat plane, and then they model that around a ball that they cannot find. So it's really true that they've just hijacked perspective, which is optical effects, which is angular resolution, angular size change. Yeah, of course there's some kind of light diffraction or refraction going on. Of course there is, right? We're not denying that. And then, of course, we've got, just those three things alone are hijacked and then turned into Earth curves. So to mitigate that problem, they go, oh, we're just going to go short quarter mile sections when we survey the Earth, so we're not dealing with the amplified angular resolution problems, the amplified angular size change, the refractive effects of the light, or if it is refraction or whatever you want to call it, just the way that the light behaves depending on humidity and temperature and so on and so forth. Like it messes everything up. So we try to keep it nice and tight in this flat area. We get all of our good measurements, and then we move to the next square. We just wrap that around a presupposed ball and then sell it to everybody as the WGS84 geoid. So this is all very simple. Everybody uses the Earth flat. Everybody treats it as flat when they describe a sunset. It's setting in relation to a horizontal surface. It's going down. That's in relation to a horizontal plane. You can't have down according to a ball. And then the sunrise, same thing. Oh, it's rising above the horizontal surface. And I see it move in an angular relationship to the plane that I'm on all day long. Everybody's a flat earther. They're just all brainwashed.
Right. That's funny.
That's what I told that guy a second ago. I was like, I bet you'll admit if you want to have this conversation, because the anti-flat earthers and the globalists, whatever you want to call them, they're going to start using terms like up and down and elevation and altitude. Well, you can't use those. That's only for flat planes, bro. And you certainly can't talk about how the stars are moving. That's stationary Earth, bro. Right? And you can't talk about the pressure gradient in relation to it's a vertical pressure gradient. Well, that's in relation to a flat plane. Everywhere they go, they're in check. That's why this is not an argument. The Earth is flat, stationary, contained. We just have to point that out to people and argue with their cognitive dissonance and brainwashing for a while until they get it.
Right. But they're very funny when they come here, man. A lot of them. They be very funny. Right. Yeah.
I like the funny ones.
But sometimes they suck the energy out of you. Well, when I say they funny, that's what I meant to, right? They bug you out, you know. They suck the soul.
Yeah.
They suck the energy out of you.
Yeah, some of these dudes you just can't throw your pearls to pigs because their whole goal, they're not even necessarily anti-flat earth. If you pay attention, some of these dudes will go to every single room in or channel in the server and just be a contrarian. Like some of these folks are just contrarians. They always want to fight, they always want to talk shit. I'm pretty sure they're not satisfied with their own life, so everywhere they go, they have to make everybody else miserable. They're just contrarians, and there's no helping them. They do suck the life out of you. That's their goal, right? I'm just going to talk smack and condescend, and harp or pull up gotcha questions or bring up a diagram that's totally unrelated to reality, but look at the diagram, right? Diagrams and pictures and stuff like that are probably one of the greatest tools of deception, because when you show somebody an image and they have little labels for what it is that you're seeing, you've absorbed that indoctrination, you've absorbed that brainwashing. You're like, oh, this is reality, it's in a diagram, there is no perspective, it's orthographic, and so you just kind of envision, this is where I live. It's very useful. That's why they give kids textbooks and coloring books, right? They plant these seeds of false images into their minds at a very young age, and then they can't shake them. Like, I still can just envision all the diagrams that I've ever seen about the globe Earth, right? I can envision the space-time grid being warped by a giant ball in space. It's total CGI. It's just an illusion, but I can envision it and I can be like, oh, I could see how that would work, right? And it's total BS. So they just want to come in with diagrams and talk smack and condescend and suck the soul out of people and the energy. And some of us get in this like egotistical contest with them sometimes, which I think is their whole goal. If they talk smack and insult you, then you feel the incentive to want to fight back, which is the wrong thing to do. Don't fight back. Just be like, hey, yeah, whatever. Like this dude that came in here earlier. Oh, do you have a citation for that? No, I don't. I don't have any support. That's just my opinion. I'm not going to get in this fight with you.
Yeah. Most of the time I can deal with it. Sometimes, man, I kind of lose it too. Every now and then, I lose it too with these so-called anti-flat earthers. But then, of course, I maintain control of myself again. Like as soon as I kind of go off a little bit, and then I'm like, oh, I gotta chill out now. You know what I mean? This is what they want.
Right.
They want reaction.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've felt bad enough times just because they got me. Like they took me off of my, we'll call it my self-control, right? Where I'm calm, I'm cordial, I'm kind, and then they just, the insults and the condescension and the lies. I think the thing that really gets me is the lying. When they lie straight to your face, and That's really annoying to me. And to not pop off and be like, no, let me expose how you lie here, here, and here. But then I get angry, start swearing at them. You know, I start my name calling, which is one of the things where, like, I don't want people to do, right? So sometimes they win that battle and I have to, like, regroup. I'm going to hang up the Discord for a while and regroup and, you know, figure out what happened there and not beat myself up necessarily, but just kind of take stock, right, of what happened. Like, okay, well, they won that round because as soon as they get me to take the bait and become angry and start swearing at them, they win, right? So you can't come down to their level. Like, it's really difficult. But the tactics are condescension, insults, and lies, all combined together.
Right. Yep. They do that most of the time. Oh, but we get some sneaky one coming here too. Like, pretend to be cool with us, right? And they talk to you about an hour or whatever, right? And you know, certain subject pop up. You know, like we still be cool, but they say, "Hey, let's just agree to disagree." Oh no, don't run away from it now. Like that, like they just switched up from being cool to being like a lunatic in 1 second, just because we said, "Let's just agree to disagree with that." Right. They switch up. Yeah, we got a few of those coming here, just like that too. But yeah, I haven't seen him in here. Thank God.
There's one dude that comes in. Sometimes he's chill and sometimes he's not. He's got like his profile picture is like a Jesus fish or something. It's white. I don't know his name. I wish I knew his name. But anyway, there's a handful, you know, that will LARP a little bit. I really hate that, like the LARPers that you waste time with, because they seem genuine at first, and then the whole thing was just, it's like what teenagers do, you know. They just kind of want to get off on messing with people, which is really annoying. So I hate that crap.
I notice a lot of time the gamers also the worst one too. The gamers, maybe they're not anti-flat earthers, but they love to talk shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're pros at it, you know.
Yeah. Because I play game online sometime, right? I play computer game, Counter-Strike, right? I go in there, I just play my game. You know, I have, you know, I like that game. I used to play like 15 years ago, and I still got that account with them. And you know, I go in every now and then just to play. I'm a little bored or whatever. And man, the kids now they talk a lot of shit. It seems like they never got punched in real life before for talking like that.
No.
You know what I mean?
No, they haven't. And that's, you know, that's what makes them so good at it, because they haven't experienced consequence. Now, the online environment is about as conducive as you could be to incentivize people to just be pieces of shit. You know what I mean? There's no consequences. Maybe the only consequence there would ever be is for someone to like stream, you know, your conversation, clip it out, and then defame you or slander you online with another video on YouTube because they caught the conversation on Discord, you know, where you acted like a fool, where you said something dumb in the heat of the moment, or when you actually did just, you know, be dumb and not know what you were talking about, or someone to berate you and, you know, like just insult you, and there's no consequences for it. The only consequence is maybe you get a video made about you, but that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like this in real life, you'll get punched, right?
Oh yeah, definite. Definite. I mean, you know, from your era, from my era, yeah, it's a different story. Nowadays, man, it's just crazy, man.
Yeah.
The online stuff make these kids sound very tough, you know.
Yeah.
They never got tests in real life. I don't think so, man. A lot of them, you know, maybe some of them got tests, but a lot of them probably don't.
No. Well, they stay at home and play video games and just talk smack there. It's a safe place. It's a safe place to be a douchebag. You know what I mean? I don't have to risk anything. my conquest in life is not even in reality. I'll never be able to enjoy the conquest. If I'm going to play a game where it's me and a team of my buddies and we have to go in and achieve some kind of objective, right? Like most of these games are either about war or some sort of objective that even the video game is like, this is a noble pursuit, unless you're playing, Grand Theft Auto or something, because I know there's a lot of games out there that incentivize you to be a piece of shit, even in, the digital realm. But there's other things where it's like, oh, here's a conquest. We have a team effort. We're trying to achieve an objective. And at the end, when we actually succeed and all this time and energy and effort is spent, and even emotional, investment, at the end of it, it's totally for nothing. It's a digital endeavor. There's no fruit. There's nothing accomplished. Hey, we won. And for our prize, unless you're a professional gamer and you do this for money, which I mean, there's a lot of money to be made out there, but usually nothing. There's no money. In fact, you spent money. You wasted time. And nobody was saved. Nobody was rescued. Nothing was earned. No land was conquered. The bad guys, no bad guys, got thrown in jail. You just wasted a bunch of time with your homies. Now, I'm not saying this is fruitless. Sometimes you build camaraderie with people in video games, and that's fine. You create friendships. That's good. But the objectives are nothing. They're digital. They're just ones and zeros,
Right. No, you're right though. I mean, when I was younger, I play a little game here and there, but I never really got stuck playing games like these kids playing game nowadays, right? Every now and then, I go turn on my computer, I go play for 45 minutes, an hour at the most, if I want to play. Or I can turn on my the old console that I have with the joystick, like some Street Fighter, old school Street Fighter here and there. But once in the blue moon, I do that. But other than that, man, I don't have no time. I'm just too busy doing other stuff, or come in here and talk about flat Earth and share information with people. You know what I mean? But other than that, nope, I ain't got no time to play games.
Right. I think video games are good for certain things, because when, you were probably like me, I played some games and there were some that really interested me, and I did spend hours and hours and hours, whole Saturdays, just a wasted time. But because I wanted to defeat that level or kill that boss or achieve that objective. And so it trains the mind to persevere. But so with my son, he likes to play video games and he will persevere in the video games. So I'm like, all right, let's see if that translates to real life. So you bring him outside to have him do a chore. And you're like, okay, here's the objective. I want you to persevere to get this objective done. And his attitude turns to garbage instantly, right? Like, oh, I don't want to do this. Why? Because it's not entertaining, right? Because it's not easy. Well, if I can't just move my thumbs, I don't know if I really want to do this. Well, yeah, no, you actually have to work in life. Things actually have to get done in real life. And he's just like, I just don't want to. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of like, if you train the mind to persevere, it doesn't always translate into persevering in real life. So,
right.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, but I think, well, sometimes it is good, like you said, you kind of train your mind, but a lot of time too, it's just bad, man. Like you said, man, you don't accomplish anything. You just spend money on the game. You spend some time and yeah, you conquer nothing. No bad guys got thrown in jail, right? And when it's over, it's just over, right? And you just waste a bunch of time. Yeah, it could be fun from time to time, but for the most part, it's just a waste of time.
Games are interesting. We all like to play games. We like to, especially I like to play. I mean, I'm a little old for it now, but we used to just do a pickup game of rugby or football or something, right? No pads, just go to the park and do it. And we enjoy that stuff. We enjoy winning. Everybody loves to win. Everybody loves to actually get into some sort of conflict, but games are cool because no one's going to get shot, really. But the same mentality that goes into, let's say, professional American football, right? The amount of strategy, the amount of what I will call generals and admirals and sergeants and stuff. Like you've got a head coach, which is like your general, right? And he's got a bunch of majors and sergeants below him. And then eventually you've got your troops, which are the players. But everybody's skilled, right? And everybody's trained to achieve an objective that in their line of work earns them, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars just to chase around a pigskin for a while on a Sunday. But they put a lot of energy and effort into it. Well, if you were to translate that kind of effort into something that was noble, right? Because it's essentially what it is. It's a little army that chases around a pigskin. You need an army like that to bring goodness into the world. Apply that same kind of energy and effort and strategy and passion and camaraderie into making the world a better place. That's why most of the time the guys that, like if they're veterans, but they went overseas or they were actually involved in any kind of conflict together and it was difficult. They broke a bone, they got shot, they shed some blood. They had to do difficult things together. And sometimes the most difficult thing is just to be in the military at all because you're GI, you're government issue, you're government property, and they treat you like trash. So to come out of that and then kind of enter the real world again, they go into a deep depression. It's not always post-traumatic stress disorder. Sometimes it's just the fact that they're no longer with a group of guys, or the camaraderie is lost, right? Their brothers, their friends who they went through all that crap together with are gone. They're all separated again, and they have no purpose and they have no friendship. And so they go into a deep depression. A lot of them kill themselves, or they just they drink a lot, they take a lot of drugs, because all of a sudden their life, which had some sort of purpose and meaningful relationship, is now gone. Well,
right.
That should tell everybody something. Number one, you have a purpose in life, and to achieve that purpose, you need to do it not by yourself, but with a good group of people that you can rely on. And if it's for a noble cause, what greater objective is there in life is there than that? That's why people get so depressed when that's over. I think we should all pay attention to that, and I think that's why the flat Earth, if you want to call it a community, it's sort of like that. Like the objective is to spread truth, to slaughter the trolls, right? And to do it with people, even though sometimes you may disagree with them, you may even get in a fight. My goodness, there's even been situations where, online, somebody's girlfriend was this guy over, or boyfriend was this guy over here. Well, she left him to go with another flat earther. Like, it does happen. But that kind of crap happens in the military too. Oh yeah, no, it's full of drama.
Snap.
Oh yeah,
I didn't.
There's all kinds of drama in here. Oh yeah.
This is the first time I actually hear something like this, but that's crazy.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
it doesn't surprise me, but it's still crazy. Like, yeah, this bad apples, everywhere, period, from each side and stuff, But of course, like, for the most part, with my observation, most of flat earthers are a lot better than the globies. But some is not. It's not that better either. Some, so yeah. But man, that's a surprise. That's just a big surprise to me.
It's a circus out here, just like it is, and the military is the same way, right? Like, you leave your gal for a while, she ends up getting lonely, or the female is the one now that's enlisted in the military, and she goes elsewhere, and then homeboy picks up another girl. Like, it's not quite that dramatic. People don't usually leave the comfort of their own home to enter a VC, but yeah, there's drama. People gotten married, divorced. I mean, blood has been shed. Hopefully not literally, but people have lost their jobs, because they believe in it. People have been doxxed. People have been harassed, death threats. have Child Protective Services called on them. Like, it is ridiculous out here over something that I know over something that I would want people to go, you know what, I would like to hear the opposing side. You know, if you're a staunch Glober, what risk is there really to go, I'd like to hear the other side, you know? Like,
yeah,
true, and that's the thing, not convincing. I don't want it to be convincing. If it's true, well, then I have no choice but to live according to what's true. If that mindset was in the people's, if people had that mindset, then this would be easy. It turns out that your cosmology or your paradigm, for most folks, is more of a preferred position, not one that they base on reality, but I want this to be true, or I hope this is true, right?
Right.
Well, why would anybody want to believe that they live on a spinning ball?
Right.
I could speculate. I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing that because at one time I thought I lived on a spinning ball, and I was sort of enchanted with the idea. I thought it was pretty cool. Oh, really? We're spinning, but we're stuck to it, right? We're exposed to a vacuum, but somehow the air sticks to this thing that's spinning. There's millions and billions of galaxies and
Right. Oh, you got cut off. Yeah, you got cut off. I think your satellite is not working properly. You gotta fix your satellite. JE, what's going on, brother? Welcome back.
Hey, appreciate it, my brother. Just picking up lunch. Going
What you
to the
got to eat?
castle. Yeah, the castle. Do you know about the castle?
Oh, Castle. Yeah, yes. White Castle. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Brother.
It's not the best in the world, but it's far from the worst in the world.
So which one is the worst?
I don't know. There would be a bunch. And I think that also might depend on the location and not the brand, so to speak.
I see. Is
Yeah.
it better than McDonald's?
Yeah, certainly. I think it is. You know, but then again, it all like have you been to White Castle before?
No, I've never been to White Castle before. No.
In the South, like depending on where you were in Florida, you know, there's Crystal. Have you ever
Right.
seen the Crystal?
No. See,
So
usually whatever, if I'm like, most of the time, like I just cook whatever at home, right? If I want some
Sure.
steak, I buy steak. Like you remember we had that
100%.
conversation the other day.
Yeah.
Remember? Yeah. So those are the reason. You know what I mean? Because after I seen what I seen is like, I'd rather cook it myself. Whether I want burgers, steak, French fry, whatever. For the most part, I like to do that. But no, I've never been to White Castle before.
Give me 1 second, brother. She's checking me out.
Yeah, you better pay attention. She might charge you double.
So here's my way. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. So the thing that especially with my food allergies, the thing I like about White Castle the most is they pretty much, their kitchen's like an open concept. So you can see where they're cooking. Obviously you can't as well through the drive-through, but when I go in and I walk in, I can sit there and watch them cooking, and you know, you can see how clean the place is. And so, if I were going to one of the locations I don't normally go to, I would go inside. I wouldn't go through the drive-through, and then I would scope the place out and of course, you don't know what you can't see outside of it, but you can get a really good idea if they're managing things well or if they're piss poorly managing things. I think you can get a really good idea. Now, having said all that, that's what I like about a lot of the open places where you can see. So that's one of the reasons I go to them. So there's a lot of places that are probably technically better and probably better managed. But, I can't see the kitchen and such, so I'm less inclined to go to those places.
Yeah. That's cool, bro. That's cool.
Yeah.
What's up, Jen?
Now, I might... Oh, Jen is here.
Yeah, Jenna the OG.
How are y'all?
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome aboard.
I came in here because there's real people actually talking about real things, and nothing else is really going on in any of the other servers.
Damn, politics is that bad at the moment? Like, what is that?
In politics right now, you've got Effie Batman and Charles.
Oh, let me check. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And in the home server, you've got Flat Lloyd, Adam Unsalted, and the bot playing.
The MVP, Flatloy.
Yeah.
I was trying to get him to pull some people out of Cog Dis so I could cook them.
Or you gotta go in there. But texting or sometime I can't really text. I don't have time to text. I can talk and do some other stuff. So
Yeah.
texting could be challenged.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't go into Cog Dis a whole lot, but if I do, I'm definitely the patronistic down talker as far as because usually they indicate about either they were put in there unfairly or we can't handle the debate and things like that, and then I just do my best to dress them down behaviorally and tell them, well, and then when they tell me they didn't do anything, then I copy and paste what they had posted before or whatever that got them sent in there. And my kind of hope is that they'll enrage against me so somebody else can come along and then maybe hopefully have a little more directed conversation with them. Whereas if I didn't act a little patronistic with them, then they would feel that they had freedom to act like they normally act.
Oh, I see that Rich Evans is in here. Hello, Rich.
Oh.
Hello.
Well, bless his little heart.
Oh, that's great. That's because, contrary to what you might believe, Rich, flat earthers have a life. So, why would you think that the flat earth rooms would be full up all the time? Like, you accuse other people of not having any logic, and then you say stupid shit like that. So,
Yeah, exactly, and especially knowing that it's the work day for the North Americans.
bingo! It's lunchtime for most people here.
Or, well, for Rich, he's always busy. He's working, right? But he can come in here and type and read all the stuff. Damn, I don't know what type of job you have, man.
Look, it should be pretty simple to understand at this point. Like, he probably gets paid to be in here doing this bullshit.
Yeah, I was going to say it's easy. It's much easier to type from an NSA call center than it is to actually talk and then let everybody hear the background chatter.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
unless you
you
got like
saying?
a good noise suppression.
Oh, so Rich is working from the call center? At a call center?
Look, if I know, he's always in here, but like he's always at work, right? So I'm like, I can't always be in here when I'm at work. That's weird. So what do you do for a living, Rich? I'm sure you already have a script that you have to follow. You gotta tell
Call
us.
center.
Yeah. NSA call center. Hmm.
You better think hard, bro.
Yeah, tell us what you do for a living, Rich. I'll tell you if you tell me. Yeah, you're not really doing any slapping of flirts, sir. You're the cat toy that gets put under the dresser, right? And then pulled out and played with, when we've got nothing better to do. But you can't tell us what you do for a living. I mean, I'm sure anybody in this chat is willing to say what they do for a living. Would we like to go around and say what we do for a living?
Oh, we got him. He ran away. You got him, Cheddar. You got him.
Motherfucker. I'm
This
right.
one don't run away. You know the right? This one don't run away at all. Even the other day, he was in here and arguing with us over and over again. I tell him to jump on the mic. Nope. But yeah, you
Dude,
got him.
I got him. I swear to God, he doesn't actually have like a job. Like, this is his job. This is his job. To sit in here and do this, he gets paid per word, per text, per comment, per hour, or whatever that he's in the VC. Like, there are people that literally get paid to do that.
Or might it be disability?
Or maybe, that could be very possible. He's like, I collect disability.
Damn. But check this out though. I heard somebody brought up on I think it was on a flatter stage before, like a little while back. I think it's in the politics room. They said there are anti-flat earthers. There's that they can get a job through that website. You can go sign up or whatever, and they get paid to come to talk to us or even pretend to be one of us. I heard something like that one time. I don't know if that's true or not, that they have website for you to sign up. So that's kind of strange.
Well, I'll tell you what. Depending on how much they pay, I would take a job as an anti-flat earther. Hell, why not?
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
just
these
go in there to
anti-flat
say dumb
earthers
shit.
are all paid to be anti-flat earthers. Yes.
I mean, think about being an anti-flat earther. You could spread that message much further and wider as a paid anti-flat earther than we can in our spare time.
Right. You know what, bro? Like, yeah, I mean, if you want to sign up, just sign up for it and just say the most dumbest shit ever, right? If I'm gonna
Well,
be
I mean,
anti-flat earther, that's what I would do. I would say
I
some
mean,
dumb
think
shit.
about it a moment here. The first time somebody says, "Well, where's your measured curvature?" and you start saying, "Dumbass, it's sticks and shadows." Sticks and shadows. They measured it, and then you just go. And then what you can do is you can take all the points as to why the Earth is actually flat, and like just twist them a little bit and use them as what you're getting paid to do. But then people are gonna be like, "Really? That sounds like really stupid that somebody would take a stick and a shadow." And then you could just make up all this nonsense so people would hear it and go, "Man, that guy's really stupid." And there you go. You just made a bunch of more flat earthers.
Yeah, I got one kid came in here say the same thing, right? Say, oh yeah, they measure the shadow in Egypt, but he didn't know Eratosthenes or anything, right? He just kind of like remembered the story that he'd been told before. And I said, so how do you know? So how do you know the distance from the Earth to the sun to come up with this number for the shadow, for the radius and the circumference? How do you know? Did you measure it, or did he measure it? Right? And he tried to argue with me, and he jumped from one point to another point, or just jump over the place, get scallop, in a sense, and he got triggered and stuff. But I brought him back to reality, right? I explained to him. I was, I almost lost it too, but I was very patient with him. And then I said, look, if you want to believe in the spinning ball, cool, man. Do you, man? Do whatever you got to do. But whenever you're ready, right? We make it easy for you. We have the home base server, right? We got libraries of information. You can come back over here whenever you want, right? We make it easy for you guys because we got censor since 2018. So just come back whenever you like. So yeah, that was a good one in the end. But yeah, it was rough from beginning to the middle of it.
Dude, why does Rich always run away? Like, he doesn't usually run, but he runs from me.
Yeah. No, he did. Trust me. Remember that we were here the other day? He was just sitting there in the damn room, keep talking over and over again. And I guess finally somebody banned him. Like, got him out of the room because he stopped saying something like, "Oh, no hard feeling. If you want to ban me, something, go ahead." He said something like that. Next thing you know, somebody banned him. Bloop.
Right.
Let your wish be granted.
As much as I hate to say it, tard's gonna tard.
He called us circle jerk.
You like that? You like that gift that I posted?
Yeah.
Tell me, how am I supposed to trust you if you keep running away whenever I untie you? Which is funny because I unblock him every now and then to be like, "So, are you ready to provide proof of your claims?" And he just runs away, and I'm like, "It's totally this gift every time."
I mean, he was even embarrassed to tell us where he works. You know what I'm saying? He was embarrassed, in a sense.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
he felt like the pressure was on as soon as I was like, "We can all go around the room and just say what we do for a living." He was like, "Nope, fuck it, I'm out. Bye."
and this is one of his favorite line. Just answer my question. I'm asking you. Just answer the question. You're not answering my question. Well, we just asked you a question too. Where do you work? Or what you do for a living? Simple as that. You don't have to tell us location, right? Just tell us where you work. That's it. and he ran away.
Yep. We should do it again when he comes back in here. Be like, all right, so we're all ready to go around the room and say what we do for a living.
Right.
watch how quickly he leaves again.
Well, yeah, maybe he gonna leave again, or maybe he prepared for that question next time. You never know. But if he leaves again, yeah, we know why, and we're
Well,
gonna
he's
keep doing
probably
the
in the
same thing.
supervisor's office right now trying to figure out what he can say.
Boss, what do I tell them I do for a living?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I start to think some of these anti-flat earthers also getting paid to come here to mess with us, right? To be a troll or just talk smack to us
They
all day.
they are. They're bolstered up in some way or another. Just look at Professor Dave and Cyman Dan and McToon, how all of their shit is pumped to the top through the algorithms, right? And these guys are getting paid. Fucking Professor Dave already admitted that he's got writers, he's got, illustrators, he's got these people that write him a script that he'll talk about, and it could be on things that he knows nothing about. And like, there's this great video that loops that, and he's like, "Yeah, and I've got writers that write some things, and I got to talk about things that I know nothing about, things I know nothing about, things I know nothing about." So
Yeah,
good.
he looked defeated when he debated with Sid, right? Compared to what he did to David Wise or Flat
Oh,
Earth Dave. Yeah,
oh,
but this time he looked defeated. Towards the end, he looked defeated.
mm-hmm.
Um,
Yep.
I didn't think that Professor Day would be like this. Um, but I would have thought he just kept going, insult, swearing, cursing, calling us name, whatever, right? Or call Witz's name, whatever. But he looked defeated. Like looked
Yeah.
like looked like Witz took his soul away. Holy shit.
Fucking took his candy, man.
Yeah. For the most part, I think he did pretty good. Woodson did pretty good. He remained calm. He did his thing. Um, but yeah, I love it towards like halfway through, and then all the way to the end. Oh my God, it got good because you can look into fucking Professor Dave's eyes, and you can see he was defeated. Like he looked kind of shocked. Oh, you're just using the word salad, and he grabbed that ranch, the
Dude, he had
bottle
that
of ranch.
salad dressing fucking waiting. I was like, oh, okay. So, like, he was prepared to not understand anything that Witsit was about to say and had that fucking salad dressing ready.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of love that one. I kind of love it, like when he does that, because he doesn't have no comeback, no proof, no rebuttal to whatever Witz would say, because it doesn't match his script. It doesn't match his script because we know that he got some script. His opening was not that bad. It was pretty good. I give that to him on that part, right? But as soon as the debate goes on, right, he got lost, right? Woodson hit him with like just something a little bit deep. He kind of lost, so he had to take that bottle of ranch and you know do a little mocking and just to trying to get away from it, right? Run away. But yeah, he got defeated so bad. The soul, yeah, Woodson took the soul out of him.
Now, I want to see that debate happen again, like rematch, right? But I want to see it with better moderation. I want to see the person that's not speaking, the person that's not meant to speak, to be on mute while the opponent presents their claim, and then vice versa, right? There needs to be good moderation so that nobody's interrupting anybody. right? Like, it's your turn to speak. It's your turn to speak. Present your claim. Present your rebuttal. You know what I mean? There was not good moderation, but I understand that Jeremy from the Quartering was not. He wasn't really there to moderate. He was hosting the show, kind of a different deal, and it was. He had a lot of his own questions, I guess, because he's not a flat earther, which kind of it kind of dampened up the works a little bit, you know.
Yeah, it was 2 vs 1. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I keep
kind of what
looking
it.
for it
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
kind of what it seemed
Hey, I keep
like.
still looking for it right now, but have you guys seen the post that Jeremy from the Quartering posted now saying that the
Yeah.
rift between him and
Well,
like, and he's saying he's now Team Flat.
yeah, he's like, I guess I'm a flat earther now, but I think that just came from some shit talk that Professor Dave was saying. But I don't know. Only time will tell, I guess, if Jeremy ends up coming to the flat side of things.
I
But
didn't take it that he was. I took it just more that I took it more of an interesting exchange, obviously, between him and fake Professor Dave. That was what was
yeah,
pretty.
because I guess Professor Dave might have been like being like, "Oh, you're a flat earther" or whatever. So Jeremy's like, "I guess I'm a flat earther now." I don't know, but he was like, "Look, even though you had been removed from X for insane calls to violence, I still hosted you, and you're over here talking shit. So maybe I guess I'm gonna be a flat earther." Like, I don't know. This ought to be interesting to see it play out, though.
Oh, Jeremy is the guy. Oh, was the guy that hosts the whole
Right.
debate, right? That's Jeremy.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. So what's really going on at the moment? Something happened with Jeremy and who? And then he came out and say what? Like I missed that story.
I
If
gotta
you
pull it up. Professor Dave
All
was
right,
talking
pop
some.
quiz. Philosophically, what is a claim?
Pop quiz. What does Rich do for a living? Let's go.
Why don't we stay on topic? What's a claim?
That was the topic before you left the
That
room,
is the
Dingus.
topic.
Come on. That is the
Yeah, it
topic.
was
We're
the
still
topic.
talking about what we do for a
Okay,
living.
I'm an OnlyFans creator.
Are you really? That's
Yeah.
what your boss told you to tell you? Tell us?
No.
That's what your boss told
I'm
you
my
to
own
tell us?
boss.
You're an OnlyFans creator. Yeah, what do you do?
You really need me to explain that to you?
Yeah, are you showing your dick to people?
I'm showing my dick fucking people. Yeah.
Wow. That's what you
Yeah.
do for a living. All right.
It is what pays the
Okay.
bills. I get to film myself having sex.
I feel like you crawled out of Idiocracy and into this VC.
Right. So if you have room in your brain for anything other than insults, what's a claim?
Yeah, the Earth is not a spinning ball. There you go.
A claim is.
That would be a definition. Like that would be an example of a claim. That's not the definition of a claim, right? There's a difference. So what would the definition of a claim be? Do you want to try again, Kembo?
Oh, you tell us. I don't have any claims. I don't have
Oh,
definition
well, you
either.
saying I don't
Right,
have
like-
any claims is actually a claim.
I don't have any claims. But the
That's
only
a claim.
claims, if I do have, if the only claims that I do have is that we do not live on a spinning ball.
Okay,
that
so
would be my claim.
So
Yep.
justify
So
that claim.
I mean, but do you believe in the spinning ball?
We're still on what is a claim, buddy. You still don't seem to understand. So the claim that you do not live on a spinning water ball is a claim. right?
Come
So
on.
you need to
Rich,
justify
Rich.
and
You've been here for
verify
too long
that
already.
claim.
Don't play stupid with us, Rich. You've been here for too long. Don't play stupid with us.
I've been here a long time, and I understand you still don't understand what a claim is.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, tell me what
A
is the claim?
claim
Tell me.
is a statement that one subject, such as a person or organization, makes about a subject.
Okay. And?
Do you disagree or you agree with that?
No. And?
Do you agree or disagree with that definition?
No, sure, I agree. And?
Perfect. So then, by that
What's your
definition,
point?
the Earth
Yeah,
is
what's
flat
your
is
point?
a claim.
It's not a spinning ball, my dude.
That's also a claim.
It's not a spinning ball.
As long
I mean,
as you
do
agree
you
with
believe-
me
the question
that
is-
those are
the
both
question is this,
claims, then
do
we're
you
great. By the way,
believe in
look
a
how
spinning
fast
ball?
Jenna ran
That's
from
the
an actual
question.
question. Hilarious.
Do you believe in a spinning ball? That's the question to you.
Earth is a
You've been here for
spheroid,
too
yes.
long already.
By the preponderance of evidence, Earth is a
Oh,
spheroid.
do you have any proof to
By the preponderance
support your claim?
of
I have a
fabricated
preponderance
evidence.
of evidence. Would you like me to list all of the evidence that we live on a globe?
No. Just give us one solid proof.
So proof is for math and logic, right?
Yeah, see, this
Not
is the
for
whole thing.
science.
Flat Earth doesn't have claims, okay?
Well, you're just wrong. That's
No,
a claim
I'm not
made
wrong.
by a
Flat Earth
flat
doesn't
earther.
have claims.
So
We're not
see
asserting
too far,
anything. We're not
see too
asserting anything
far,
without
find
evidence.
its level. These are both claims.
Can you show us that water curving away from us?
Yes, the Lake Minnewanka test is a perfect execution and demonstration of that.
Oh,
I didn't see. I
okay,
didn't see at
show
all
us, please.
how that
Yeah,
water
well,
was.
open your
coming.
eyes.
Yeah. Show us, bro. It should
Search up
have
Folding
8
Ideas
inches.
video on
No,
finding the flat
show it
Earth.
to us. Yeah, no, show it to us.
I'm not in the room with you. You realize I can't pick up something and show it to you.
Well, listen, go get it, right? And you can come back later and post it.
I'm telling you how you can get it.
He might not have the.
No. Listen.
I watched it again just recently, and I'm not understanding how it's curvature proof because I
Well,
can still.
you gotta
fucking
watch it
see
again.
The goddamn he clearly mentioned the amount of refraction that was going on. He's like, okay, so we have to take these air temperatures, we have to take these things into consideration. Okay, well, I still don't see the water curving.
Well, what's obstructing the other shore then?
Waves.
You think
Waves.
you think 1 foot waves are going to obstruct?
Yeah, from
10
a further
feet,
distance. From
10
a further
feet
distance,
from
dude.
the other shore.
Listen, look, if just a little bit away from a far distance could block half the boat or even the whole boat from a distance.
You demonstrate that.
Yeah, like we see it even on that whatever. There's so many fucking example, bro. That a little bit of wave would block half the boat already. That's why the bottom kind of disappear.
No, but we're not talking about a
And
boat, right? We're
reappear.
talking about the other shore.
Yeah, okay, but show us the fucking video. Show us.
Okay, even the chop of those waves that day. He even shows you how the waves are more intense on that day that he says that you can't see the shore.
Yeah, and it's still like 15 feet of obstruction.
Okay, it's 15 feet of obstruction, even though the water is seeking a horizontal equilibrium.
Correct. This doesn't work with your assumptions. This does not work. It's in the side chat. It's in the side chat, sir, who does not know how to use Google.
That's a pretty.
So now you're gonna tell me I don't know how to use Google, right? So
well, you obviously you either didn't want to or don't know how.
Hold on. If I don't know how to use Google, then how did I get in here in the first place if I don't know how to use the internet?
By luck.
Oh, by luck. Okay. All right. Cool. So where's the curvature? Tell us. Walk us through.
It's obstructing the other shore. as he moves the camera down,
Okay,
the other
where's it at?
shore
Like,
is
because
obstructed.
It's an hour long, bro.
As you can
It's an
see,
hour and 16
yes,
minutes
and
long.
I
Where would
understand,
that
and
be?
I
Am I
timestamped
supposed
it
to sit
into the
here?
video. Okay, go to 9 minutes. Go to 9 minutes.
Water doesn't lie, Rich.
Water doesn't
People
fucking
lie.
talk, dumbass. How can something that doesn't talk lie?
Does it have to talk to deceive you? To trick
Give
you?
me a deception without a form of communication. I'll wait.
Freaking videos real quick. Hold on.
Really? Are you serious?
Give me deception without a form of communication. I'll wait.
So like optical illusions? Something that looks like it's moving but it's not?
You think that's a deception?
Yeah, you think that it's moving. You're deceived by it.
Yeah, I
You
would
know
call
that
that a
it's moving.
misapprehension, not a deception,
Okay, so-
because a deception
Alright,
would
did you see the
require
plan
a
So the fact is, Rich, is that water doesn't lie. Water is not going to
water
curve.
doesn't tell the truth either. It doesn't talk.
Water's not going to curve. You can look at the water and you can see that it's flat. You see this?
If that's
you
the
see
case,
light?
what's obstructing the shore?
Do you see how the light across the flat table looks the same across the flat water?
No, it doesn't.
No, oh, it doesn't. Oh, so
No,
you're just
can you
you're just
not
gonna lie to
see the
yourself now.
ripples where it's on the water that jut inwards about halfway down on the left side, and then you don't get that on the table?
You don't get the same thing on a flat table and flat water if the earth is curving. It's not the kind of reflection that you would get on a curving earth.
Well, you haven't
Rich.
shown that to be the case. You just assume it.
No, I'm not assuming it. I'm clearly seeing it right here. The reflection is the same across the flat table as it is
Just above
across
your flat
the
table,
flat
you see my
fucking
diagram.
water.
You see my diagram on how it should work on a flat Earth at the top.
I love
and then
that.
What we
You know what?
actually
You know
get
what?
the
You know what's so
observation
great
of.
about your? You know what's so great about your diagram compared to my diagram? Your diagram is a fucking drawing, and mine is an actual picture of reality.
Who the fuck cares? This still embodies what the
Who
fuck
the
we're
fuck
talking
cares? Who the
about.
fuck cares? How about
Yeah,
you give
so
some
on a
fucking
flat Earth, it would be the
reality?
top
Stop
example,
drawing me
right?
pictures.
We would
Stop
be able to
drawing
see
me
the
graphics.
bottom of the mountain, but we don't see the bottom of the mountain. We don't see the bottom of the coast. What does that mean? It means it's fucking curved and causing obstruction.
No, it doesn't mean fucking curved.
Yes, it does.
It does not mean fucking curved.
Well,
You haven't figured.
well, you just saying it's not curved, but it's maybe something else does not help your case.
No, I never said it's maybe something else. It's not.
Well, then
curved.
what is it?
It's flat.
No, what's causing the obstruction?
Clearly, from what we've learned,
Can I ask a question?
You've got atmospheric obstructions. Who's wants to ask a question?
Me.
Yo.
Hey, Rich. In that picture that
Is
you
that
linked,
Steven?
in the picture that you linked, what is the curving surface there?
That would be the water. It's obviously not to scale, right? Do I need to say that?
Yeah. Well, my photograph here is
so
actually
in that
to
picture,
scale, so.
we can't see the opposite shore of the water. Is that it? Okay.
You gonna try and take a page out of Steven's book? Take a deep breath.
Yeah, so I just look
Calm
at
down.
that video, right? I just look at that video, and
great
when the
job.
guy low down the camera, low close to the water, right? And you could see the wave. The wave just like 1 foot would block the whole whatever from the other side. You can't really see it, but it's because the wave. It's not the fucking curvature of the earth, bro. We have long distance observation over 10 miles, 20 miles. We don't see
Well,
that.
stay on topic. We're talking about this video, right? And you're saying that
No.
1 foot waves
I just went on.
would
Listen,
obstruct
I
the
just
other
went
shore.
on mute to go look at the video that you told
I know,
me.
so let's
Now
talk
I
about the
came back.
video.
Listen, now I came back to tell you what I saw because that's what you asked me to do, or you want to show me. I went to do it, and now
that's
I came
exactly
back
what
to
I
tell
wanted you to do. So let's talk about it.
Yeah, I
How
just
can
did.
you say?
I just did tell you. I just did tell
How-
you. You didn't fucking hear, bro.
No, I heard
Did you
what you
hear?
said, but how would waves, right, that are in a cycle where they go up and down and up and down, why would they cause a consistent loss of sight to the other side of the shore?
Yeah, because it's too far, dude. It's far away from you. Look, a little bit of wave,
I
like
thought we
1
see
foot
too
wave will
far.
block. No, of course we still see way further than geometric horizon that the
So then the
globe
distance
predicts.
doesn't have anything to do with us not seeing the shore.
Oh, okay, how many miles is that? Do you know how many miles is that?
It was in the video. I believe it's 5 miles.
Okay, 5 miles. And
I believe so. I can
when
check.
he lowered down the camera to the water, how how high is it? Is it 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, or like a few inches off the water? Do you know?
So at exactly 10:11, or sorry, just before it, you could see him using the boom, right? So you could see him at where it's at the top, and then you'll see where it's at the bottom. He actually filmed him doing the filming.
Okay.
So looks about a foot off the ground, yeah, at the lowest.
The most a foot off the ground, but I think he
No, at
lowered
most it's about 6 feet.
Yeah, but of course, when he's above the water, of course you can still see the wave. Of course, you can still see the shore. But when he lowered the camera down, right, he can't see all the way to the other side. It's because the wave, like I said, bro, the wave
No,
just 1 foot or
it
even
can't
half
be
a
the
foot will
waves because
block.
the waves would not be consistent.
What do you mean it can't be the wave? Are you blind? Are we looking at the same thing or what, bro? Are
I'm
we
not
looking at the
blind.
same
It
fucking footage
can't
or
be the
what?
waves because if it were the waves, it would be.
How do you know it's
You
not the
would be
wave?
able to
If you
see
see the
this.
wave,
You'd be able to see the shore. Then you
wave
wouldn't be able
moving.
to see the shore. Then you could see the shore. Then you wouldn't be able to see the shore.
I mean, maybe you envision in your mind. That's what you're telling yourself.
But that's what a wave
Right?
looks like. So yes.
But the wave just a little bit, like from a distance, even half a foot or a foot would block. Let's say there's a boat going away, it'll block half the boat or even the whole boat. Sometime just half of half
the
of
wave
1
could
foot
never block
of wave
the whole
from
boat
no from
unless the
far
wave was
no
taller than
like a
your
small
line of
boat
sight.
from a far distance away.
That's not
Right?
necessarily
And that's the
not
re-
necessarily true, Sith Lord. If like a 1 foot wave was in front of your 1 foot face, it could block your entire field of vision, even like
Yeah,
a huge
yeah, but
container
like
ship in
a
front of you.
3 foot wave.
No,
But
from a far distance. From a far distance.
the it's like they don't even look like 1 foot waves. I don't even know
Yeah,
what you're
but
talking
if you have
about.
a 3 foot wave and like a 6 foot boat, doesn't matter like how far away the boat is. If I'm more than 3 foot, then the angular size of the boat is never going to be smaller than the angular size of the wave.
True.
So have you guys ever seen the boat look like it disappeared from your view already, and then when you zoom the hell back in, right? You bring the boat back into view.
No, I've never
seen that one before?
experienced a boat over the curve being brought back into view via
Yeah, all the videos of the
via
boats
Zoom.
being like
Oh, you never
zoomed
seen
in
that
is
before?
because
Okay.
well, it's because the boats aren't over the curve yet, and they're just too small, so that like without zoom, their angular size isn't big enough to be resolved. They're just too
Yeah,
small. For you to be able
get
to
ahead of it,
zoom,
Sith
right?
Lord. You got it.
Oh yeah. Of course. No, I agree with you with the angular
But I've
size.
never
I
seen
do
a,
agree
a
with you on
boat
that
of
part.
substantial size
I do
be
agree with
brought
you on
back
that part.
over top of a
Right?
curve.
Exactly.
What do you mean on the top of the curve?
Like I've
what
never
do you mean?
seen a boat that was behind the horizon be zoomed in and then like crawl over the horizon or I guess move the horizon out relatively, but yeah.
Well, a lot of people from your side also claim that when the boat go out of view, they said, "Oh, look, the boat go over the curvature or horizon or
Yeah, and
whatever."
we could
Right?
say that that
But when
person
we
is
but when
has a
we use this,
misapprehension, right? That's
but
not a
when we use
problem.
the camera, we zoom it back in. We brought the boat back into view.
And what if we have a boat that we can see, right? That has not gone over the horizon, and then we have a boat that has gone over the horizon, so we can only see the top of it. And when we zoom in, we don't get the boat that's over the horizon
Yeah, bro,
back.
but that's the whole point. A little bit of wave, like right
Oh
there
my.
in the front, that boat will block half of the boat already. Right?
Well,
Look
but-
like the boat look like it's sink into the water, but it's not. It's still
Yes,
floating above. But
but,
because the
like-
wave, it blocked the hell out of it, bro. That's what we say.
Yeah, but you
it's
could
not
have
the Earth
like
curve. It's not the
No,
Earth
that
curve
doesn't
like
make
your
sense to me.
imagination. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
what?
the
It doesn't make sense to me because the angular size of the
Hey,
waves would
hey,
decrease
I
with the
mean, if
angular
it doesn't
size of
make
the
sense to
boat.
you, it doesn't make sense to
Yeah.
you. I don't know what to tell you.
Look, at best, if you have a camera like at 6 feet above the water level, which is I guess average height for a person, pretty epic, right? You have the boat that's pretty substantially big. Like we'll say it's 20 feet that's still sticking out over the curve, right? A wave can't block that because the most the wave is going to be able to do is like if you have a 6 foot wave, then sure it could block the whole boat if it's right up next to you. But anything less than a 6 foot tall wave isn't going to be able to block the boat because it's like lower than your
Yeah,
last height.
I mean, yeah, you like I agree with you on that part. Like
You need you need massive
if you
waves.
have the big wave, yes, maybe it would block
Yeah.
it, right? If you have like a little wave, maybe it just block like just the bottom or even half of it, right?
Yeah, but
from a
big
further
waves
distance.
aren't going to be consistent, right? Like if you have something that's over the horizon and it's consistently being blocked, then I don't think there's constantly going to be a big wave in the right spot, at the right time to block it all.
Yeah, but the boat is not going over the curve though. That's what we're saying. But you guys believe that the boat is going over the curve. That's where we disagree on.
Hey, Kimbo.
Oh yeah, they're
Is
saying.
my-
So.
Hey, Kimbo, is my ear or are my ears deceiving me? Or is what they're saying is that a boat can go over the humpy curve of the earth and then you can bring it back in because it's not gone far enough over the humpy curve
No,
of the
you're
earth?
obviously not listening.
Oh, yeah, but like this people
Let me try to
claim
explain
that so many times.
what I think they're saying.
They claim that so many times, bro.
Let me try to explain what I
So-
think they're saying. So, when you're saying that the boat disappears from sight due to angular size decreasing, that is true, right? But they're saying at a certain distance, the boat will go over the curvature and you can't bring it back. If that weren't true, then you could zoom in, as far as you want and you would still be able to see it no matter how far away it is.
I mean,
And
we have telescopes, right?
waves will not block that because the size of waves decrease. The angular size of waves decrease with the angular size of the boat.
So how far do you think the boat has to go in for the curvature of the Earth start to
It probably depends on atmospheric conditions, which affect the refraction.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Like refraction do exist. Yeah, we don't disagree on that part. Yeah, we do agree on the refraction. Or mirage, whatever you want to call a different type of.
Like you're gonna have to take into account like heat and humidity in order to get like where the horizon should appear and where the boats are gonna start disappearing from.
Yeah, sure, but the question is this, right? Because due to the globe math, right? The geometry that they gave us with the radius 3,959 miles, right? So the distance to the geometric horizon would be 1.225 mile times square root of observer height in feet. So if you 1 foot above the water, you cannot see more than 1.225 miles. You can't. Anything beyond that would start to obstruct, right? And that's
Yes,
not
and
adding the wave on the top of it either. That's not adding the wave or anything.
Bingo,
right?
Kimbo.
So
It would only obstruct at a rate of 8 inches per mile, right? And that's not accounting for refraction, so it would obstruct at less than 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, so not accounting
which
for
type of refraction
it would
you
obstruct
invoking?
at 8 inches per mile squared starting at the horizon.
So which type of refraction you invoking?
Is the horizon physical?
Well, I'm not an expert on refraction, but the theory is that the closer you are to the ground, the more significant the refraction because the atmosphere is thicker.
Yeah, and it would be like light.
That's
obviously.
true, but that refraction line is spread out horizontally, and It's not causing these objects. It's not causing these objects that should be hidden by a curvature to be in your direct line of sight.
Well, no, because
Refraction
if you have an
absolutely would
object
not
that's
do that.
if you have an object that's higher than the camera, so this would be like either at the end of the horizon or like just really, and the light, because it's higher than the camera, as it goes down to the thicker part of the atmosphere, would angle the light down, allowing it to arc over the curve and make the object appear higher than how it actually is.
No, because that's not how refraction works, and I encourage you to really go back through and study how refraction works and study Rayleigh scattering, the Rayleigh's criterion, and really get deep into that, and then you'll understand how this claim for refraction for the globe is so fallacious.
Yeah, and when you start throwing the refraction in there, like what type of refraction you claiming? What is the formula for it? And why do they claim that type of refraction? You can't just throw refraction and then just like, oh yeah, this is explain why we see what we see because of refraction. Well, explain this. Which type of refraction you claiming, right? And what is the formula for it?
I don't know the formula, but the concept of refraction is that the photons will be scattered as they pass through the atmosphere or a certain medium. I guess it's gas. So
I guess what's been demonstrated is
the claim, the claim is not that the entire 100% of the photons of the boat are being bent over the horizon into your eye. The claim is that they're being scattered and you're only receiving a portion of them. So the image would be blurry.
And you can see that in refraction when things are over the horizon.
So basically, you just throw refraction in there, like what is it? The standard refraction or standard formula or atmospheric refraction? Which type of refraction you talking about here? Because if you don't
refraction.
Atmospheric refraction.
So if you talking about atmospheric refraction, so you know the formula? What is the formula for that?
I don't know the formula. I believe it. There is a way. I used to know it, but.
So if you claim
formula in this case doesn't really make a lot of sense because what would the formula apply to? Would the formula apply to like an infinitesimally small unit of airspace that the light is being refracted through? No, the air that changes over the distance.
If you're claiming atmospheric refraction, right? The formula for it, right? They call the part of, I guess, the standard refraction 7/6R, right? You just increasing your ball, your radius by 1/6, right? To explain why it looks so flat, why you can see further. So basically, even you claim atmosphere refraction, you falsify your own radius. And this is the reason why people they think they just throw the refraction in there. They think all the problems are gonna go away.
Yeah, you're right about that. Like, I don't know anything about the radius. I just am saying what science tells us. I have no idea about the radius. I have no idea how they calculated it. I have no idea about anything like that.
Yeah, science likes to tell us a lot of things, but what a lot of us have learned through this process is the difference between science, or physics, and pseudoscience. What they call science, but isn't really science. A bunch of theories that can't be proven. Science
Proof
has an
is
outcome.
not an aspect of science. It's of math and logic.
Well, an example of refraction being used in real life that people have proven is that military can actually lock on to radar signatures over the horizon and shoot missiles at them.
Also, proof isn't a thing in science. We don't have science never proves anything. The second something isn't falsifiable, that's when it's no longer seen as science. Because for something to be a scientific theory is to be falsifiable.
Because we hear a lot of Globers that are like, well, science proves the globe, and then 2 seconds later we're hearing that science doesn't prove anything.
Well, there's the concept of proof. I mean, maybe proof is too strong of a word, but we could say that science allows us to infer a globe.
And Rich came up and said, "Well, it's about what something being logical, right? You said something about logical. So is it logical to think that you live on a
Proof is
spinning
for
ball,
logic
flying in a
and for mathematics.
flying in
So,
an
so
infinite
there's
vacuum
logical
space, my
deduction and
friend?
there's logical induction. So yeah, you could
So
say
do
that
you think it's
induction is a form
logical
of
to think
logic.
that you live on a spinning ball, flying in an infinite vacuum of space, my friend?
So I would say that logically we could say that we live on a ball. Yeah, the other parts I don't know.
I would say that based off of like my
Well,
observations, I would say the ball is the
if
most reasonable conclusion.
if you think that you live on a ball, you're still gonna have to prove the curvature, drop over distant, right? Because like I said, I'm gonna repeat this one more time, right? According to the globe math, right? The distance to the geometric horizon is 1.225 miles times the square root of observer height in feet, right?
Okay,
If
I'm
you
not,
6 feet, you can't see more than 3 miles. Anything
okay. I don't think anyone
beyond
here
that 3
claims
mile will
certain.
start obstruct.
No, I don't think
Well,
anyone here claims certain radius. I don't know where the number comes from.
no. Because look, if you don't claim certain radius, then we don't have nothing to talk about, right? Because we are here because we disagreeing with the mainstream narrative. If you don't
Yeah.
support the mainstream narrative, then we don't have nothing to talk about.
So wait,
Period.
are you saying you're open to the idea that it's a ball, but just the mainstream radius is incorrect?
Look, I don't know. I don't know what shape the Earth is. I don't know. I'm not claiming a shape. Flat is not a shape. It's just a description on the surface. That's it, right? And that's why I'm going back to you guys. Look, if you don't support the mainstream, right? Then we all good. We have nothing to talk about.
That is
We
the
don't even
problem.
disagree on anything. But if you claiming what the mainstream telling us, yeah, then we can talk about it.
Yeah, that is the problem with arguing with like someone who believes in flat Earth is that they don't have a solidified mainstream, whereas we have to stick to.
What do you
like,
mean
we have to
believe in
stick.
flat Earth, bro? You
Well, no,
think you look when we say the Earth
everything's
is
a
flat,
belief,
right?
whether
It's
it's
more like
like
we don't believe in the globe, right? The
Mm.
look, the globe is a belief. We don't have a belief. We just observe the world just the way it is, motionless, right? On a flat plane, right? Over
Yeah, yeah.
water, right? And that's it, right? But the globe is the conspiracy because they said that, you're not actually stationary. You actually spinning, wobbling, tilting, going 1,000 miles around the equator, tilted on its axis, chasing the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and the sun also shooting in one direction almost 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy spinning a different way in a crazy fucking speed, and we supposed to believe it. So the globe is the conspiracy, my friend. Right? When we don't believe in the globe, that's our reality. We don't see any curvature in our reality. We don't experience any motion at all. And that's what we're saying, my friend. But if you have a belief, right? Then yeah, cool. You can believe whatever you want to believe. That's on you, bro. Period. So I just want to make it clear. You guys have a belief. We don't have a belief. Yeah. My uncle's here. Hey, Uncle Demark. But anyhow, but yeah, bro, I just want to make it clear. We don't have a belief. You guys have a belief. That's it.
Yeah, I want to know how you justify curvature in 275 miles.
Earth curve.
Land to land, 275 miles across water. The objective point that's being viewed should be hidden like 9.5 miles behind curvature.
And
if you stand on it, if you stand on that 9.5 mile hill of water, all of a sudden it disappeared. And it's not 9.5, and it's not there anymore.
so, where is like? Do you have an image of from one landmass to another, and then like with the relevant observer height
Earth?
and?
Yes,
No,
actually, at 49 past the hour, I
Mhm.
posted in the chat. It's the world record long distance photograph with all of the mathematics, geometry, all the calculations included. It gives
Nice.
you
Thank. I'll take a look at that real quick.
gives you what you should be seeing comparatively to what we are seeing. Let me rephrase that. It shows you what you should be seeing on a globe compared to what we're actually seeing. Like it'll show you the math, but yeah, those mountains should be hidden behind miles of Earth curve, and they're not. And they're not refracting up that way either. That doesn't, like I said, refraction is not working that way to just refract all of this up into your line of sight.
We know how tall the tips of those mountains are.
The observation height, I believe, is listed at the bottom. Viewer height is 9,000.
No, not the viewer height. I mean, like the tips of the mountains that we're seeing that are like over on the other end.
Which mountains are those? Those would be Pic de Finestreles and Pic de Gaspard. I guess you could look those up and see what the elevation is. But no, that is irrelevant because the very tops of those should be hidden up to 9 miles below an earth curve. So it doesn't matter the elevation, right? Because the very tops of those mountains in the distance should be hidden according to the globe maths.
shit, at your house in your backyard, you should be able to pour about 8 inches of water on any 8-inch hill in your backyard. It should just sit there on it because you're a mile away from somebody somewhere, right? Wouldn't you be that 1 mile away where the 8 inches of water is supposed to be thicker on the left than it is on the right? So you should be able to find a hill or get your aquarium and put it right there. Just dig it down in the ground about 8 inches, then fill it up with water. The water should only sit to the left side of your aquarium, and we'll go home. Seem about right? You guys just show us where water curves 8 inches at the end of the mile. Don't say it's 0 point nothing. 8 inches ain't nothing. 8 inches is exactly 8 inches last time I checked, boys. Are they still in here? Where'd they go?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just reading the all the relevant information and on the image that was sent.
Why you sound familiar?
Because I just changed my profile photo.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, no, I used to have the boy kisser on it.
All right, you've already had a taste of me. You're halfway. Okay.
Yeah, I know your shtick. Your
No, it's just the truth. It's not the stick.
Oh yeah, but like I know your vibe. You know your.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
And if we're able to machine parts and make watches and microscopic little parts that you got to weld and solder together, and then the little dudes and like. There's no way you can't say we can't measure a 0.347 inch. We can't measure a millimeter. No, we can, and precisely as fuck too.
Mm.
What are you looking at? A picture or something? It pulls up and down on everything where it doesn't pull left and right. It's not really fair. Gravity don't care.
I'm not sure if we have any other Globers here that are currently active.
You know, gravity, it's nowhere but everywhere, right? It's up and down. It's all around. It's in and out. It's a smile and a frown.
I like that. Let me. I'm gonna use that later. Nice poem.
Yep. Hey, what's up, Chandler?
You should write poetry. You're pretty good at it.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah.
The beat, the bass, the treble, and the snare.
Yep.
Murder on the E like you just don't care. We lost another one.
Yeah. I'm head out now. It's been nice. I'll come back later. But there's another apple in linguistics that I'm gonna go visit.
Okay.
Yeah. See you later. Have a great day.
Another apple? Is that what he said?
Yeah. I don't get it.
Visit another apple to get linguistics. Maybe in a linguistic program or something.
I guess so. So yeah, Rich wanted to come in here thinking he had a gotcha, right? So he was asking if we know what a claim is, right? And everybody needs to be able to answer this, right? A claim is typically an assertion without evidence, right? So Flat Earth is not making any claims. The globe is the claim, right?
A claim is your property too. Like when you have a gold mine or a house or something, you stake your claim. You stake your claim. That means it's yours.
Right.
Yep.
But he was going off of the definition of like what a claim is in debate, right? And so, yeah, he was trying to say that flat Earth makes claims and has no evidence. In short, right? By asking, what a claim is.
Because our claim is it's not a ball, because we measure it and it's not a ball. So now they think that we're making the claim that we've measured the whole flat Earth. We've done everything.
Right.
You know, measuring a certain distance to not find a curve is all we had to do, 1 mile. That didn't match their claim. So we're looking for their claim to be matched. They're claim jumpers, not us.
Right.
We're flat earthers. We don't jump claims. We're looking for their claim to be met. That's what our claim is. It's not even a claim.
And it's right. It's not even a claim. That's what I'm saying. Is flat Earth does not make fucking claims. Flat Earth is not asserting anything without evidence.
We're looking for the claim. We're looking for the claim. They're the ones losing it.
Right. They're the ones hosting the claim. They're the ones that have the claim, the assertion without evidence. They need to come forward with the evidence, with the proof.
Yeah, I'm the reviewer, not the claimer.
Right. So I think all of us need to know how to answer that when somebody wants to come at us with that bullshit, because just to simply answer that a claim is an assertion without evidence, and that needs to be followed up with flat Earth makes no claims. Period.
You don't even have to say that. When they say what is the claim, when they say what is the claim, say curbing water at 8 inches per
the
mile.
globe.
Yes.
Yep.
What is the claim? The globe.
The globe. Yep. That is the claim.
My globe doesn't exist. That's my claim. Yeah, my claim is they're a liar. Really.
Yep.
Yeah. That's our claim. You're a damn liar.
Where'd Kembo go? I guess Kembo got pissed off at Rich. He needs to come back in here.
Oh, he probably had to
I
go do
think
something.
he was concerned that he embarrassed himself or something. I was like, no, Kimbo. I was like, you did fine. Rich thinks that he had a gotcha, and you just need to be able to answer the question. You know.
That's simple. I love when they try to do that. For me.
Yeah. So.
I know how to tell them right away what don't make no damn sense.
Yeah. And that's why I chimed in, and I'm like, yeah, well, a claim is an assertion without evidence. I answered Rich and followed that up with any claims.
It's no first-hand knowledge, no direct info. There's no direct knowledge of anything they have.
Yep.
Like I think it's funny. I tell them, how come you guys with your hands and your technology and equipment can't do what space and time can do somewhere out there in a vacuum?
That's great, because all of their tools and equipment was made for a flat Earth.
Yeah, and they were made to mimic space and time. So you tell me out in space and time there's a big fucking nuclear reactor? There's a particle accelerator in space and time? That's fucking weird. I don't remember anything being out there but a vacuum. So how, again, can space and time in a vacuum outdo 80 billion motherfucking globers in a lab?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's about as weird as a Mars attack.
Think about this. 2 balls, because the smart balls and smart gravity knows the mass, and it knows how to orbit. It knows how to start direction. It knows how to keep them there. But 50 million guys in a lab can't make 2 balls roll around each other in a vacuum. But gravity does it on its own. Remember that. Gravity's magically supposed to do it on its own. But these guys can't make it happen and help it. That's fucked up.
I mean, like, I can put a couple balls in the dustbin of, like, my vacuum cleaner and watch them go around in circles. But you know what? It it's a closed system. It needs to be closed, and the whole like, oh, let's claim that fucking space is infinite space vacuum. I'm like, even still, vacuums have to be
Yeah,
closed
so
systems.
that space vacuum wouldn't be working like your little vacuum. Those
Nope.
walls wouldn't be able to remove around no more. It
Yep.
would be nothing but expansion. It'd be
Yep.
nothing but. It'd be expansion at the same time as something entering you, because you can't go that way without something pushing this way to force it. That's the weirdest part. Like when you get waterlogged, the water has to take place of the air. That one thing will take place of the next. So if you go to space, it's going to fill that available void. Whatever space is, it's going to fill you up as well as pulling you apart. It's going to try to pull everything out of you and insert itself. Just like the water. If you go way down in water, it's going to pull the fucking air out of whatever's there. And itself is going to end up where the air was. Correct?
Bingo.
Yeah. That's how water works. So if they're going to a sea of tranquility up there, space is a sea of tranquility. It's probably like hydrogen and helium-3 or some shit. It's probably liquid. And the superconducted liquid helium goes through stuff. Just the way I'm describing it. It'll go through glass. It'll go through certain objects. It'll go through it like condensation. Just go through it. It's fucking crazy.
That's so cool. That's way cool.
Yeah. If they put it in a beaker and they superconduct it, it'll drip out of the beaker downward.
That's awesome.
But helium gas goes up. And anywhere you move helium, if you take a helium balloon and you put it in your car and you drive forward, the helium balloon will race forward to your front windshield. If you drive backward, it'll race backward to your back windshield. If you put it in a box and drop the box, the helium will race the bottom part of the box to the floor. Do you see?
Yep. It's a
Wherever
dynamic system. We live in a very dynamic system.
Well, wherever you move, the helium will show you the direction that you're moving. So if Earth was spinning, all you got to do is sit a helium balloon there, and it'll race the Earth the way
It'll
it's
try to go in the direction. It'll try to
Yeah.
pull in the direction. Oh, but it doesn't do that. So,
Right. So the
Yeah.
Earth isn't spinning. A helium balloon is your fucking detector of motion.
Like I'm pretty knowledgeable in physics, but I did not know that. And that's pretty neat.
They don't want you to know it.
That's a great motion debunker right there.
Yes, sir. Little helium balloons.
You know what else I think is a pretty good motion debunker? Rock stacking. Stacking rocks.
Yeah.
How am I able to do that if we're going 66,616 miles per hour around the sun? Never
And
mind that we're
gravity-
1,000 miles per hour around on
and
our
gravity
axis.
can't mess with- and gravity can't mess with little rocks. You're not even supposed to be stacking those.
Yep.
Gravity doesn't hold little stuff.
No.
Gravity's not supposed to hold little stuff to the ground.
Dun, dun, dun.
That means little stuff can go to space. So if you get a toy drone, gravity doesn't mess with it because it's not massive enough so you can just fly it straight to space horizontally against all physics of gravity because gravity won't mess with it. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I'm like, how come I've never seen a launch that goes completely horizontal, like out into space off of a globe? Like that never happens.
Because the Earth is flat and there's no curve, and all they're going to do is hit dirt and water. See, if they tied if you tie a 4,000-mile string to any flying object and go straight from where you started, where you pin that string down is where you're standing. That's the center of the Earth directly below you if you're on a ball. You go 4,000 miles away with that string at the end of your copter or airplane, hot air balloon. Now drop down. I gave you 4, not 39.59. You got 4. You got miles out. So now drop down without hitting dirt and water. And we're on a globe. Everything I give is so practical and there's nothing you can do about it. There's no fucking take backs. So you put a stake, like a spike in your yard for a dog. with the dog chain. You make your dog chain the radius of the earth. You make it even more than the radius of the earth. That way they can just go out at the end of it, and every human at the end of that rope is at the edge of the fucking earth. And they can see, look down, look forward, no dirt and water in front of them, drop a rock, fly a drone and hover it, whatever you want to do. At the end of that 4,000-mile rope should be the curve and the edge of earth behind you. Not below you, behind you.
Yep. Not to mention sonar and radar systems send out horizontal pings. Those pings don't curve any kind of way.
No, I know. Yeah, that's already. When I first got into it, I brought up one of the first things I brought up was the periscope out of a submarine.
Bingo! I love that one because I come from a long line of Navy, so I'm like, it's kind of already instinctive that I know that water's
Yeah,
flat.
100 miles through a fucking periscope that only pops up a couple feet. Get the fuck out of here. There's no way.
Oh my god! Then like I had somebody trying to tell me that was some bullshit or whatever, and I'm like, are you retarded? Like, no, seriously, like this person was trying to say nuh-uh. They were only just going nuh-uh, right? And I'm like, yeah, no, a periscope from like 1 foot out of the water, 2 feet out of the water can see freaking 30, 40, 50, up to 100 freaking miles straight across the water.
It can definitely see 30. There's no way. Ain't no fucking military person gonna, it can see 30.
Yeah.
It can tell what's there too for its sonar to pop up and try to see it after it reads it on its fucking sonar, straight line of sight. Then it pops the thing up and looks for it. Why do you think it's got the sonar to pop up? To look for the ship above, so when they hit that target, they watch that motherfucker hit.
Yep. It'd be pretty cool to get some 100-mile observations from a 1 foot observation height.
Yeah, but people don't understand. You're 100 foot from somebody. You're 100 miles from somebody in every direction. No matter who that somebody is, you got a phone in your hand. If you know grandma and she lives this far away in this city or this state or whatever, and they're 100 miles from you, where you're fucking standing should be a hump of fucking water. So if you're sitting on water and you're away from any area, you pick any area on the map and you're that far away from it, that's how far of a hump of water should be sitting in front of you still while you stand in front of it and not get wet. You're below it, but not wet. That's what they don't take into account. Like, instead of pushing the thing across the lake, if the lake is 100 miles, you just have your buddy at the other end and you're at the other end. You put the thing, he puts the thing down on the lake where he's at. He's 100. He's already away from you. That you don't have to watch. I mean, you can watch it go the whole way. Don't get me wrong, but like, that person's already there. Everybody's already there where they claim all these fucking drops and humps are. But when every person's standing there, they're like, no, you can't see it. It just doesn't make no sense. There's a 9-foot fucking hump of water down there, and Bob's standing on it. Bob, can you tell you're on a 9-foot hump? No, it looks horizontal to me. It's reading horizontal. All right, welcome to Flat Earth, Bob.
Bingo. Hello? Yeah. Yeah. So, therefore, Flat Earth makes no claims. The claim is the globe. Rich, I know what a claim is, and Flat Earth isn't making claims. The claim is an assertion without evidence, right? I just did. Yeah, no, when your assertion, a claim is when you're asserting something. You've got an argument, you're making an assertion without evidence. Flat Earth isn't doing that. You know what has that though? The Globe. Globe has the claim. Globe has the burden of proof on it. Not us. You know, I'm looking at the definition right now. In summation, it's making an assertion without evidence. State or assert that something in a case, typically without providing evidence or proof. Yeah, an assertion without evidence or proof, a claim. To assert that something is the case without evidence or proof. That's the Globe. The Globe has the claim. So, yep. Flat Earth doesn't make claims. Yeah, typically, yeah. If that's the typical, if that's the norm, then I mean, seriously, what the Globe has the claim. It doesn't have evidence. It has fabricated evidence, but it doesn't have evidence. Globbers want to be like, but math is not evidence. Math is not physics either. See a lot of Globbers getting those confused as well. Yeah, I don't see anything in here that says I would have to claim it's the norm. State or assert that something is the case. I guess if you want to call that the norm, but that's not. I don't think that's analogous at all. Typically without providing evidence or proof. He claimed that he came from a wealthy, educated family. Rich claims that he lives on a spinning wet globe. How can we prove either one of those statements? Yeah, the globe is the claim, Rich. Flat Earth doesn't make claims.
Man, what happened to 24/7 on politics? Crazy.
Are you saying why are people on this server instead of the other server?
No.
Oh, it was popping last night.
Oh, okay.
I think someone this morning accidentally went in here and then everyone just came in here.
Yeah. Only one person. I need my daily flat Earth fix. Or
Hey, Rich, can you hear me? Okay, I'll explain what's going on here. So this is not. I'll explain from like a meta point of view. This is not a debate. So apparently the flat earthers are saying they do not need to have a position. All they need to do is dismantle your position. And, you know, with metaphysics as we currently understand it, it's pretty much impossible to prove anything. So they can easily go through the logic necessary to dismantle any position.
Well, we definitely can dismantle non-physical positions that aren't a physical proof of themselves. So if you lived on a ball and the ball doesn't show itself to be a ball, just horizontal everywhere, that is the physical proof that you don't have for a ball. Therefore, our review is your claim doesn't stand. It's really simple. We're reviewing the globe claim, and none of the claims are stacking up. I wish one would.
Yeah, that's the cool thing, is that the globe claim just happens to be very easily falsifiable and has been falsified multiple times, repeatedly.
An instance where the globe was falsified. Is that a thing we science? Falsified thing.
Do things have to be testable, observable, falsifiable, repeatable, verifiable in science, right? They got to be all of those things?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. So is it not possible at all to have perhaps falsified the quote-unquote globe science, which turns out to be pseudoscience, which is why it's falsifiable, which makes it so easily falsifiable, I should say.
It's pseudoscience? Wait, that's not how that works. Pseudoscience is
Yeah.
unfalsifiable. They make unfalsifiable claims.
My bad.
Science is
My bad.
falsifiable.
Yeah. So we've got a science that's falsifiable. The globe is a science. It's a globe science, and we've been able to falsify it. So where do we go from there?
What is an instance of falsification that you?
An instance of falsification.
Yep.
How about the quote-unquote science that we're moving around the sun at any kind of rate because of this thing that you guys call orbit and gravity?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How did you falsify that?
Well, if I'm being logical and rational, and we're going around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, how then are we not feeling it at all? I can stack rocks on the surface of this quote unquote globe and nothing happens, but I'm supposedly going 66,000 miles per hour around the sun on the surface of a globe,
Yeah, you
and I
don't.
don't feel it.
Yeah, you don't feel velocity. You only feel acceleration.
Oh, that's interesting, because if you look to your globe, the globe sources, it says that we are speeding up and slowing down through night and day. So how come we don't feel that slowdown and that speed up? How come we never feel that acceleration or deceleration? Right, that's something that we feel.
Yeah, we only feel it when it's.
Oh, okay, all right, but we don't feel that acceleration and deceleration of the Earth
Because it's
around the
because
sun
none
night
of them
and
is
day.
happening.
Because it's
None of them is
order of
happening.
magnitudes less.
It's yeah,
experience.
because it's not happening.
What? That's not how that works. You just can't feel it because it's orders of magnitude less than what you could feel.
No.
Well, if you can't feel it, how do you know it's moving? If you can't feel it, how do you know it's moving?
Your senses are not telling you that you're accelerating or decelerating, yet your globe narrative does tell you that you're accelerating and decelerating. So you're either going to believe your senses or you're going to believe your globe narrative.
So if I accelerate you, so if you're spinning in a wheel, and spinning in an office chair, and I accelerate you by 1 centimeter per second over the course of a day, are you going to feel that acceleration? Probably.
Definite, bro. Definite. Like
Yeah,
bro,
you would feel
you go in the elevator, you moving very slow up or down, you can feel that in your stomach already, and you talk about spinning a chair, bro?
Faster than 1 centimeter per second. I'm talking about like I don't think you realize how small that is.
You're not so it's so small, but the Earth's so big, but it's a small movement on a big Earth.
Right,
Big
that doesn't.
flywheel.
1,000 miles per hour is 1,000 fucking miles per hour.
A flywheel the size of Earth puts out what? How much can you lift with the Earth-sized flywheel?
It would be a lot of energy. Yeah, there's a lot of energy.
For the elevator
How much can you
analogy,
lift with the little flywheel? Look it up real quick. 100-pound flywheel. How much weight can it lift once you get it going?
A flywheel lift. What the fuck does that mean? Makes no sense.
I'm just trying to. I want you to compare some fucking math here, Stooge. A flywheel of 100 pounds. How much fucking weight can it move? How much torque? Once you get it to the fastest speed, right? Because then you'll figure something out for a 24,901 fucking mile, 8 gazillion pound flywheel.
Flywheel.
We're supposed to be on a flywheel. What happens when you use a
The
flywheel?
diameter of the flywheel.
A lot of power.
A lot of power is the
It
diameter
moves
of the
stuff.
flywheel.
Why is our Earth flywheel moving nothing? How come we're on a flywheel, you and me, microscopic Bob, and you don't know it?
Diameter of the flywheel, D-Mock. He
You
doesn't even know
fucking
what a flywheel
retard.
is.
100 fucking pound flywheel. I just told you.
100 pounds in diameter.
Yeah, look it up.
100 diameter.
We're going by weight, dumb bitch.
Yeah,
Go get
so
a
you don't know how
100-pound flywheel, and we're gonna go by weight. We're not going by how much diameter it can move. How much diameter can your flywheel move? That's not what you would ask, you stupid fuck. Don't act like you're fucking smart. You're dumb. The fucking weight is what we're looking for, the power. So you're not looking it up, retard.
Flywheel energy calculation. I bet there's going to be a diameter in there, D-Mock.
I bet your fucking retarded ass ain't gonna answer the question.
Yeah, because it's a stupid question. You don't
You're a
even know
dumb
what
bitch. No,
flywheel
it's
is.
not flywheel Earth. You dumb bitch. You live on a fucking Earth. You're claiming it's a spinning flywheel, you fucking retard. The size of Earth. Get your fucking mind right, dumb son of a bitch. You can't even calculate what a little flywheel's doing, and you're too afraid to do that. How the fuck are you gonna know the power of Earth? Really, Billy Bob? How fast does a 24,000-mile flywheel spin? What torque can it convert at that rate?
What is the diameter of the flywheel, D-Mock? You fucking
24,901 miles.
24. There you go. You finally got the diameter. Jesus
the Earth.
Christ, you're insufferable.
The fucking Earth, you stupid bitch. We're talking about the Earth. Stop asking me dumb questions. It's the Earth.
It's not
You're
a
asking
dumb
me what
question.
you live on? You're asking me what kind of flywheel you live on and what's the size. I thought you knew, bro. That's all.
Yeah.
Thought
So
you knew your flywheel Earth size. Do you know it's been 66,000 miles also? Did you add that in?
Yeah.
Did you add the 400,000 in?
Well, that's independent of the.
That's how the you fucking bitch. If you're moving, it ain't no independent nothing, motherfucker.
I have a question about this flywheel. What is a flywheel?
What a flywheel is?
It's a wheel that spins, and when it spins, it imparts its momentum onto other things, so it can move more weight.
What? That's not what flywheels do. But okay.
Yeah, that's what they can
What's
do.
the claim about the flywheel? Sorry, I don't get
Yeah.
it.
Can you support that claim, please?
Yeah, you're on an Earth, and your Earth flywheel isn't working. I'm with you. Flywheels aren't working good. So my claim is your flywheel Earth is doing nothing.
That's how flywheels
So now
operate.
let's look up a flywheel and see what it does. See if it does nothing. See if you can not see that it's moving. I want to compare your Earth flywheel with the real flywheel. How about a fly ball?
Doesn't know what a flywheel.
How about a spinning ball in a lab?
So hold on. If there's a ball,
argument, Trig Man, is to say that Democ doesn't know what a flywheel is because you're not fucking comprehending. My God.
How can he understand? How can I debate
How
him
can
when
we
he can't even
understand how a
understand what
ball
a
works
flywheel
without a
is?
ball?
He just
That
described
is-
what a flywheel is
How can we
inaccurately.
find
How
out
can
what
I
a
even
fly
debate
globe
this guy?
works like?
He's like an idiot.
How would you
I
guys?
can't even debate him if he doesn't know what he's
How
talking
would you go about? You don't listen.
Mark, when you're saying a ball in a lab, what is that supposed to demonstrate?
Making up shit
A
and spitting
ball
it out of his
doesn't need
asshole
your
now.
hamburger help. A ball doesn't need you to talk for it,
This is
bitches. It
verbal
doesn't need you
diarrhea
to
from
be.
D-Mock.
No, your verbal diarrhea. A spinning ball will unverbal diarrhea all of your fucking concepts. It'll bring them to life, you retard.
I literally don't understand what you guys are talking about. What is the ball supposed to
Shut
do?
the fuck up and you will. Get a globe out of your classroom, your plastic fucking shit ball. Go spin it 1,000 miles an hour, then 66,000, and then 400,000, and we'll take a look. We're only going to take a look
Okay.
then.
No, I don't think that's a correct equivalence because
You don't think that's your equivalent.
you would have to convert to
So you don't think your Earth's spinning.
hold on.
Shut
You would
the
have
fuck up, retard.
hold on. You would have to convert to angular velocity. So
I ain't
you would
gonna
you'd
convert
be
to
looking
it.
at a ball in a lab.
Bitch. You fucking retard. That's your you dumb bitch. Your claim is a ball's doing it, bitch. Now you can't do it.
No, angular velocity. So you would have to have a ball in a lab that's spinning at the rate of 1 revolution per 24 hours.
Ball in a lab. So we're dealing with dudes telling you how a ball works, you guys. I want you to pay attention to this very closely. They're telling you the attributes of a ball with no fucking ball, and they can't spin a ball. Isn't that crazy? All the lab makers and all the lab globe men couldn't spin a fucking Humpty ball back again.
Yeah, so we could spin a ball in a lab at the rate of 1 revolution per 24 hours and then observe what happens. Sure we can.
No, you can't. You won't. You won't. And you won't show us all the different things water's supposed to do on it. Stop straw manning your version, cunt. Get the fucking steel man out. Now you'll need water that's sitting still next to a tide, next to a flowing river, next to water that's not moving on your ball. They all have to show that attribute. One not moving still, one flowing like a fucking tide, and one flowing like a river or a waterfall. Those 3 waters have to be working on your fucking liquid spinning ball at 1,001 degree, 1 fucking inch per second, per mile, per million to minute. And your 66,000, don't forget to add that, 66 seconds per mile per minute. And then your 400,000, your 40 seconds per mile per minute per second. Just keep breaking them all down, goof fucking troop. And then put your water on there.
We can't demonstrate that in a lab.
Globe demonstration. Are you ready to demonstrate how a globe works? You can even get a vacuum chamber if needed. We'll give you all the equipment that's not a vacuum. It's not time and it's not space. It's no hands, no nothing doing all this shit. But we're going to give you all this equipment. Now can you spin the ball and show us how the water works on it? Or are you going to disagree with reality in front of everybody's face?
I'm not going to lie, it would be pretty awesome to be able to do those kinds of experiments, but I don't think we can.
Physics. Yeah, you're claiming that happens right now on this fucking thing we're standing on. So no, it would be pretty awesome if that was a real thing going on. Since it's not, all you can demonstrate is dirt holding water. Stupid. And not horizontally. Not on the side of fucking anything. Water's not sitting on the side of any fucking building or any side of dirt to claim your microscopic dumb fucking asses on this big ass earth and you got a piece of dirt underneath you that's not holding the water correctly. Fucking idiot. You guys don't know shit. You want to go to scale, but then you don't want to go to scale. Then you'll bring a meniscus in it like a little piece of a fucking bubble on a flat surface, not moving surface. You can't have your fucking meniscus on a rotating ball at 1,000 to 66,000, 400,000 miles an hour. You think the water meniscus is going to sit there?
You have to use angular velocity.
So you think it, where, from what? Show me what you're talking about.
Angular velocity is how physics do a spin.
Where, on what object, you dumb cunt?
I thought we were comparing, the supposed sphere of the Earth to a smaller sphere.
Where in reality, retard? Bitch, how do you know about an angular anything when you don't got one? You're fucking stupid. This is where we go with you retarded bitches. Where is the ball doing the angular velocity and the momentum that you don't know nothing about, that you can't tell? You fucking retard. Show us what you're talking about. Quit imagining.
So we don't know. But I'm taking the glober position here, and the globers are saying they're in front of a ball.
You don't have a position without a ball in your hand. Do you understand this, stupid? You have an imagination or a religion. You have a bunch of globe popes that preach to you a whole bunch of fucking shit. Globe Psalms 1, Globe Psalms 2, Einstein Pope, Newton preacher, Gravity Psalms 52.5, 9.8 meters per second square, said Pope Jesus, Einstein. Don't forget Neil deGrasse Jesus, who walked, or I mean, Buzz Lightyear Jesus, who walks on the moon. Neil Armstrong. I mean, what the fuck do we do with this? You guys are telling us about something that you don't have. You don't have an angular velocity of momentum on a fucking sphere. You don't have shit. You don't even have a sphere doing nothing. You're talking out your ass. Thus, your fucking globe claim can't even be met at one spin, let alone doing all of them, let alone having water touch it.
Yeah,
so where the fuck you guys get? Yeah, so where do you get to claim this is physically possible in our realm of reality, motherfucker?
Well, I was just going off of your, flywheel example, and so the globe, there's a globe, so we're inferring a globe.
The ball you're claiming is a ball.
We're inferring an angular velocity of 1 revolution per 24 hours.
You shouldn't infer shit on a ball you don't have.
I haven't done the experiment myself, but I think that if you covered a ball in water and then spun it,
they haven't even touched the fucking ball. They haven't spun any balls in a lab. They haven't put water on it. They don't got
a machine that spins it.
Helicopters sticking to it. They don't got little drones being pulled around by the gravity. These dumb, stupid bitches have nothing but a fucking imagination telling you what you can't imagine and how you don't understand their imagination's correct. What a bunch of fucking losers.
So if you put a ball in a machine that rotates it at 1 revolution per 24 hours, I don't know what would happen. Maybe the water would fly off. Maybe the water would stay
moving. This flat earth ain't moving. You'll need a ball doing that, bitch, so we can see what it looks like. Until then, welcome to flat earth that don't spin. Stupid. Fuck you talking about? You ain't convinced us of shit. You ain't shown shit. How do you know what you're talking about when you're on a flat stationary earth and you're talking about spinning balls, bitch?
Hey, I'm interested in the experiment that you brought up. You brought the flywheel.
You're talking out your fucking ass. Turn the camera on and go get a ball.
How am I talking out of my ass when I'm talking about what you were talking about?
I want the 3 speeds. Show us how you're going to spin a ball 3 speeds. Show us how you're doing that.
Can you 3 speeds? Sorry, I'm lost.
1,000. It spins more than that, brother. We're just going to give you fucking half of them. It's also going with the sun, going through the galaxy, going through the universe, going through space, and going through expanding space. You fucking idiot. How many speeds is that more than your 1,000? You're not adding them up. We need all of them.
I thought we were talking about spin. Now you're talking about something else.
Talking about a ball that's supposed to be showing the velocity of what it do. How are you doing that talking about a fucking chair spinning 1 second? A chair ain't no ball in a vacuum, is it? You fucking retard. That's how dumb you fucking idiots are. I ask you how a ball works, you say go get in a truck. I ask you where the curve's at, you say look at the sun. You motherfuckers are mentally broke down retarded because of this ball.
No, I'm talking specifically about the experiment that you wanted to do.
What we're trying to talk about, what you will not do. Get the fucking ball. Why are you waiting? You should have already did this while I was talking. You should be rambling with a ball on a fucking drill bit, spinning that motherfucker, putting a chair on the drill, the drill on the chair, and spinning the chair while the drill bit's spinning. Show us your fucking speeds, bitch. What kind of crack are you smoking, motherfucker? Why do we got to imagine it? I'm sick of fucking imagining your cunt stories and then telling us we're wrong because you don't make no fucking sense.
So yeah, I was just going off of your flywheel experiment, but it sounds like you're talking about an experiment.
You fucking retard. You're not going off nothing. You don't have anything physical in your hand. You're imagining something right now, you stupid bitch. Stop. Fucking stop. Motherfuckers. Stop imagining you're right. Stop imagining you got a claim to hold on to. Stop imagining you're making any sense. You don't have a flywheel in your fucking hand.
Okay, so
anything about it.
I don't have the experiment set up, but let's
okay. So stop acting like you can say any words. Then don't ever say globe or spinning ball. Then don't.
I think we can use our imaginations. We can use our imaginations.
Velocity. Don't say velocity. You've got none.
So let's imagine we have a ball and then a chair on it. So you wanted to do a chair.
Let's do it. No, I'm not imagining shit, you fucking loser.
You spin the ball. You spin the ball at 1 revolution per 24 hours, and you're estimation is that the chair will fly off?
I'm not estimating shit. I want to see it happen, and you can record it live. We don't have to estimate nothing, you dumb motherfucker. We can watch it. Get the fucking shit and let's do it, you fucking retard. A dumb, retarded fucking question is not the answer. Do you understand? We're looking for the answer, not a bunch of retard globers that don't make no fucking sense and can't show us their model, and then their ill comprehension turns into a stupid fucking question.
Well, I think you can.
What was your question again, Demok? I'm sorry. What was your question again, just so that we're fresh up on it?
Your question, bro.
She said Demok.
She was telling me to hold on.
Oh no, I was asking. Did you have a question that you were asking him that he wasn't answering?
Oh, no. I'm saying, no, he's asking all the questions on how and why this is going to work and how this would work imaginatively, right? And I'm telling him I'm not going to answer any made-up postpartum predictions. I'm not going to do it Meridian. I'm not going to do it post-Meridian. I'm not going to make a fucking fake false prediction so he can say dumb fucking shit. We're going to watch it do what it does, then we can record that together and we can go over what it does instead of acting like we're fucking retard pretender clowns making up dumb questions to ask to little kids who we're trying to teach something. Don't you think you would just get the fucking ball rolling and teach them? Fucking idiot.
No, so okay. I'm agnostic on this issue. I don't really care. But so what actually happened here is that you were trying to represent the hypothetical globe as if it was spinning a lot faster than it's actually spinning because you forgot to convert to angular velocity.
I didn't say a speed. I never once said anything's moving faster or slower than anything. I said go get a 100-pound flywheel and spin it.
So I think without any sort of experiment, we can pretty easily imagine that stuff wouldn't just fly out.
Nothing. Loser, you didn't do it. Where did our conversation go from that? You doing nothing. Then I said now what my claim was we're not using a flywheel. I want to see what the Earth does. My claim is what the fuck does a ball do like an Earth when it's spinning all those directions? We want to see. My claim is what does your claim do?
Okay, so the Glober claim is that the Earth spins at a certain angular velocity. If we scale that down and maintain the angular velocity, we can simply imagine that probably the hypothesis that stuff would be flying off is not actually the case.
How can we demonstrate that instead of fucking imagining cartoons all day? You know, somebody really wants to do engineering with this and they want to use the kinematic expression and the centrifugal and centripetal force.
So yeah, you could probably do like a pendulum on a rotating.
No, we're not going to
axis.
do a pendulum. No, you fucking retard gimp dick motherfucker. We're going to get a fucking ball and we're going to spin the fucking ball on a drill bit, the rotation you claim. Then it's going to move the other rotation that's claimed 66,600 miles an hour. Then it's going to move approximately 400,000 to 500,000 miles an hour. Then it's going to get to about 1 million and something. Then it's going to get to almost light speed. We'll need all of these fucking speeds demonstrated at the same time. We're not going to leave nothing out of your globe model. How can you leave them out? Then it won't work right. Then
in the test, you would have to.
How can your imagination work right with one speed?
I think it's okay to separate.
Miles an hour, you have one speed. Fucking slow-mos.
I think it's okay to
1,000 miles an hour on a ball without going 1,000 miles an hour. You're claiming 1,000 miles an hour isn't 1,000 miles an hour. This is how fucking retarded you motherfuckers are.
You know, I think it's okay to separate into two different experiments, hypothetical experiments. One for spin, and one for speed. So
why would you do that? How can you then what's that showing us?
Well, I'm not a physics expert, but I don't think they're related. I don't think they're related.
You don't need to be a physics expert to spin a ball. It talks for itself. You shut the fuck up. That's what a physics expert would do. And spin the ball and go record it and do different stuff and just keep recording. And then what he recorded, bring me the tape. That's what the ball do. It doesn't need no fucking third-party hamburger helper to talk for it, bro. Physics ain't hard. Watch. Write down and record. Try to repeat.
So a ball spinning at 1 rev per 24 hours angular velocity will impart some form of what's it called, centrifugal force. It will impart some form of centrifugal force, but on the Earth itself, that force seems to be greatly overwhelmed by what we call the gravitational force, and I don't even know what that is. But it seems like there are two different forces.
Our imagination. So our imagination is going to overwhelm our imaginary force with our imaginary force. So our imaginary force of pulling in spinning, but pushing out spinning, is going to outdo the gravity pulling in and pushing out. So how come gravity pulls in and out, and so does your centrifugal and centripetal? How come these fucking things are doing the same? How come magnetism ain't like that? But it is. It pulls in and it pushes away. Oh my God. Every fucking mechanism can be confused for gravity. Buoyancy and density. Oh my God. Speed, free fall, 0G. Oh, that's gravity. Drop something, that's 0G. That's 9.8 meters per second squared. You make me sound like a fucking schizophrenic reading all this dumb shit off. That's not even being read. It's in my fucking head because it's retarded.
Yeah, so I'm willing to entertain, the electromagnetic theories and the pressure density, or what did you call it?
I just went over. Do you understand what's going on here?
I think those different theories about why stuff falls down to the ground are very interesting, but
I'm with you.
I thought we're talking about like the current modern accepted physics stuff.
We talk about something that's not happening in front of our face. What are we talking about? I don't see a ball. Do you have a camera handy?
So yeah, I wish we could do an experiment. I think it would be really interesting.
This last fucking 10 years now is just keep saying dumb shit, asking dumb shit, separating their model from itself. They don't want to play it all together. They want to straw man their own fucking model into bits and pieces and versions. First, it's a meniscus that you can see greatly in a little scale on the table. But then the meniscus don't show to no fucking human that would be 200 miles high, right? They tell you the scale, then they don't want the scale. Then they shrink the scale, then they want the scale big. Then when you put the little shit on the big scale, then they don't want it. Then when you put the big shit on the little scale, they don't want that. So it's too far, but too close, you can't see it when you're up close. It's fucking super big when you're far away. When you're far away, that's 50 foot of water right there that Bobby can't go fucking sliding down. Why can't Bobby go down a 50-foot fucking hump of water on his sled? Are you fucking serious? Physics that's broke?
Okay, so I mean, I can answer that from the point of view of physics. Like, that's not difficult.
Yeah, we're on a frozen fucking Earth. You're down that way. There's a fucking 9-foot fucking hill of frozen water. How come Bobby can't sled down it?
Why? I don't understand. Why can't I? Why can't he? If there's a frozen slope,
he can't never stand on it. You see it from down there like a fucking mirage, and Bobby can never get to it.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So the reason is that
stop. So if you're on the shore, frozen water, we're in Antarctica, you're on the frozen shore of frozen ball Earth. Your little buddy is 100 miles away. You got imaginarily a fucking 1 mile wall of fucking curve. This motherfucker's gonna have the ride of his life. He fucking loves sledding. Bobby's down there. He's waiting. He's paid you all of his money. He gave you $1 million to get him this 9-mile fucking sled ride. The extreme Earth curve fucking sled toboggan, right? And he's down there. And he's looking for it. And you're promising him. I fucking see it, bro. I can calculate it. I can see it. I can put it in my math. I got the numbers and everything. Just sit down on your slide right there. And he's like, where, man? It's all horizontal in front of me, man. What the fuck? And you're like, just sit down and slide, Bobby. Go, Bobby. You can do it. You're 9 miles. You're a mile up. And Bobby can't do it. He's not a mile up. He's sitting right on the surface of the fucking water. Now, what kind of crack are you guys fucking smoking to keep telling kids there's a curve there when nobody could find it?
So I get what you're saying, and I can answer.
No, you apparently don't. How do we still have a globe debate?
I can answer just based on, the premises of modern physics in the globe. Like, even if I don't believe in the globe, I can answer this question easily. So when you're talking about sitting at a rest, you're at the apex of the curve, right? But no matter where you go, you're still at the apex of the curve. So even if you move to a
So
different
there's zero curve everywhere you go, every time. Correct?
no, you would
Just
still
like
be
a
on
horizontal line.
the
Can you
principle of
hold on, brother? Stop. I'm going to point you out to be wrong right now, retard.
okay.
Go get a meter stick and show me where the fucking water curves away from 3 feet. If you can't find that point personally up close, you fucking idiot, then it's not there ever
No,
for
but
no.
I was trying to answer your hypothetical question.
Yeah,
You're not
but
interested in the
I
answer?
know the curve's got to be up close. You got to be able to see a mile of it under your feet. You got to be able to measure a mile of water falling away from a horizontal line.
Yeah, I can already explain that.
No. You can't even do it.
Even if I don't believe in the model, I can explain it based on the premises.
Water, not a model. Water curving from a fucking meter stick. Go get a meter stick.
So no matter where you're standing on a hypothetical
Go take your
apex
aquarium
curve,
wherever you want and sit it down. Take your aquarium with you, motherfucker, and sit it down. Show us the water curve and not fill the right side of your tank. Your
okay,
dumb
this is
bitch ass is gonna say that's impossible, right? Stupid.
okay. Just let me answer to your previous question. Let me answer your previous question before you hit me with a second
Brother,
question.
you got an aquarium. The tools you need are right there. The aquarium. Go sit it where you want to show us the curving water.
Okay, can I answer your first question?
No, you can demonstrate anything you
do your
want.
first question before I do your second question?
Retard answer that you make up about your imaginary chairs and shit when you don't know anything about physics. Shut up, dude. You're wasting our time and our
Can I
life.
do your first question before I do your second question?
You're a time energy sucker. You're like a fucking energy vampire. I can feel it right now, bro. You took 50% of my energy out already. I'm usually way more amped up than this.
Okay, so why did you move me onto a different question when I was trying to answer your first question?
Brother, I didn't move you anywhere. We're waiting for a demonstration. Your bitch ass keeps talking. Shut the fuck up, motor mouth. Shut the fuck up. I've asked you that from the beginning. Stop fucking talking. Get the ball out. Didn't I say that? I didn't bring you to no question. You're a fucking retard and you think you psychologically make sense. But your fucking psychopathy, your psychopathy isn't working here. You're stupid. Shut up.
Okay, so in the globe model, no matter where you go, you're always on the apex of the curve. And no matter where you go,
we don't know
if you
what the
change your position on the curve, the gravitational force vector will also be
I can't
changing.
even get you to spin a fucking ball, dude. Not one of you Globers have ever got a fucking camera and started spinning the ball. I swear to God, not one of you. Not Professor Dave, not MC McToon, not FTFE, the motherfuckers working on a fucking submarine and the nuke and they do the math. Not a physicist, not even Blue Marble, the guy who makes the shit for the colleges, right? To show the earth process. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he makes them. You think you know what you're talking about? Come on, bro.
Hypothetically, on a curve, if you
Jim
change your
Panda's got a
position on
guy
the
named
curve,
Rocket in his room.
the
right?
gravitational
The guy
force
who wants
vector
to do
will also
rocket
change.
chemistry and rocket data.
So there's
You're
not
gonna
going to
come
be
in and
any.
act like you're gonna tell us something like we don't got a rocket professor we can talk to anytime.
There's
What
not
the
going to be
fuck
any
are
like
you gonna
sliding down a slide effect going down
what
a
a rocket
curve
professor's gonna tell
because
you about that
the
effect?
gravitational force vector will be changing
You know
under your
what a
feet as you
Shut
move.
up, retard. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, imaginer. You don't have any gravity. There's no vector. There's no effect. Where the fuck did you get that mumbo jumbo from? Your mind?
Hey, I'm willing to accept that there's no gravity. I'm down with the theories.
Shit. Orbit in the lab. Show me.
I was answering your question from the globe paradigm.
Hey, grade. I keep telling you you're retarded. You don't listen. This is what retarded kids do. They keep acting like repeating themselves is going to make it right.
Look, I'm interested in other paradigms for sure. I was just answering your question based on the globe paradigm.
No, you're not. Physical objects answer my questions. I told you that. They don't need you to talk for them. I think what's happened here is you guys have been fucking brainwashed. Utterly fucking parroted and brainwashed. You keep going over and over and back to talking and talking like you're a broke ass parrot or a fucking tape player. Brother, shut the fuck up. Get a ball out. Stop talking. Put some objects on it. Get the vacuum chamber. Whatever you got to do. Put them in the hot, put them in the cold, put them in the high, put them in the low, put them in the positive, put them in the negative, put them in a vacuum, put them in
Okay.
a windstorm.
Like I said, it would be pretty awesome to be able to do that experiment.
Physics doesn't lie for me or you. Put them in a vacuum and see what it do. We ain't got no
It would
vacuum.
be-
That's just true.
It would be really cool to be able to do that experiment for sure. But let me put in one caveat.
Vacuum, man-made vacuum, not an observed phenomenon in nature. Definitely not. Nowheres.
Let me put in one caveat to that hypothetical experiment.
You know how
So-
you can't science a sphere? Because none are observed in nature. There is no spherical phenomena in nature.
So
What is the sphere that gravity made out in the woods or in nature?
if one were to do that experiment, hypothetically, you would actually have to decrease the angular velocity of the rotation
Hey, I
to
don't
account for the
Hey, shut
mass ratio
I'm gonna stop you now. Quit
between the
imagining
experimental ball and the Earth ball.
shit. You ain't doing nothing.
So
Shut the
you'd have
fuck
to do ratios
You ain't gotta
between
do nothing.
mass.
You're not doing nothing. You're talking out your ass. You're making up more excuses for your fucking excuse to be an excuse.
No, I'm
For
just
another
I'm talking through the logical implications
You
of
want
this
to know, you
hypothetical
want to
experiment.
separate your logical excuse from itself. Stop giving us more excuses because your excuse ain't working. How
So-
fucking dumb can you science lab retards be?
So hypothetically,
Well, you see
what
the
the
math,
Earth has,
but no, you don't believe. But what do you mean you don't understand? What do you mean you don't understand my imaginary ball that ain't in front of you? What do you mean you can't comprehend my fucking non-physical things not happening? Who the fuck could? You don't got nothing going down.
so hypothetically, what the Earth
Your lab
has.
is empty. Your lab is empty. What are we reading? Where's our chart? Where's our fucking material? What are we getting the value of?
Hypothetically, what the Earth has is a
What mass are
angular
you?
velocity for spin
Volume.
and a mass for gravity.
We're going to start with.
And then we have opposing centrifugal and gravitational forces.
You don't have anything. You're just reading
in-
words. Dr. Seuss.
In a hypothetical scaled down experiment, you would have to account for all of those factors.
Snorlax, Thorlax, one fish, two fish, red fish.
You would have to
blue
account for all of those factors and maintain the ratios so that it would be the same as a full-sized globe, hypothetical globe, I should say.
And the big globe and the little globe won't act like each other. A big helicopter and a little helicopter are going to get magic. Now the big helicopter is going to start orbiting shit and shit's going to orbit it because it's a big helicopter. What a fucking retard. Is this what they teach you? They teach you physics isn't real now?
That is kind of what they taught me, but like I said, I'm very interested in other paradigms and other explanations.
Reality is all you have. The only physics you have are one physics. Repeat this. We have one physics on Earth. It's Earth physics. If we can't do it on Earth, guess what it's not a part of? Physics at all. It's not a part of it. It's imaginary. Like the fucking retards. Like you. You
Okay,
fucking retard.
so you don't, I mean,
I don't have to buy no retard story. Religious
I'm
bitch.
not saying you don't believe
I
in
don't
physics.
have to
What I was
believe
trying to ask is, are you not interested at all?
Nobody has to.
Are you
don't
not
have to
interested
be
in
a
all in
retard.
anything
You don't have
metaphysical?
You got nothing to show what you're talking about. All you have is metaphysical, you fucking idiot.
Are you only? I'm asking you
Pseudopod.
personally.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
asking you
asking about
personally.
what you imagine. You insane motherfucker. For the 100th time, stop imagining dumb shit. Quit asking us if our imagination matches yours. You insane bitch. This is what they taught you fucking retards.
Yeah,
Get
they
them to
did. They
believe.
did teach me
Ask them if
gravity,
they
and
believe.
like I said,
Ask them if they believe you. Ask
like
them
I
if they
said,
believe you 100 times. Get them to please believe your religion. Please believe it walked on water. Please believe we walked on the moon. Please believe water is sticking to a ball. Please. Please, Joe.
so like I said, I'm very interested in other paradigms, other theories.
How can we see physics of a globe on Earth in real physics, the only one we have?
Are there any theories that you personally are interested
Whatever
in?
you can demonstrate.
So okay, so you're only interested in empirics.
I'm only interested in reality. We have one physics, you fucking retards. As soon as you understand this, the better all science can fucking grow, bitch.
Okay, is logic
Then we can make
reality?
pyramids again. When we get rid of you dumb fucking retard clucks.
Okay, does logic fall into the set of reality?
Oh, secret science dumb bitch. Secret physics, motherfucker. We can't see.
Is logic in the set of reality?
Why do you do secret physics for the kids? Why do you do secret stuff in your head? Why won't you show us your secret physics, sir? Can I be brave enough and smart enough to see your secret physics, sir? Can you be brave and show them to us? Your magical physics you believe in your fucking head, stupid? Could you please show us your magic fucking realm of reality, Narnia? Your Narnia globe zone? I've never seen nothing do a fucking thing like a globe. Persist to fucking invade, to insinuate or claim. No elucidation, no pointing to. Not one lab designated to a globe. Not one physical fucking attribute, no museum of globes, no globe physics to learn. Not one class you can take on super hyper globe economical fucking Euclidean.
I seriously don't believe that you are not interested in
I
Narnia.
believe you religious ball pushing bitch.
Narnia is interesting, dude.
Narnia is a ball that you
It doesn't
don't have
matter.
in nature.
It
You
doesn't
don't even
matter.
have a ball to begin with. Where do you get your first ball in
Look,
nature
bro,
without you
bro,
making
bro,
it?
it doesn't matter if we're talking about ball
in
Narnia
nature without
or we're
you
talking
making it.
about plain
Where do you
Narnia.
get a ball in nature, Narnia balls? It's in your fucking mind. You don't even have a ball to start with.
The point is that Narnia is fun
There
to
is
discuss.
Narnia is the ball. You dumb cunt. There is no ball anywhere. You got a plastic fucking piece of shit the Glober's made that's hollow, no lava, no core, no water, a fucking sticker fucking ball that's hollow. You serious, motherfucker? Is that how you show kids how dirt and water works? Huh.
Okay, bro, I answered your questions. Unless you have any other questions, I think we should talk about a different kind of Narnia.
I haven't seen a ball yet. I haven't seen you go to nature and get a fucking ball. We can science the naturalness of a fucking sphere somewhere.
So you brought up electromagnetism. Is that a kind of Narnia that you're interested in?
Is it
I'm
akin
curious
to
on
a
that.
ball that doesn't exist that you're interested in?
It kind of is. It kind of is.
Where's the ball at that magnetics made?
No. It's not a ball. It's a different theory. I thought you were aware of this theory
Where
because you
is
brought
the
it up.
ball you're talking about?
Bro, you brought up the electromagnetics. I thought that you were interested in that theory.
Yeah, I said it's more powerful than your fake ass gravity.
Yeah, so let's forget about the ball.
Yeah, magnets are real. Don't worry, brother.
Let's forget about the ball. How does the electromagnetic
Well,
theory
my
work?
job's done. Thank you. Close up shop. Welcome to Flat Earth, you fucking retard. You finally get it. Damn, that was hard.
Okay, so how does the electromagnetic
We're
stuff
not
work?
worried about nothing else. We'll just welcome your mom to Flat Earth and tell her she can have a great life now. And your dad and your preacher and your teacher. Go tell your scientists. Go tell your physicists. Fucking kiss the fucking flat dirt you live on and the flat grass. Go roll around in it. Smack the flat water.
How it really is that, Ball Earth Narnia or whatever Narnia you want to talk about, it's all very interesting to discuss. So I enjoyed discussing Ball Earth Narnia with you, and now we can discuss a different kind of Narnia.
No, it's not. No, cartoons are going to get you killed. Cartoons will get you killed. Cartoon fucking lying cunts and non-existent physics are not going to help you save lives in the military fucking process, during war, during any type of engineering thing where you got to make sure nobody dies. Shut your fucking cartoon mouth. We want physical attributes to know whether my buddy's going to live after the shrapnel might go past his face at 300 fucking RPM or fucking 300 feet per second.
Okay,
Like,
so
what the
if you guys deny all sorts of Narnia, then wouldn't a military that employs Narnia?
Non-physical. If you have physical stuff, please present it.
Okay, so the military
so you don't
uses
have anything but words again.
the military uses radar to shoot missiles
that
at
real
stuff.
stuff? Is
That's
it real?
not physical.
Can you put it in the lab?
Yeah,
How
they
does
can
it
put
work
radar
if
in a
it's not
lab.
physical? How are they touching it? How
It
does it
works off
exist? You fucking retard.
radar. I believe it works off electromagnetics.
You retarded bitch. Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking retard. This is the fucking retards we're dealing with. Now they don't believe in radar because they can't get a ball.
Oh my
What are you
God.
talking about? You're
So
the
you
one
don't
who said you didn't believe in anything non-physical.
radar, bitch. You said you don't believe in radar because you can't produce a ball in reality. You're going to all the shit you think is not real, apparently.
What are you even talking about?
Oh shit, bitch.
That's
I
the
said
exact opposite of what happened here.
I said what you don't present's not
You
real.
said you don't believe in anything
Well, I
non-physical.
believe in radar. You said
So you're contradicting yourself then, because you believe in radar.
brother, I believe in anything that you can touch, test, manipulate, and demonstrate, and watch it work. If you had orbits going on, you dumb loser cunt, we wouldn't be talking about radar right now, would we? We'd be going over the real orbit you'd be having that working. We'd be going over real water sticking to a ball, you fucking loser retard. Stop going to other shit that ain't your ball Narnia. You want to stay far away from the ball because it's not physical. It's the thing that's mental, not radar, not Australia.
Yeah, I mean, you're the one who said you don't believe in anything non-physical.
Light and sound. They're
Look,
real.
bro, you're
They're
the one who
glow
said
vision.
you're the one who said you don't believe in anything non-physical.
Non-existent, non-physical.
I can only go off of what you said.
Ever again.
I can only respond to what you say.
Not like you to say radar's not real.
I can only take your words to be honest. Okay.
Listen to a
When you
fucking
say
reading out of his Bible.
when you say you don't believe in anything non-physical, how am I supposed to believe that? Like, oh, you believe in radar because radar is not physical.
Word believe. Take your believing Bible the fuck on. We're done with it. Your Bible says, "Do you believe?" and then a whole bunch of retard questions. Take it on. Go on somewhere, Preacher Bob. Fuck your beliefs, dude. Ain't nobody give a fuck about what you believe us to believe. You're a fucking retard.
I can only believe what you
can
say
only
is
demonstrate
honest.
what you can demonstrate, bitch.
I can only believe what you say. I'm trying to take you to be honest.
Retard, religious
When you
bitch.
say you don't believe in anything physical,
Somewhere else. This is not the religious channel. This is not what does Bob believe. You fucking retard or brimstroker. Quit trying to suck the belief out of us, you bitch.
so when you say you don't believe in anything non-physical, I can only take that to be you speaking what's actually true. Instead of just, oh, just kidding, I actually believe in this. Just kidding, I actually believe in this non-physical thing.
You make it a shit show. Show me.
So you don't believe in non-physical except for certain things.
I believe. I believe whatever you produce. I told you that a long time ago. It seems like you need help with dictionary words. Whatever you can produce. Do you know what the word produce means? Do you know what demonstrate? Do you know what
So what would you say if I said the military demonstrated radar over the horizon?
I'd say you suck a lot of dick and who gives a fuck. I'd say you're
Okay,
in the
so you're not interested in reading radar studies?
Hey, bro, your lips are sore. Get out of the military.
I thought you believe in radar.
Brother.
Hold on. So now you went from not believing in radar to then you believe in radar.
I gotta correct your speech there, right? Believe in radar, like radars are like Santa Claus or some shit. No. But there's no belief in radar, dude. What the fuck?
I'm just going off of what DMOC said. Okay, so
they don't believe in anything physical. They just believe in non-physical shit. That's how fucking retarded they are. They're gonna ask you.
DMOC said he doesn't believe in anything non-physical.
They want to know if you believe in real shit.
Radar.
You believe in fake shit. They want your real belief to confirm their fake belief of globes. Fucking retards. Quit asking us what we believe. God damn. This dude's writing a book of belief. They come in and they want to act like they're cordial. They want to act like they're being nice and they're on your side. No, they understand. Oh, we're just a flat earther too. Then why does any of it matter? And then we're stupid and we don't understand. But now he doesn't know anything about physics. Then he starts spouting out all the fucking buzz trade words of a fucking physics person that would argue the globe.
Hey, look, I can make the globe argument and I can make the flat earth argument. It's not hard to make either side argument. I can just go off of what
flat earth is.
Well, it depends on what group you're talking about. Which group are you talking about?
Yeah, you made no fucking sense. You said you can make the flat earth argument.
Yeah, there are different sects in flat earth.
You can't.
They're different
See where we
sects.
go with this? Bunch of double speaking fucking idiots, man. Where do you go with these schizophrenic retard motherfuckers? If you was a kid in the classroom and said, "Teacher, I can piss my pants," no, I can't. What are we supposed to do with this?
Can you sharpen your pencil or not, motherfucker?
So I think that my clarification of your question is quite fair. All you
What
have
is
to
a
do is
flat
tell me
Earth?
what exact sect of flat
You're not
Earth.
making no sense like the other guy. Prove your point. What is a flat Earth? You said you can argue for the flat Earth and the globe. My one question to you was, what is your flat Earth? And you're rambling now.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just, since you won't answer my clarification question, I'll just answer based on what this Discord believes. This Discord believes that there is no objective proof for the globe Earth. And that's pretty much it.
No, I asked you about the flat Earth. What is the flat Earth itself?
Yeah, that is the flat Earth position in this Discord.
And do you think we're wrong in that?
No, I think you're right. That's why I said I can argue for either side. I can make
Right,
make the
so if
case
there's
for either side.
objective evidence for the Earth being a ball, why would you entertain it as a possibility?
I already explained. Sorry, you just got here, right? It's because I find discussing these kinds of things to be interesting, just personal
Yeah. I mean, I get the discussion
you're the one
side
that
of
said
things,
that.
but you appreciate. There's a difference between. I mean, we're not taking this position as we are because it's fun to discuss these concepts. I mean, the schools aren't teaching the kids that this globe is a fun concept to discuss. They're telling them this is reality. This is where you live.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
So do you think that's pretty weird? Like you realize that there's actually no objective evidence for us being on a ball, but they're teaching all the kids.
Well, so I think it's an interesting thing you bring up.
Hold on. They tell you can die on a ball on this bitch if a meteor comes any fucking second. Remember that.
Okay, can I respond to Cyclone? So I think that's a very real and interesting thing you bring up, and I think that it. So I actually have a baby, and I'm going to try to teach him about philosophy and about claims and about proof and about objectivity, subjectivity, stuff like that.
Well, you better watch out because your baby won't believe the globe if you teach him all that.
Yeah, that's my goal. Is I want him to be able to think for himself, but unfortunately, it's not like a utopian world that we live in. I don't think that we're like free people. Technically, I view us as like property of the governments in which the countries we were born in, and we're kind of like.
We're with you on that. We're probably with you on a lot of the stuff, like a lot of the stuff. And listen, don't let my fucking mannerisms of being like slightly rude throw you off. I'm a really good person. As long as we have an honest conversation, I'm the best person you could ever talk to. Promise you that. Some people set me off because they be so dishonest, and I just don't like it.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he picked that up.
Yeah, I fully understand.
Hold on, I confused you for the other dude for one part of it because like one of you guys like I don't know, you were both talking in 1 second, and the other dude like whatever. Unless it was you the whole time, I'm not sure. Was it you the whole time, or was it the other dude too? You guys sound kind of alike, your voices.
It was three. It was Gamma and Rich and
you chimed in one time and said something that was actually a good thing, but then I was jumping on him, so I didn't want you to think that that thing you said was bad. I actually agreed with that one thing you said while he was being a jackass. I was letting you know.
Well, like I said, I'm kind of agnostic on the issue, and I can, like I said, I can make the case for either side, and so I was just trying to clarify the globe side of this.
Didn't sound like
I'm glad you left
sounded
it.
like you agree with us. There's no evidence for it.
Right, I'm glad you left it like that because a lot of people will say, well, the flat earth is this and this and this. I was waiting for you to do that just to clarify a whole bunch of crazy shit, right? And you didn't. You said, well, the flat earth's just making the claim, or not even the claim. They're just looking for the proof. They're looking for what's been claimed.
Yeah,
They're looking
so
for, yeah.
so sorry, I would say there's a difference between definitively proving something 100% and being able to perform logical induction based on certain evidences.
In certain circumstances, yeah, but extraordinary claims require extraordinary circumstances to demonstrate them somehow, right? I mean, this is where we're at. These are extraordinary claims being made by the globe. They're not just fucking regular go outside and see it happen right here in front of your face. Definitely.
But yeah, I totally understand what you're, I understand the meta of this conversation. That's why I like this channel a lot.
And we do, if we're truthfully discussing shit, we'll get into the forces and the Senate and all this other shit, but we're not going to get into a person that just only believes everything Google tells you, or else, that would be stupid of us to try to enter a fucking intellectual format of discussion if the person is going to take everything we say for granted and act like we're joking. Like, that wouldn't even make any sense. That's why I get mad at some people. Now, if you're talking in a room with another person and I walked up, I would listen till your fucking lips turn blue. I wouldn't even say a word if you guys were having a fucking good discussion about stuff, and whether you're going back and forth arguing what. If you're making a point and he's making a point that has anything to do with logistics of reality, shit, I'm all ears.
How long have you been looking into this, Stephen?
When did I join this server? Like a couple of weeks ago.
And that's the first time you've started thinking about this topic?
Well, I've seen flat Earth theory before, and the concept of like objective proof clicked pretty quickly for me. Like, I understand.
Was your thoughts about what this conversation we're having is, was it what you expected when you had the conversation, or have you changed your ideas about what we're saying since you've been listening?
No, I like what you guys do here. It's entertaining. I know you say it's not supposed to be entertaining, but it's entertaining for me.
I didn't say it wasn't supposed to be entertaining. It is very entertaining. My point was that the topic is not merely for entertainment or for fun speculation. I mean, this is very real and has very real world consequences.
It's a serious discussion, but things can be funny. Yeah, don't get me wrong like that. I meant be serious about what we're trying to get to, in our, like what the conclusions we're trying to reach. Well, we could tell jokes and be funny about it all day. I mean, it is a funny format. Like when we say the ball's supposed to do this, or the Globers say the flat Earth's supposed to do this, that shit is funny. I can't say it's not. It's funny as hell. You guys make me laugh. We make you laugh.
I mean, that's one of the amazing things about this topic. It's simultaneously the most funny and the most serious topic on Earth.
Yeah, when I first got into the flat Earth, that's all I did was joke about it. I'd joke with the Globers about this shit. I'd be like, you said what? The globe does what?
I mean, just by nature of discussing the globe concept, it's going to be funny. But obviously, this is actually what people are educating children into believing, so this is a very serious thing.
What do you mean that's what you used to do, Demog? That's literally all you did to Steven that entire time.
No, I'm saying
that's all right. Let's not get waylaid by one of Richie's social commentary comments.
Yeah, I used to not cuss or anything. I used to just be totally like the funny format of it, like, just laugh at it and just.
You're kidding.
No. When I first got into it, it was just a comedy thing. Like a comedy thing because the globe was a joke to me. And I was like waiting for some proof. So everything was funny to me. They're like 93 million miles. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. How many what? You know what I mean? It's funny. Like I wasn't.
But now it just makes you angry?
Now it makes me angry because the people that I talk to, depending on how you enter this conversation with me, depending on how I feel, how you're relaying yourself, I can pick up on whether you're bullshitting most of the time or you actually came in here today and you really want to know about the flat Earth and the globe. If that, then I'll be cool as fuck with you. And a lot of people realize that. If I don't sense that about you, no. If I sense you've been in this shit for 5 years, just going bouncing room to room, calling fucking flat Earthers stupid, telling them to kill herself, being retarded and all this other shit, you are the motherfuckers I get mad at. Not you,
Right, but you,
don't.
you were calling Steven like retarded every
Richie,
3
you're mad.
seconds because
Yeah,
he
because
was
Steven
disagreeing
said,
with you when he
no,
was
listen,
self-admitted to have only joined the server a couple of weeks ago, let alone
no, no,
be
no,
in
no,
these
no, hold on.
discussions.
That's not why I did
Rich,
it.
it's
I
part of
did
the game, Rich. That's how the meta works. It's like a meta discussion.
No, I did that because he
Steven
said,
gets this. He's not crying. Steven's fine, Rich. You don't have to get your medical first aid kit out for Steven. He's fine.
I wasn't
yeah,
getting a
he's more
first
than
aid
fine.
kit out. I was pointing out the blatant lie that was being
Oh,
told.
Rich, you made him
No, I
leave.
wasn't.
You were so boring. You made him leave. I hope you're
He
happy.
says he had to go. What made you think it was me?
Yeah, you had to go because you started talking. That's what he said.
No.
He said, when this guy talks, I have to leave. Damn it, Rich. You better find us a new Glover.
Correlation is not causation.
So what happened was
You owe us
the
a
guy
Glover.
said he knew everything. The guy said, I don't know anything about physics at all. I really don't know much at all. And then I started to say something. Then he started to correct me on how it's supposed to, and centripetal and the angle of momentum and stuff. I'm like, hold on, fucking physics professor, all of a sudden. Fuck all that, dude.
Well, listen, he's already said he's been listening a couple of weeks, and he already knows that there's no globe proofs, so that's all right.
No, that guy, yeah. The guy before him is who he was talking about. The other, yeah. Because the guy said he came in here. He came in here nicely, like anyone would, and I would go through the stuff with him nicely. Then he says, "Okay, I don't understand anything about the shit. I know nothing about physics." Then I say, "Okay, well, the way you would determine that or try to figure that out, brother, is we would actually get the ball, and we would attribute each different speed and this and this." And then he started telling me how I'm wrong and I don't understand the forces and the physics involved and explaining the physics to me now. Now all of a sudden he knows the physics. So to me, when people do that, it's like, hold on, you just said you didn't know anything. Now you know everything. Come on, brother.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say you don't want to get into the concept game with Glovers. I mean, that's their bread and butter.
Right.
That's their home turf. Concept land. I mean, they can play about with any concept in their mind and make it work. Doesn't matter what you say about reality at that point. They're going to imagine a different ball doing a different reality.
That's what I told him. I said, where's the physical ball? We can go over what it does. We don't need to imagine. We don't need to fucking infer. We don't need to induce or deduct anything. We can see it happen.
Yep. Oh well, Rich, you owe us a Glober. Go find us one. Since you're not anymore.
Go to any university, you'll find one. You'll find many.
On what?
Nah. When you ask them, they say they're not sure. They don't know.
Sure about what? A globe profession, a globe lab, a globe classroom, a ball physics? Like, where does that exist in the colleges?
You have to go to
He
university
asked,
to know the
so
Earth's a
if you're
globe?
trying to track Demok, he told me to get another Glober, and I said you can go to a university and get one because they're everywhere there.
Which is a bad answer, Rich, because I didn't ask you to tell me to go and get a Glober. I told you to go and get us a Glober. Since you
Yeah,
ran
I don't
off
work
the-
for you.
Oh, wow, really? You're going to take this attitude now? Like you don't work for us here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord as our globe fluffer?
Well, we're in PNR right now.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
saying
but we're
go find
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, he's saying go find another body, is what he's saying. Go get us another human to debate with.
Yeah, why don't you just keep screaming about a 100-pound flywheel? That was funny.
Why don't you just keep crying because you live on a fucking trillion-ton flywheel?
Do I sound like I'm crying?
Sounds like you don't like globe flywheels.
It does sound a bit teary, Rich, if I'm honest. All right.
Why change now?
Change what?
Why would Cyclone start, to be honest, now?
Oh, wow. You're definitely than a lemon fruit cake today. I mean, that's a bit of a reach, Rich, even for you.
That was funny.
Yeah.
See, these boys are funny. You know, spinning balls, natural science and shit. So what should we talk about?
Jenna citing the photo of a table with light is like, You can't get much more pseudoscientific than that.
Doing what?
Yeah, posting a photo of a table at sunset where the water kind of looks like it kind of looks like it does on the water as compared to the table is the most pseudoscientific. Like, could you imagine if I just took a photo and I'm like, that cloud looks like the dog that's on the ground. They must be the same.
Do you know that?
What you're not understanding is that both of them are flat surfaces, and that is how light will travel across flat surfaces.
Do you know that the flat surface also is a mirror reflection? It can
Bingo.
Did you know a curved surface? Could you know a curved surface can have a mirrored reflection?
Not one.
Did you know that if you look here, I did post it in the chat. I did post it in the chat at 35 past the hour. What you should see on a curving surface as opposed to what we actually see. So you want to sit there and you want to argue that it means
how
nothing.
is that
The photo
determined,
means nothing.
Jenna?
You think the photo means nothing. That it's
How is that
inconclusive.
determined, Jenna?
What do you mean? How is it determined? It's by observation.
I mean what I'm asking. I'm asking how you
was determined
determined
by
that this is what it would have to look
observation.
like on a globe.
Yeah. Do you not know what light?
Do you not know how to
reflections look
answer a
like?
question directly?
Do you not know what light reflections look like coming off of convex surfaces, reflective convex surfaces like the ocean? Do you not know what light looks? Do you not know what those light reflections are supposed to look like for a
I'm
convex
asking you
surface?
how you determined this. It has nothing to do with what I know. So please
Simple observation. I
show
already
me
told
how
you.
you
Simple observation.
demonstrate
Simple
that this
observation.
is how it must look every time on a globe Earth.
You could test it for yourself. You could test it for yourself
You could test it
anytime.
for your
Which-
Okay, so nothing. Another vacuous answer from Jenna. Thank you for
no,
nothing.
it's not. It's not nothing. You can do this.
It
Anybody
is nothing.
Can do
You
this.
just
I've got
said
it
go through your
demonstrated.
own
I've
research
got it
when I'm asking you
demonstrated
to
right
explain
here.
why this is what we would expect.
You just want it to be a globe so bad, don't you? I know. It's okay.
It has
All right.
nothing to do with what I want. I
Look
want
at-
you
yeah, no, it has a
guys
lot to
to
do with
open
what you
your
want.
eyes and start using legitimate logic and not be a part of this cult.
Yeah, it's pretty logical to conclude. It's pretty logical to conclude that the water is flat when the reflection, when the light coming across it, is the same on the flat table. That's pretty
If
fucking
it's pretty
logical.
easy to conclude,
It's
run me through how you
illogical
got the
for you to
conclusion.
conclude. It's
If it's pretty
illogical for
easy
you
to conclude,
conclude
run
that
me
the
through how
water's
you got to
curving,
that
but the table's
conclusion.
flat.
Hold
That's
on, guys,
fucking asinine.
If it's easy to conclude, run me through how you got to that
Do
conclusion.
you talk over me? Do you talk over me because you have a dick and balls?
huge thick penis.
Do you talk over me because you have a dick and balls?
Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Coming in loud and clear, Wolfgang.
Okay. Yeah, Rich, let's just tone down the zest a little bit, yeah? This isn't Sunday Night Book Club.
Copy that. Copy that. Houston, do you hear me?
All right. Who've we got? Who's that? What's your name? New person.
What? Just because you said tone it down, I can't talk anymore? We're not going to get an explanation as to why this is the only way it would
Well,
have
we've got
to
a
look
new
on the
guy in
flat
for a
surface?
second, Richie. Remember, we don't need scaring
I
off
only
all
got like 2 more minutes.
No, you need to show me how you would get that reflection on a curved surface.
Yo.
It's not my fucking job to do your
Sorry.
homework.
The only thing I
can I
would
say
need to show
something?
you is the door into the mental ward.
Oh,
You see, that's
Can I say
at
something?
home,
I mean,
you're just
with the
going to attack the person and not the argument.
Yeah, you're like a lemon sherbet, Rich. We're not going to have that. Stop being a bitch.
Yo, Rich, I was here like a week ago, and I tried for 2 hours, like with a lot of explanation, but they still like, you know.
Nice. It sounds like you put a lot of effort in. So in that 2 hours, what was the best globe proof that you found?
I mean, I did it like for 2 hours, but you guys still like turning around my words in my mouth. So
Well, what was the evidence for the globe that you presented?
there's so many. I literally can talk like for 2 hours. Like,
All right. Well, what's the best one?
I mean, probably the easiest one is a example with a triangle on the flat surface. but
How would that prove a globe?
just gravity.
Right. Don't really understand how a triangle on a flat surface is going to
So
prove a
you
globe.
take a flat surface and you put a triangle on it, right?
Right.
So and you can measure
surface the Earth?
interior angle of this triangle. How much is it?
Is the triangle on the Earth's surface? Is that what you're talking about?
I said you put that on a flat surface. What is the interior angle of the triangle?
Oh, you're saying it adds up to 180 degrees?
It's not 280, dude.
Oh, I said 100.
On a flat surface?
Whatever, dude. It's probably too complicated to understand. So I make it more easier. So gravity, right? If the Earth would be flat on the left edge, on the right edge, you would be less gravity because that's how gravity works.
What are you talking about?
What gravity?
What gravity?
What gravity?
Isaac Newton.
So you've gone from
law of gravity. The guy that invented that. I don't know if you guys know.
He invented gravity?
Yeah. He came with
So
that.
after your last 2-hour conversation, this is what you came away with? Triangles and gravity.
No, look. Look. I have a huge thick penis, dude. It's not flat. Is it enough?
Nope. That's nothing at all. That's the opposite of enough. That's no evidence for the globe whatsoever. That's just you, I guess, lying to yourself. Dear me. Well, there you have it.
So another point would be if the Earth is flat, right?
Why do you have to start with if the Earth is flat? Why aren't you starting with here is the proof that the Earth is a ball?
You should not be able to see farther away if you win on height, but that's the case.
So you're using line of sight as your argument.
I'm just trying to be simple, and you keep saying something else.
Well, you're saying how far you can see is evidence of the globe?
No, I mean if the globe is curved, so when you go higher, so you see farther away, but when it's flat, you should see the same distance, but that's not the case. When you go on a mountain, you see way farther away than when you stay on the surface.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying if the Earth is a globe, then it has a curved surface. Yeah?
Dude, am I speaking Chinese?
No, you're speaking acceptable English. I am picking up what you're saying. You're saying if the Earth is a ball, a spinning ball of water, like I've been told as a child, then the surface will be curved. Yeah?
You want to see a picture of the atmospheric refraction?
Can you not just answer my question?
Dude, I already said what I said. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I'm not going to play your games.
Well, I'm just confirming. The Earth's surface will be curved if it's a ball, yeah? I don't know why you can't answer this question. You don't believe the surface is curved? Is that it?
The only thing what I believe is your mental condition is really flat.
Okay, so you've got nothing for your spinning globe Earth religion. Is that right? I guess so.
Yeah, GG, man. You won, Cyclone. Bro, I'm not gonna tell. I did it
there you
last
go.
time. 2 hours. 2 hours.
yourself.
I
2
literally,
hours.
I
and this is what
literally
you come
pulled
up
out my calculator to calculate mathematical.
with. Did you calculate the globe itself?
No, I calculated. I fucking didn't remember what I calculated. I think the distance, how far we can see when you stay on the
Bam.
beach. I
So when you
did it
prove the
literally
globe-
for them, and it still didn't help them.
So you proved the globe the last time you were in here? Is that what you're saying?
Huh? I prove it now. I prove it last time. I prove it every time.
Okay, how did you prove it?
Hello, Ching Chang Chong.
Yeah, how did you prove it?
Okay, whatever, dude. Yo, would I say to you, I'm able to fly? Would you believe that?
Why would I believe that?
Because I mean, you believe everything, right?
No, that's you. You're the guy believing the Fantasy Globe story, not me.
No, I don't believe. I don't believe
You do
everything.
believe.
No.
You're a Globe believer. You're a NASA.
You believe
guy.
everything. That's what
You
you
like
do.
the NASA videos, right? You believe the space clips. Yeah? You're like, whoa, they're floating in a spaceship. That's
Man,
you, right?
You're fucking funny, dude. I like you,
Thank
man.
you.
That's
you.
crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
All right, so
Where's the biggest community of these flat Earth people? Are they in America? I think so, right?
I don't know. You'd have to survey them all. Apparently, there was like 11 million.
It
in
might be a
Brazil.
condition of of nutrition. Bad nutrition when you're born. You rise
No, I
up
think
with
it's
bad
an
nutrition.
ability
It
to
might be
discern observable reality.
give you a mental condition later on.
So observable reality is a mental condition to you now. Interesting.
No, I'm
So
just.
when you see observable reality, when you see the flat, motionless Earth, when you go outside, do you say, "Wow, reality sure is mental"? You'd have to be crazy to accept
So,
that reality.
Back in the days, even the Greeks, Asian Greeks, they did believe the Earth was flat at the first, but then they said that would be really, really unlikely because it would be then that when the Earth would be flat and the moon should be exactly in front of the sun to make it like eclipse. So it would be perfectly placed like the moon in front of the flat Earth, and then behind that the sun, like perfectly at the point perfectly. Like,
What are
and
you
they
talking
said, okay, that cannot be true, and they're worldwide.
You think up to that point they'd never observed an eclipse before? The whole time before that, when they were thinking it was flat?
Are you hearing what I'm saying?
I don't know. You were rambling about what I think was an eclipse, no? And the ancient Greeks.
Yeah, the ancient Greeks did stop believing that because they said
they were the
it's
first ones
unlikely that the flat Earth is perfectly placed. The moon is perfectly placed in front of the flat Earth, so he can darken the sun. That's
Wouldn't that be
unlikely.
the case? Isn't that the case in the globe model, that it's perfectly placed so that it eclipses the sun? Isn't that what the globe model says?
No, because everything is in rotation.
Yes.
Yes, and when it's flat and fixed, it needs to be perfectly placed. So what you're saying is bullshit.
What are you talking about, bro? That's not even...
Our mental vision of that is not placed and fixed. No, everything is in movement for us.
You're just talking about observing the sun and the moon. How does that tell you the Earth is a ball?
I'm just referring to the ancient Greeks 3,000 years ago.
Which one?
What the hell?
So maybe you go back in like
got
3,000
eyeballs?
years ago and then, talk with them.
Well, so your
You might
information...
find some friends there.
Okay, so you're saying your globe belief comes from ideas from the BC?
Oh my gosh.
Is that what you're saying? You kind of believe because the ancient Greeks said so?
You want to hear that answer? Yes. That's what I believe.
Okay.
The 1700s?
I suggest that's an outdated proposition, my friend.
Yeah, really outdated. So they figured some stuff out.
Thanks.
They imagined some stuff in the 1700s.
I'm outdated.
And then now we're a globe because 1700 information they brought
I think you guys are outdated because back in the days they didn't believe that.
You're claiming the guy from the BC, not us.
Yeah, I said back in the days the Greeks did as well.
Yeah, in the BC.
As well, realized that it would be unlikely that the Earth is flat. I'm not gonna fucking repeat.
How did they build a pyramid back in the day? Without a flat Earth, how do you build a pyramid?
Okay, so you're saying they said it was unlikely that the Earth was flat or a ball. Did any of them measure it to confirm either way?
Well, I think the flat
So
Earth
you know Goethe, Johann Wolfgang?
What?
He did like a walk with Ackermann, German scientist, in 1826. February. I think February or January. I don't remember.
The German Indiana
And then he
Jones?
said to Ackermann, "Hey, Ackermann, let's sit here in the park."
What are you talking about?
And we would see and we would look around us, everything is turning around us. Like, okay,
Right. So the stars and that are moving.
then we cannot become on this belief that the Earth is turning around the sun.
Yeah. What's your evidence that that's occurring?
Then he said everything is turning around us, and that was in 1826, dude. Now we're 2024.
Okay. So who since then has measured the Earth to be going around the sun?
1826. Hello.
A helium balloon.
What did they measure going? How did they measure the Earth going around the sun?
And when back in the days, like this guy already have this like type of thinking, than of the geocentric world.
So how did they verify? How did they verify it to be true?
So the heliocentric world picture is not that good. Back in the days, they already believed. I already figured that out. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Well, that's what, no, you're just
I'm
saying they
bringing up for you because I think like you have a hard time to
So
anything.
you're saying they
understand what I'm
theorized
saying.
it. You're saying they theorized it. I'm saying who verified it. And how did they do so?
Who
Okay.
proved these
Okay,
concepts?
we just imagine right now. We are now right now back in the days.
Is this an
Yes,
imaginary thing?
imagine right now, please, because I make it easy for you. Because every proof I give you, you say it's you say something
imagining.
different. So just
So is-
imagine. But we're
So
back
wait,
in the
wait,
days
wait,
right
wait,
now.
wait.
We're going
So
back in the time, okay?
So you're saying the proof of
Back,
it is
back,
something that
way
we have
back
to
in the time.
imagine? We have to
And
imagine.
the earth is right now is making. You know, the earth is right now is making like it's construction of the earth right now. Back in the time, go back in the time, just for imagination.
How was it made?
Okay, how should from like a like a how to say it in English? Oh my gosh, my English.
They
is
haven't
super
made
good.
any Earths. How would they know how Earth is made? They didn't make one from scratch for you. How could they tell you and explain to you how it works? Like a cake?
What is
If I
this
tell you how a
word
cake's
in English?
made?
Are you German?
Maybe shapeless lumps or something. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it's a story.
So
but
how
what did
should
they
our
do?
shapeless lumps from any material?
Where did you get the material from?
Well, hold on. How do you know it was
A flat
shapeless
Earth
lumps?
become? How should that
How
become?
how would you know that it was? How would you know that it was shapeless lumps, quote unquote?
Stop. I ask you a question. Okay, so you.
He said he don't.
That's what I'm saying, Luke. I can literally. Last time I did it like 2 hours. Literally every time I
Yeah,
bring
but if
something
you're
up,
making the claim the
you
Earth
have a
was at some point
you
shapeless
have a
lumps, I need to
you
ask
have
you how you
something.
know that.
You say the only thing you guys have every
that
time
it's,
is,
imagination.
hey, prove me right now what happened, or right now,
you're making claims.
that's what he's saying every
It's probably
time,
because
every
you're
proof I
making
give.
claims. You made
Huh?
the claim.
I
It's
just
because you're
said,
making claims.
imagine we're back in the time.
Right, but then imagine doesn't tell us anything about reality.
Right. You want? Hold on,
Okay.
brother. Hold
Dude,
on,
I
Arm.
tried easy. That's why I tried easy for you.
Hold on, muscle guy. Hold on, muscle
I
guy.
prefer reality, not imagination.
When did a flat Earth become a flat Earth? When did they become?
It's always
guys?
been
It's
what
always
it is.
been. Yeah, it's always been what it is. That's it.
When?
Always. It's always been what it is.
However long it's been here.
Earth hasn't changed from one thing to another. Who's convinced you of that?
Okay, did you ever make pottery in your life?
No, I'm not gay. I'm joking. Pottery is cool, but no, I haven't made pottery. Does that have something to do with the Earth being a ball?
Yes, pretty easy. If you make pottery, go make pottery once in your life, and
so
you
there was
will
a
maybe
pottery.
wake
Okay,
up
so
and become a guy
okay,
that
so
actually
so
has not
someone
like
like
a flat
big.
penis like you
So
have.
someone made Earth like a pottery piece. So
Bruh.
who made it? Who was the potter?
Gone.
What?
He's gone.
I guess he didn't like where that line of logic was leading him.
Nope, he wanted to keep imagining. He was telling you he was imagining this. So no, you were 100% correct. He just kept getting mad because he was trying to tell you, yes, he knows it's imaginary. That's what he was telling you. He's like, I know it's imaginary. Imagine a lump, and you were like, where? How do you know it's a lump? You know. I just wanted to clarify that he was saying that. He just didn't know how to say that. I just want to bring up theoretical dog shit.
Yeah, well, I want to know how, when you hear the question, what is the evidence that the Earth is a ball? Your mind goes to some guy on a potter's wheel, spinning a bit of clay and shaping it all. That's not even what they're teaching in schools. Who's teaching these people? Where's this coming from?
His first globe proof was triangles. And then he realized he couldn't do it, so it was like gravity.
Yeah, he was like, we'll make
I
it
was just
simpler.
laughing the whole time.
Gravity. Is gravity a simplification of triangles? I'm confused.
He's like, you know what? Let me make it simpler.
Yeah, simpler. Let me dumb it down for you, idiot. Triangles, well, gravity. We'll talk about gravity instead. Oh dear.
That was great, though. And definitely well played. I just want to point out, Cyclone, it's pretty nice to hear like the way you question them too. You let them fall over themselves, you know. And the way you I love the part where you were like, so you're saying a globe would have some curvature. You know, he didn't really say it, but he couldn't even disagree or agree. He was just stunned.
Yeah, that was some of my flat jitsu. Because really that is what he's saying. Even if he doesn't want to say that's what he's saying. But yeah, I prefer to let them kind of lead the dance. And but they're on roller skates and they've never skated before.
Definitely all over the place.
Because I think that's not just me like trolling them. I feel like it's, even if uncomfortable, that's an effective way to learn that you have more to learn. Like, there's no more uncomfortable realization of your lack of knowledge than when you're trying to explain something that you have no knowledge about to a room full of strangers that are challenging you. But you have to kind of let them go, to a degree where they want to go. Otherwise, they're just going to be so resistant that you don't even have a conversation. So yeah, that was quite funny. Potter Earth. I like that.
Hello?
All right, you're back.
No.
Did you make some pottery?
Hey guys, I just realized I'm wrong. Just realized, guys.
About what?
You guys right. I'm completely wrong with everything, guys. I'm so
About
sorry.
what?
I'm so fucking sorry. I feel so bad.
That's all right. You don't have to feel bad. What were you wrong about?
I'm so fucking wrong. My pin is only 8.
Do you even know what you were wrong about? I don't think you do. Do you even know that imagining someone making a clay pot isn't evidence that the Earth's a giant spinning ball in a vacuum?
So fucking
You still didn't answer my question, by the way. If the Earth is a ball,
Bro, let me alone. I need to realize that I'm fucking wrong all my life.
Well, just answer me this question. If the Earth is a ball, the surface has to be curved, yeah?
Please, that's too hard for my brain. I can't.
Nah, come on, that's pretty simple. Like a football has a curved surface, right? It drops down and away from you if you were on top of it.
Yeah.
Curved surface.
My penis grid in thickness is
That's
only
okay.
6 inches.
That's okay. We don't need to know.
Yeah, everything is
surface
flat.
of Earth.
You're fucking stupid. Quit being stupid.
It's crazy, man. I cannot anymore.
Think about this, right? This is your reaction to someone asking you how you know the Earth is a ball. That should make you question.
I mean, you
how do
guys
know
are.
that the Earth is a ball? Because
You
if I
guys-
did know that the Earth is a ball,
I just
probably
realized
would
that
be-
I'm wrong. I'm trying to fucking, get my shit
No,
together.
Well, what you're doing is what we call spiraling.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
spiraling right now.
Yeah. It's called cognitive dissonance.
Come,
Right,
yeah,
you realize-
I got a
you
mental,
realize that the-
mental condition.
You realize that the
I
surface
did,
of Earth
I did
and
believe
water
the Earth
isn't
is
curving.
not flat. Like, what the fuck?
Are you seriously having a moment right now? I mean, go ahead and have your moment, man.
Yeah, it's having a bit of a meltdown.
Hey, Jenna, I love you. I didn't know. I fucking didn't know. I love you so much.
What, you never been to the beach before?
Guys, I think I need to see a doctor.
No, just look up the definition of horizontal and then you'll be happy. And just go love the flat horizontal water. Just love it and swim in it and drink it. Bathe with it, shower, the horizontal water. It's great.
Hey, Alpha,
I
at the
need,
risk
I,
of
I need
making you spiral some more,
antidepressive drugs.
at the risk of making you spiral some more, could you tell us what the definition of the word?
Oh, I
level
can't. I'm so stupid. Everything broke apart. All my life broke apart. Just realized I was wrong. I can't anymore. You're right. You guys are right. Oh my god.
Well, you're having
Yeah,
quite the
I'm
episode.
sorry.
If there's someone you think we should call, if you've got like a number for a carer or a parent,
No, I'm trying to make an appointment with my doc. I need antidepressive drugs.
Nah, bro, drugs are never the answer. Come on now.
Yes, bro.
I mean, the drugs aren't gonna make drugs aren't gonna make the weight.
I
know the game you're playing.
I
We
love
all
the
see
girl.
the game. You can stop playing games. Quit being
Jenna,
silly.
please. I was just about to
Please
think about
stop
you.
being silly.
I love the girl that she did believe in the wrong. So now I
fine to be
love you,
upset,
Jenna,
Alpha,
because you
but-
believe in the right.
It's fine to be upset, Alpha, but this is getting a little bit embarrassing. I'm almost gonna have to save you from yourself if you don't calm down. Oh, there you go.
Are you Scottish, Duke?
Well, that's one of the more blatant spirals we've had recently. Oh,
Duke,
he's
are you
returned.
Scottish?
Alpha, you calm down.
Thanks for liberty, human rights, LGBTQ++. Thank you, guys.
You calm
Freedom
down
of-
now?
freedom-
You got
freedom
hold
of
of yourself?
speech. Yeah.
You gonna be okay?
I'm backing down. I'm gonna deafen myself.
No, you don't have to deafen yourself. You gotta calm down a little bit. You were just going on and
can't
on
hear you
and on
anymore 'cause
and
he
on and on and on.
I think he does need to I think it sounds like he does need to deafen himself.
Okay.
All
Who
right.
are the new people?
We've got the new people. You just missed a top 10 globe spiral. Who we got? Perry? Z? What's up?
I can't tell if he was being serious or not.
Me either. He's
Well,
weird.
He was trying to play the
No,
whole,
he's
I'm not going to take the conversation
He's either trolling or
seriously
he actually has issues. I'm sure.
I mean,
he's trolling. He
because
was
he just got exposed for being cool, basically.
yeah. He exposed himself. Especially when he was like, "Oh my gosh, I need to take some medication. I can't believe the Earth is flat." Like, yeah, come on.
It's what happens every time we ask for a demonstration of any part of a globe in a classroom or outside or any scientific setting.
Hello?
Cause, manipulate, variable of balls spinning, 3 different balls, 3 different sizes. Yeah.
So, you guys go ahead and check my logic here,
Oh my
right?
gosh,
Because
Jenna, when
that's
we
what we
talk-
do. We'll
Talk
check
to
each other. Huh?
No, just ignore him. He's still mid spiral, so he's still got a few minutes, I guess, to calm down.
Yeah. Earlier, Rich was saying that these kind of light reflections can happen on a globe, basically on the surface of a reflective sphere. So if the water is convexing, with the sun at the distance that it is, well, then you should get a light source that looks like the top one that I posted, where there's just a spot of light, not a streak of light. Is my logic checking out here? It's one thing I
Yeah,
love
I'd go with
about
that.
yeah, that's one thing I love about, flat earthers. Like we'll check each other's logic, man.
I mean, either way, I mean, if he's saying this could work on a globe, well, that would be his burden to show that there even is a
Right.
globe, that there even is a
That's
curved
what I told
surface to speculate that this could possibly be happening on. So it's a dead end for him either way because he's not got that.
Come on, Rich, type up something stupid. Let's go.
I have a question. How do you even come about questioning the spherical, or I guess presumed spherical nature of the Earth in the first place?
Good question. I would say it's different for everybody. Some people hear some other people talking about it, that they maybe think, well, he's not a dumb person, so if he's thinking about it, maybe I should think about it. Some people stumble across some content online, but that's getting rarer because they censor the topic and hide it in all the algorithms. So you rarely see anything that isn't just a mainstream hit piece about flat Earth. But when you start to look, you get to the point where you start to realize you need to find the evidence for the globe to start with. And then that's where it all falls apart because there is no evidence for a globe. And all the people who are going out to try and test it to prove a globe are measuring no curvature. So I would say that's a general majority route. So what do you think? Have you ever looked into evidence for the globe?
Not really, no. I just trust the astrophysicist, I guess. That's
Yeah. Well, that's what we were all doing for a long time until we decided, okay, let's just double check those scientists and experts. And you come to find that it's kind of just a lot of assumptions and theoretical math and cool stories with videos and images that can't be verified from various government agencies. So I would recommend to you that you try and simplify it, break it down into digestible chunks, like curvature would be a big one, and motion.
And there goes Rich Evans with his petty little fucking trying to turn the tables bullshit. Rich, you still haven't shown me how you can get a light reflection like that across a convex surface. Can you provide that? You get the same light reflection across a flat table. You're getting the same light reflection across the surface of the water. Now you need to show me how you can get that on a curving surface. That is your burden to bear, sir. That is not, you can, why do you say that? No. You don't get to invert this and try to hijack it like it's yours. You don't get to do that, Rich. This is the image of light on a convex surface, checkmate. I need you to show your own photo because that light is a convex surface. You're not showing anything. You are not showing how light reflections can look like that on convex surface. You're not showing that. That's your burden. I'm saying that the table's flat, the water's flat, and they both have the same light reflection. How is that possible if Earth is a globe? You have to show that, not me. You're just making assertions. You're going, nuh-uh, and then asserting. When you say, no, you're incorrect, the water's not flat, it's convex, you're going, nuh-uh, and you're asserting something without even giving any kind of proof. Yeah, but I can at least give the proof to the assertion, right? I can show you the light reflection coming across a flat table looks stretched like this, and the light coming across the waters is stretched out like that. And then I can show you what a reflection looks like on a convex surface. But you have to show me that light can stretch like that on a globe. That's your burden. I didn't. He's saying I gave the proof to his assertion. No, you're just trying to hijack things, and it's not really working out for you. You're caught between a rock and a hard place, and you cannot, for the life of you, find anything that would prove that light reflections look like that on the surface of something that is convexing. That's your issue. It's your burden to bear, and you can't do it. You're just reversing shit. You got to reverse to blurf, I guess. Blurf can't go forever. See, like you're a child that eats the game pieces and jumps up and down like, I won. Always like, nuh-uh, you. It's mine. Nuh-uh, you. I win. That's you in a nutshell, Rich.
I have a question for like the flat earthers. How do you guys explain like the sunrise and like the sunset around the world?
Oh my
And
god, we've
how like
explained this noise number
how it's
20.
today at different different areas on Earth at different times and whatnot, and the night at different times. How do you explain that?
Oh snap, Heretic is in here. He gonna get cooking.
Hello?
Yeah,
What
okay,
do you mean explain the sunrise or the sunset? What do you mean explain?
The sun, when it comes up, when it's daytime for me, but maybe it's nighttime for somewhere else in the world.
Oh, so you're
you're
saying
describing the sun is moving.
Yeah, so you think it just moves across like vertically and horizontally and just moves to different places? Like we're like on a
I mean, you're describing it coming up and going down in relation to a horizontal surface. So you've kind of explained it for us. I don't know if you realize that, but you just described the sun moving on a stationary flat Earth.
Well, it always happens. I got a phone call, so I got cut out. Don't know how much of the last thing I said got through, but I guess the conversation's moved on. Are we still with the same guy?
No, a different guy. He asked us about the sunset and sunrise, but he kind of described it on a flat Earth. So I was wondering what he wanted us to explain or describe.
Okay. The old explain the sunset.
Yeah, because the globe says the globe model or the globe, whatever the globe fucking thing is, the sun doesn't move; it sits there, and everything rotates around it. So we'd be rotating around it while falling backwards. So that's the globe model. So, like, how do you explain the globe model falling backwards in the sun sitting still?
Well, technically, they'd still be saying that the sun is moving, but yeah. Not in that way.
Right, but he described it right. He said, how do you explain the sun on the, and then we're like, how does the sun work again? It moves, goes across the sky. He said across the sky horizontally. We're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We agree.
Is that right, Z? You agree that the sun moved? Are you a heretic?
See, I would ask a globe believer, how come we don't experience the Earth falling away directionally from the sun, and why isn't the horizon more of a curved, geometric ball surface? How come we don't see those two things? That's the question that I have. What you described is the sun in motion relative to a stationary plane, which is the flat Earth. So that's consistent with everybody's experience.
Yeah, there's no protractor you can make that matches the horizon. I mean, what? I mean, where do we even go with this?
Is that it from Z? No more questions? You on board? Flyer? Cool. Cyber? What's up, Cyber? On the mic? Big brain Squidward? We need some more fresh globies. Cyber, see, if you know any globe believers on your friends list, please invite them in to present some evidence. We're looking for evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. We're told there's loads of it, but then when we ask for some, it's crazy time.
Oh yeah, I just came in to listen because I just got done listening to the Professor Dave and Whitson Gets It debate, and
what did you
I
think
gotta
of that?
admit, Dave did not do a good job, dude. I'm not even a flat earther, right? I'm not a flat earther. I like to consider myself like, if you ask me what it is, I you know, I'm not a physicist. You know, I don't know enough. I just like listening to the debates, and I can comprehend what most people talk about. So I'm probably somewhere in the middle. I just say I don't know what it is.
Can you trust reality?
And
Well, hold on, let him go.
Yeah,
I want to hear
yeah,
what
but I just want to say, as like a neutral party, of like, I couldn't explain proof for either side. I think Dave did a really shit job. I mean, he did a horrible job.
So
Most
Dave
of the
didn't convince you that the Earth is a globe.
no, I don't like to anybody that says like that debate. If that debate is what convinced them the Earth is a globe, I think they are full of horse shit. Because like all Dave did the whole time was just say that Whitsitt was just obfuscating in word salad, and he actually wasn't. And at one point, in fact, Dave said that he didn't know what words he was saying, which is honest. But then on the same hand, like 20 minutes later, he said that the words he was saying had nothing to do with an answer. But if you don't know what the words are, how can you know that the words have nothing to do with an answer? So it was clear that Dave was just biased, and he was just saying words that he didn't know how to respond, and it was dog shit. I think Whitsitt seemed to do a really good job. I think that Whitsitt does have a problem of I wish he could make things sound a bit more simple, because I don't understand what he's saying sometimes, but I don't say it's word salad. I just don't understand the words.
If you notice, Professor Dave, who's not actually a professor and he's just like a failed actor and musician, he had the bottle of salad dressing ready as a comedy prop, right? So before the interview had even started, he had decided he was going to tell Whitsitt that he was using word salad and he was going to use this prop.
Correct.
So
Yeah,
it was like,
that
it
seems,
didn't matter
yeah.
what the guy said, he was just like, I'm gonna use my joke now because he said a lot of words. And he just ended up embarrassing himself because the audience is like, nah, Dave, we understand what he's saying. Could you actually respond with some substance? And instead, he's just trying to avoid addressing any of the points made. So that's weird. So do you not think it's weird, right? We've got all these flat Earth, globe Earth debates going on. And I mean, a fair amount of people are watching some of these things, so there is an interest in it. So you think it's weird, like the guys who are defending the globe, it's not like, academics, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, and all this. It's like random dudes on the internet, like Professor, not a Professor Dave. It's like, I mean, it's understandable that the flat Earth side is random people because that's not the mainstream consensus. But if you've got the entirety of academia and NASA and shit on your side, why aren't they helping these guys out and leaving folk like Dave to die on the internet over flat Earth? I mean, it's crazy.
Well, and like,
that's weird.
Like, yeah, I mean, I think that the weirdest things, there's two things that are weird to me about flat Earth, right? And keep in mind, I'm a layman, right? I'm just a neutral party, but this is just outside looking in. It's weird to say that, like, okay, why is YouTube suppressing the flat Earth videos? Like, why do they give a shit? Like, if it's false, then okay, give them a voice, give them a platform, and if it's false, then most people aren't going to believe it. Like you don't, there's nothing to be afraid of. So I don't know why they're suppressing it. That's weird. And also it's and two is that like there's this weird stigma that if you believe in flat Earth that you're like crazy or something. Like there's never anything I've ever heard about flat Earth that would make me think that you're fucking crazy. Like some people think that you know, I think like it can go off the rails sometimes, but people like Witsit, people like Austin, I don't think are crazy at all. I think that it's like they're just trying to be honest. They are just giving their opinion. It seems like they have a pretty cemented belief in flat Earth, but like it's just weird. Like that's a red flag to me. That society's trying to push it away. It's just a red flag, and I'm like, why is that?
Yeah, because if it's just an inherently stupid or crazy position like they're trying to paint it as, then they should expose it under the cold light of day and have serious people and experts debunking it. But this is what I'm saying. It's weird that they're not doing that, and they're actually just trying to stop people even hearing about it.
That's weird.
That's a red
That
flag.
is weird.
Right?
It's just weird, man. I mean, it's kind of scary. Like I don't know why. Like why?
Well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. It's because it's true. That's why it's censored.
But like, why? If it like, if what's the problem with flat? Like, if the Earth was flat, what's the problem with
a challenge? Because it's a challenge to their power, right? Because on the globe model, it's all accidental meaninglessness. If that's what you want to subscribe to, and that means that the de facto highest power on this Earth are the nation-state governments. That's who everyone looks to. But if the Earth is not a big spinning ball in a vacuum that exploded out of nothingness for no reason, and it's in fact a motionless topographical plane that's contained and, you know, motionless, as I said, then that speaks to intelligent design, meaning that there's a higher
There's something
power
higher than government. Like you don't have to like government. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that would make sense. You know, like I get it. It would be. But look here, this is a solid answer. That debate has made me. I'm now going to start like researching this stuff seriously. I want to be like, okay, look, I might even go out and do my own experiments because of that debate, because that was weird. Like you have Professor Dave, which is like the #1 guy on YouTube that is supposed to debunk flat Earth. I thought I would turn on that debate and he would just wipe the floor with Austin. And I've watched videos of Austin before, it was hard to find his channel, by the way. Like I had to dig deep to even find his channel. It was weird. But anyways, but that debate he did so poorly on. I'm now questioning the whole thing. I'm like, I mean, shouldn't it be easy?
About it. This is
why shouldn't it be easy for you to?
Yeah,
you know,
it's the opposite. This is the wild thing when you start listening to the debates and you're new, you think, well, this is going to be a slam dunk for the globe because all I've heard all my life is how obviously the Earth is a globe and there's so much evidence for it. But then you hear these things and you're like, holy shit, it's the total opposite.
Yeah. That's why.
Even if the media was treating it a little bit more fair in that respect, but they've gone out of their way to make you think it's retarded, and anyone who even questions this is like science denying. But you can hear with your own ears and see with your own eyes that that's not the case.
Director.
The media is misleading people into not looking into this. I was just going to say very quickly, I've sent a link in your DMs to our server where we store loads of information, which is, like you say, difficult to find because you're only going to be finding like mainstream hit pieces on YouTube and Google. So if you join the link that I sent you in your DMs and then scroll down the server channels, you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized, so it's split into topics. So it's got things like gravity, curvature, motion of the Earth, NASA, because it's always like the same 20 questions.
Cyclone?
Yeah. Well, look here. I'll admit this, right? Like, thank you for the invite, by the way. I will go, and I'm gonna do my best to get both sides of the story. I want to get the full sides of both sides and do my own experiments. I might even drive places and try to take pictures. I'll climb a mountain if I have to because I want to know. Like that was a really weird debate. That was a really,
Helium's the
really,
key,
really, really.
bro. Helium
That
and
was weird.
superconduction.
See, this is actually helpful, right? And I like getting the third party layman perspective, as you put it, because in the whole flat Earth, globe Earth debate, I mean, Whitsitt himself is pretty controversial, and I generally hold the position that what he's doing is positive and it's bringing new people into this discussion. But other people will say the way that Austin presents it and some of the speculation that he goes into is not good, and it's just going to turn people off. But you're saying, I mean, it doesn't sound like you're saying he turned you off looking into it. It sounds like you're saying you're more interested into it.
Yeah, I'm way more interested. I was going into the debate as like okay, I don't know much about the proofs of either side. Like I remember some basic stuff when I was like a kid, but generally speaking, I feel like most people would say they believe in the globe because that's what like the experts believe, right? That's what they've been told their whole life. I would be pressed that you would find most people to put some equations down on a piece of paper or to explain all this other bullshit. So
yeah, it's just a belief because they were told it as children. We all
I mean, like I can talk fit. I graduated university with a science degree, right? Like I know all about science, but I'm not I don't know much about astronomy. I didn't go down that route. I can do physics.
Well, that's all right. You don't need to know much.
I can
about
talk
astronomy
about gravity. I can talk about relativity, but I can't really talk about the proofs of the other side, right? And like when Whitsitt was talking about how little g is just an effect, that is true. That is absolutely true. That is what we learned as well. So like, it's
Whitsitt is like encyclopedic in his memory and information. It's crazy. But I know his way of speaking
I can tell.
Can be like too much for some people who aren't familiar with some of the terms he's using. He can probably be confusing, but yeah, he's on our server and I rate him anyway. I know he's quite controversial even in the community, but he's a good guy.
No,
he went driving around America in like a camper van with a loudspeaker, and he was just flat smacking people on the street. He got like arrested at Mount Rushmore and all this kind of crazy shit. So he's put some blood and sweat into this whole thing. So mad props to him. And funnily enough, he was at the Georgia Guidestones doing this bit on how the Georgia Guidestones prove a flat Earth because part of the Georgia Guidestones is an eyepiece through the stone that's constantly fixed on Polaris and doesn't deviate. And they were doing this whole bit on it, and then like a few weeks later, like not long after, it was blown up, and they've never spoken about who destroyed the Georgia Guidestones. I just thought that was a bit odd. I'm not saying that's definitely linked, but the timing is pretty strange.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what I'll admit about a conspiracy. I'm very careful with conspiracy theories because, like, I think if you believe in too many, then you might be going too far. But it would look. This is if tomorrow, let's say, it somehow like flat Earth, like the proof was so readily available or something that like the whole paradigm shift and everybody woke up or whatever, right? Like people started believing flat Earth, right? What that would do for at least the American society, for the West, was it would destroy people's faith in science and most science. It would make people way more skeptical.
Yeah, I mean all these
all
these institutions, all these academic institutions, these government organizations that have been telling us these stories, of course. So they obviously stand to lose quite a lot. So you would already understand why these people would keep up this pretense. Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
most
I'm not
people.
even
Yeah,
getting into, I mean, and it could have been the case, that they genuinely believed it at a time. Who knows? But they certainly got into a stage of just faking the whole thing. So, yeah, that's part of the reason why they wouldn't come out and just tell us. But as far as the whole conspiracy theory thing goes, I would say this one, it's not a conspiracy theory. And I know you're going to be like, well, that's because you believe it. But what I mean is, all these other conspiracy theories, I mean, you kind of have to work on hearsay, basically, what one agency is saying, what one witness is saying, documentation that's been released. This is just about the ground outside. So like you said, you can go and test it yourself. I mean, it's not a conspiracy theory that water is level and that no one has ever measured a lake to curve in all of human history. a lake.
Well, yeah, like I remember I
ocean.
watched this one video. I think it's called "Finding Flat Earth" or something like that on YouTube, and it's about this glober going out. It's a bunch of debunking flat Earth that the video's about. I didn't watch the whole thing, not yet, at least. I'm now, but he did go to a lake, and he was able to show that at a certain point on the lake, if you lower the camera, you can actually see the trees in the distance disappear. So I don't know how that would see something where if you zoom in, things can disappear. Like if you zoom in and zoom out on a flat surface, things can disappear. But I think that he was lowering his camera and things were disappearing. Like things were going below the horizon as he lowered
There
his
was
camera.
obstruction of the other shore of the lake due to the curve
What curve?
of the water.
Right.
Yeah, right. Like of the water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the
Yeah,
water
he
on the
bumped
lake
in the
obstructing
middle.
the other shore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
well,
think
At a
it's the water.
continuous rate as the camera's lowered.
That's the claim.
But
That's
you
the
can't.
claim where you don't
That's
have to
the
have-
observation.
No, you
Yeah,
can't
that's the claim.
stand on it and go sledding.
So, yeah, there's a bunch of videos online that will claim that they're observing or detecting curvature, but, I mean, well, let's say when you put them up against the amount of people who are uploading videos that aren't detecting any curvature or that are seeing obstruction at distances that it shouldn't be, the horizon, for example.
What you just said,
they don't claim a
Cyclone.
geometric horizon anymore, so the idea that the horizon is now back to obstructing things bottom up, the globe side gave up that in 2020.
What you just said, Cyclone, was the equivalent of like me being like, "Hey guys, look over there. There's a blue jay," and then you're like, "I don't think there's a blue jay because all of us that are facing this other direction don't see one."
That didn't make any sense at all.
Exactly, and that's his logic.
No, you're not making any sense.
Well,
Your logic didn't follow.
Do you need me to slow it down for you?
No, you need me to reiterate what you're doing. You're saying, look, there's a hill of water right there that you can't go stand on and boat down. And when you're standing on it, you can't tell that it's higher than any other water, like a water hill or a hill in your backyard. That clearly you could find if you pointed to a hill in your backyard. Correct?
I know it's killing you to hear normal people are realizing how insane the globe cultists are.
Normal.
But we're gonna keep speaking to the new guy.
Normal? That's a big a big assumption.
Oh, what? So you're trying to insult the guy now because he's questioning?
No, I'm just saying, what's normal?
Cyber seems very polite and level-headed.
Okay.
In contrast to yourself.
I mean, look. I mean, I would, I'd consider myself normal. I mean, I have
Richard because
went through high school.
I'm yet
went
to
through
be convinced of
university,
that fact, Cyber.
Well, I understand. I'm just saying, I went through school, went through university. I'm about to become an engineer. I just got word that I'm getting the job yesterday. Well, no. I'm sorry, 2 days ago.
Congratulations,
Super
my
excited.
friend.
Thank you, man.
Don't give it, my friend. Now, Rich, you just insulted the guy. You just doubted his normality.
I don't take
Yeah,
it. I
but
don't take it to
to normal people, doubt is not seen as a slight.
I know, Cyber. We don't either, but it's just interesting to highlight that because usually they're trying to claim that we're the ones who are like rude to Globers or whatever. But just because you're like, oh yeah, that didn't convince me. Professor Dave was terrible. Richard's gonna.
Well, no. Look, what I was saying was like I don't take it to offense because he doesn't know me, right? I mean, like some crazy guy could be on here and be like, yeah, I went to high school, I went through university, and they never did that, and they would just be a jackass trying to sound like normal and they're not.
That's Rich.
So like I get what he's saying. I'm just saying, take my word or not. It's up to you. But that's, I consider myself a pretty normal guy, and all I'm saying is that I don't know enough to debate either side. And when I listened to that debate, I thought Dave did a pretty shit job. However, I am watching other videos. That's why I said that when I watched the video of Finding Flat Earth, this guy did do an experiment where he lowered lowered the camera, and it seemed to be that things did disappear behind a curve. It did appear that way. Now, I don't know the flat Earth explanation, but I'm going to research it because that debate made me want to go out and research it myself.
If Dave had come in with some kind of observation or experiment that he had done, would you have said that he did better in the debate?
Well, yeah, I think that like it was just kind of how he was responding to Austin. Because like if you go back and watch, it wasn't that he was necessarily rebutting Austin. He was just saying a lot of nuh-uh and word salad most of the time.
Yeah, and if someone is explaining, if you ask someone something and they just come back with a bunch of jumbled words, like, what is the better way to critique that situation than just say it's
look, like at one point, if you go watch the debate again, at one point, Whitsitt said that he just didn't know what the words he was saying means, but then like 10 to 15 minutes later, he said that the words that he was using have nothing to do with what the question was. But if you don't know what the words mean, then you can't even say that. So I'm not convinced that Dave had it. Like I just don't think Dave knew how to respond to it, and he was just saying it's word salad. Or I don't even think
I completely understand where you're coming from.
Maybe
like,
Dave
I
was
completely
like
do.
just not listening. I feel like maybe he just wasn't listening. I feel like that's.
I think Dave's just frustrated with the amount that he has to restate all of this stuff to people, because he's talking about naked eye observations that have been made for millennia, right? And these things that we've observed for thousands of years are not explained under this other purported model. It is only standing to try and say that it's not a globe. They're not actually instantiating any kind of model for any explanatory purpose. So that's why it's frustrating, because it's more of an exercise in rhetoric than it is an actual exercise in science.
Well, yeah, look, like, but even if like, let's say that that's true, and that Dave, the reason he wasn't listening or whatever was because he was frustrated. That's cool, but that doesn't like take away from the fact that he did poorly in that debate, right?
You're fully welcome to your own opinion. I won't take that away from you.
Whitsitt didn't stop Dave from presenting any globe evidence to therefore do well in the debate. Dave just didn't have any. Dave didn't even try. Because he already knows, like the rest of you guys, it's a losing position.
Well, I think the fact that seasons, time zones,
yeah, that's
like,
Cyber. Cyber. You wouldn't say that because you're just new to it. But we've been in this for years, and Rich has been here for months, spazzing out. So yeah, we already know it.
And Rich knows that.
Does the P in cyclone stand for poisoning the well?
Rich knows that balls don't explain seasons and everything, and all you got to do is get 3 balls or 2 balls to show yourself that. One little heat lamp ball and one little globe ball. You wouldn't even know where to put it to make any sense. You wouldn't know what size to start to make it to make sense of a season or the temperatures. Because remember, if they're going to show,
we can explain the seasons on the current size of the Earth.
Disrespectful. Shut up.
Here, hold on. Here.
So you need the seasons and the temperature to correlate. Correct.
I want to take it back to Cyber because I'm interested in hearing fresh perspective, not Rich spazzing out.
Here, like, cause I'm about to go into work. But look, real quick, hold on, sorry. Who was the guy I was talking to just now? The one who's on Dave's side. What's his name? I'm in the car, so I can't actually.
Rich Evans.
Rich. Okay, cool. So if here's just a quick question. So if let's say you present some observation, right? To a flat earther, and they respond by going, well, no, they're just lying, right? They're just lying about the numbers, or like, they can't verify the numbers. Do you think that's a good response?
It's a tough one, because in order to prove that someone's lying, you have to be able to show the intent they're seeking to deceive. Because someone who's misinformed can relay a fact that they believe to be fact. I know what you're speaking to is when Dave said, no, you're lying. You lie about everything. I know what you're talking about. Absolutely. But specifically in the examples that he was citing, if Whitsitt wasn't absolutely certain that those were the objects that they were purporting to see over such a large distance, then it would be lying, right? Like if Whitsitt is saying that this is that thing and he doesn't know that, he hasn't done the verification to say that that is that object, then he is lying. Because he's saying it is that object when he doesn't know it to be the case. But again, calling someone a liar is not going to usually help the debate at all. It's usually going to put more roadblocks than it is going to put lanes to go down. But it is worth talking about because there are certain things that are claimed by the flat Earth that are lies.
Yeah, I get that. It's just like it seems as if when the like if a flat earther, if Austin would have done that, right? Like if Dave was like, "Hey, look at this proof for globe," and then Austin was like, "Hey, you're a liar," right?
Well, I would
people, it seems like people would be up and like,
sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I was just gonna say, just watch the words that you use. Don't use the word
like,
proof, because proof is for logic and maths. It's not for science. And when we're talking about determining something about the natural world, we're talking about science.
Like I use the words proof a lot because my minor is in math. I'm way more interested in logic and math rather than the science. Or I got it in computer science, so maybe that's why I'm more on that end. I'm like a nerd on that end. But you know what I mean by proof, right? You know what the message.
It's just tricky because I usually have to voice against that whenever they bring it up.
Yeah, no, you're correct on the words. I admit that. I'm just saying I'm used to just saying proof. Or, like in contrary to evidence or something.
And
like
colloquially, in a discussion with you, I would let it slide, But if because of all these people in here, if I didn't correct you on that, they would have come back to me later and be like, "Why didn't you correct the Glover?"
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. No hard feelings there. But look, but what I'm saying is this: like when I feel like a better thing Dave could have done. It's just been like, look, I think he could have been honest. I think the honest thing to do there would be to be like, look, if that observation is correct, then yeah, that is better predicted on a flat Earth model. But he didn't say that.
Wait, which observation?
Well, the picture, the
right, the one that is under a large amount of contention as to whether we're looking at the object that is being claimed. Right.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. If this is the case, if that is the thing, right? That still doesn't mean the flat Earth is more likely.
No, really.
Wait. You know what? I might have to look into exactly what object they're purporting to have seen. Because it may be the case that it wouldn't be possible even with refraction. So it might not be, but it could be. As far as I understand it, I could be wrong.
No, it wouldn't even. Yeah, as far as I understand it, keep in mind, I just started looking into this shit. So, but as far as I understand it, no, it wouldn't even be possible with refraction. It was 4,000 feet under. It would have to be blocked by 4,000 feet of curve.
Right. But here's the hard thing, right, Cyber? We're in 2024, and we've had these observations that have been explained by Globe Earth for millennia, right? And we're now in 2024 with the ability to zoom in, so we can zoom further than we could ever before, right? And we're taking these observations using all of this technology and then trying to write that over all of these naked eye predictions and understandings and explanations that we've had for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And you can't do that. You can't just take what you like from science and then just leave the rest. You have to take it wholesale.
How far can you zoom?
I agree that here. This is the last thing, and then I'm out of here. I got to get dressed, but I'll listen to you guys until 5 o'clock. Then I got to go into work. It's been good talking to both sides, by the way.
I agree.
But I agree that you have to take things wholesale. So I do agree with that. I'm just gonna go and start looking into it myself. It'll probably take years for me to.
Or else you end up like Terrence Howard, trying to redefine multiplication.
Oh God, no! I don't want to get that deep.
No, but
But,
that's the
so
same thing. You take all of this understanding
like
of
the guys
mathematics
who
that we
made it in
have,
the
and then you
first place?
completely abandon the
You
understanding
mean
of it
like
that
the
we've
guys
had.
who made it
You
up in
just
the
take
first place?
these more nuanced concepts of roots and
Yeah,
exponents,
like
and you
making it up
don't
in the
even
first
understand
place, like
multiplication
language.
correctly.
Yeah, like language is
Yeah,
all.
I'm not gonna ditch math and basic logic. I love that stuff. That's
Well, that's
one
good,
reason why I
Cyber,
went to
because that's
school.
what
So
we're
I'm not
using.
gonna.
That's what we like to use here. We like to use the math and the predictions based on the model that we're told we're on, and we compare it to reality. And what we find is they don't match. So that's something that you'll get into if you research it. So you should check out those the server that I sent you to, and check out the channels, long distance observations, and laser tests.
So the
Well, it's
real
been good talking,
scientific
guys.
endeavor would be saying, why do we see further than we expect to,
Why
and then
are you
figuring out
talking over
what the
the
reason
fucking new
is.
guy? Why are you talking over the new guy?
I didn't even hear him.
Yeah, because you're fucking talking.
Oh,
Shut
so
up.
Yeah, I
he
was
was
just
over
saying it was
talking
good
me,
talking,
or
and I'll be listening in. And have a good day. That's all.
have a good one to Cyber.
You
Be
scared
safe at
away
work.
another Glober, Rich.
He said he had to go to
This is
work.
the
He's gonna be listening
second
for the
one
next
of the
15
night.
minutes.
This is the second
And
one of the night.
Cyber, congratulations on the new job.
Hey,
Yeah,
thanks,
congrats.
guys. Thanks.
Congrats,
Put a smile on my face. Thank you.
They're gonna be happy to have you at Hooters.
Well, that's
So the
where
logical
that's where
next step
a
that should
modern
be
science
taken,
degree
right?
would get you.
Sorry, I was just gonna say what I was saying. Oh, very quickly. So when we have a prediction that we have via a model, and then we get an observation that doesn't align with it, you don't just toss the model. You find out why your observation did not match the model. What went wrong?
Well, no, but you would throw it out if you're interested in what reality is doing.
No, because the reason you didn't get the observation that you were you predicted,
The model went wrong.
it's not like the only
The
reason you
model went
couldn't
wrong.
get the observation the model predicts is
The model
because
was
the
wrong.
model's
The
wrong.
model is still correct when the observations don't align with the model.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't think you're fully taking in the entirety of the model in order to get your see too far position.
All right, so you think seeing a 10-mile horizon for a 1-foot observer is not too far on a 3959-mile radius ball?
When other factors such as atmospheric refraction are taken into account, no, as far as I know.
What, 7/6R?
A number?
Look, if you want to do a math quiz, like I'm not your guy. I can count to 4. But
Well,
the idea here being that
That's
if the model is a certain way and you try to do the experiment, you have to show that you are utilizing all aspects of that model. You can't just toss out refraction and then say we see too far, therefore flat.
It's supposed to have a geometric aspect. That's what's being tested.
No, I've not heard a single person ever claim the horizon is a geometric location. It's an optical effect.
You've never heard people claim that boats go over the horizon. You've never heard the claim that you've made in the video that you've posted about the water blocking the trees.
What? How is that? That's not the same thing.
No. Yes, it is.
20 minutes
No.
ago, you made the assertion that the video the guy had referenced was because when he dipped the camera down, the other side of the leg
Became
disappeared.
obstructed. Yes.
Yeah. Then
So
you made a
make the claim that you've just heard.
That's still optics. That's nothing about the place. It's optics.
So how can we see up close?
Okay, so what's blocking the other side is not curvature then.
Correct.
No, we see the curvature blocking.
Oh, so you are saying that it's a physical curvature geometry then? That you just said.
What
you've never
about
heard anyone
me
say?
saying we see makes you
Can
think
you
that I
touch
think
it
it's some
or not?
physical
You see the
place?
curvature. You said we see the curvature, the geometry.
So he sees it, but we can't touch it. What does that mean, brother?
You are touching it, numbnuts.
Oh, I
That
am.
means it means you can look but don't touch. Look but don't touch.
How can I touch it, but the guy in the boat that's sitting on it not be touching it and see that he's on a 9-foot
Because
fucking hump
he's
of
not
water?
on the. like he's on the surface of the earth, but it's
So now
water.
he's not
So
on the
he's
humble
touching the
water.
boat that's touching the water that's touching the earth.
So now
You
he's
just
not on the
contradicted
nice
yourself.
little humble
You just
water.
contradicted yourself. You said you've
No,
never heard
I'm
anyone
not.
claim. You said you've never heard anyone claim that there's a physical geometry that's obscuring things in
No, I've
distance.
never heard
with your
anyone
boat.
claim a geometric horizon as in a place. It's an optical effect. When a boat appears to go over the horizon, it's an optical effect.
So it's not
Not a
curvature.
physical place
A
that you can walk to and be
horizon.
like, here's the horizon. Because the
He's saying there's
horizon
no
moves
physical.
based on the
Geo is
observer.
Earth.
There's
No,
no
the geo
physical,
doesn't move.
geometrical, recordable horizon. The visible
Yes,
horizon
everyone.
is not where the geometric horizon should be. That's what he's
It's nothing
saying.
about sight.
It's an illusion.
It's
It's
nothing
an
about
illusion.
sight.
So not
Measuring.
physical then.
Yes, it's a physical
The
measurement of where
curve's physical, it's causing an optical effect.
No, it's not, dumbass.
Yes, it is.
Stop bringing optics into measurements.
Well,
When
you
you get
can't
out
say
the
that
tape
it's
measure,
physical because you're saying you're
light
Oh,
bands.
by
and
the way, Cyclone, I'm just letting you know right now, Demok git's 3 more insults at me before I open the floodgates.
Your
better
eyeballs
open the
round.
Reuben gate,
Your
huh?
eyeballs round and light bends, guys. Light bends and your eyeballs round. Okay, you know this. You already know this.
Yeah, you better open
It
the
actually
Proven
flips
gates and
the
go sit on that humpy water.
Yeah, and it flips the
Go
image.
sit on the fucking humpy water.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't have a physical curve that's obstructing things then.
No, it
It's
is the
just an
physical curve
optical.
that's obstructing it and causing an optical effect. You can
Well,
malign
if
what
it
I
was a
say and you
physical
can
curve,
put
then it
words
would
into my
be
mouth all you'd like, but
where
I'm
the
going to state
geometry
what my
dictates.
position is.
Well, then it would be where the
Just hop
geometry
on Earth
dictates
with
the
us,
curve would
man.
be.
Just
A
hop on
mirage,
through.
an optical effect, an illusion. An illusion of your conclusion of the optical fata morgana, of a miracle of a mirage, of nothing physical. An illusion.
Yeah. So why would we entertain that model that you can't even provide theoretical math for over just what reality is showing us?
You haven't even asked.
Well, I said, what are you using 7/6R for atmospheric refraction, and you said you don't know.
Actually,
That's
it's
what
on my
atmospheric
wall.
All right,
refraction is.
whoa, Cyclone, you might want to walk that back. I'm going to give you a second to think about it.
Think about what?
Your assertion that we should not give time to a model that cannot give some kind of mathematical understanding of the situation or the phenomena.
Well, it's because it's contradicted by the observation, but then you're saying the contradiction is explained by this mathematical excuse that you can't even present.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Are you saying that we
No, I
should
just told you
not
what I was saying.
entertain a model that
No,
cannot
don't try and
give
straw man
us?
me, Rich. Rich, you can
I'm
respond to
asking you
what
a
I'm
question.
saying.
It can't be a straw man.
No, well, you don't need to because I already clarified what I'd said. Everyone else just heard me clarify it. We're not listening.
Okay, so me not being able to give you the math for the model doesn't matter. You've
Oh.
just conceded that.
So what's it based on?
What's what based on?
Your rebuttal.
What? Are you this lost?
Your claim of atmospheric refraction. What's that based on?
Evidence, observations,
Of
our
what?
ability to show that light bends.
Okay, which observations are those?
Oh, I'm not gonna do this bullshit with you. Like, where is this going? You're just gonna keep going down this list? Like, I can
Well,
show you
your
tons of
rebuttal.
observations of
You're making a
refraction.
rebuttal as to
Do
why
you
we
think
see
that
too
refraction
far.
doesn't occur?
Your
You're already
observation as to
halfway
why we
there.
see too far. That's why I'm
To the globe,
probing.
to the globe believer, I just want to say, bro, you're already halfway there. You're here with us. You're curious about these things. You're into flat Earth. You like it a bit. You think we're chill and
No,
interesting.
I'm literally here to try and
You love it.
voice an
You love it.
opposition to pseudoscience.
Oh, you're
Okay,
doing
but
a
you love
public
the flat
service,
Earth, right?
Rich. Is that what you
Yes,
think?
exactly.
You're
Yes, you're
interested?
correct.
Is that what you think?
You're interested, though? You have an interest in this with us?
You're a real hero, Rich.
Thank you. It's good to be
You
You're
have
appreciated.
an
the bringer
interest
of
in this.
pseudoscience. Thank you for showing us how to figure out what pseudoscience is. Without the globe
Oh man, that's
pseudoscience and fake
hilarious.
curves, we'd never know what pseudoscience was without a fake globe to imagine and fake orbits and fake math and fake physicality of stuff not doing shit nowhere in a lab. Yeah, we love that. Thank you.
I mean,
How long
thank
do they let
goodness
you on
that
the
people
internet at
like
the
you.
seniors' home?
So could you tell us what this rebuttal, atmospheric refraction rebuttal, is based on? What evidence?
The observation that light bends.
Okay, in what condition?
In many different conditions.
Okay, well, which one are you trying to be analogous to what we're observing in something like the Black Swan?
Sorry, a little bit less or a little bit clearer.
What conditions or demonstration are you using that you believe is analogous to what's going on in the Black Swan?
Well, the demonstration that light bends is in and of itself enough to concede to
Okay, what kind
refraction.
of
Do
light?
you
What
agree or
kind of
disagree?
medium? What kind of light? What kind of medium?
Wait, I'm confused. Are you conceding that refraction exists?
Well, what kind of refraction are you claiming specifically?
Atmospheric refraction. The medium is the
Okay.
atmosphere.
So that's the one that just assumes the Earth's already a ball.
No, it's the fucking model
Oh,
that's been
it doesn't
shown
assume that?
through the preponderance of evidence to be the case, and
doesn't
also
assume the Earth's a ball?
explains these observations that you say disprove the globe.
So it doesn't assume the Earth is a ball?
Bro, your evidences also came with imagery of a perfectly round blue marble, and now everybody's saying it's an oblate spheroid and it's not matching the imagery of what, like. So there's reasons, bro, why we're flirting. There's reasons.
Ignorance
Well, that wasn't.
and
That
arrogance
wasn't.
is
That's not a
why.
response, because for the 10th time, I'm asking, what's the evidence for this claim of atmospheric refraction?
Yeah, and
You
I've
just
said the
the observation.
demonstrations of refraction.
Okay, which ones? Could you link one?
But this is why I said you concede refraction occurs, right?
Okay, yeah, you said it. What's
Okay,
the
great. Then
evidence
we
that
have
you're
refraction.
referencing?
We have the bending of light. Can light bend over a curve?
I don't know. Is that what you're claiming?
You don't know?
Is that your claim?
Think about it. If light bends, right? Could it bend over a curve?
In air?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, where's the evidence for that?
No, you're so close, right? If
Yeah.
light bends while going
Around
through a
the curve.
medium,
That's your claim,
right?
yeah? Yeah, that's your claim. So where's the
Well,
evidence?
no, you've conceded that refraction exists, right?
Well, we haven't really got to what kind of refraction you're actually claiming. You said atmospheric refraction. That's the one that assumes a ball. So no, that doesn't exist.
Oh, because you just begged the question.
Well, no, that would be you
Yes,
begging
that's
the
you begging the question. You saying
No,
that
that'd be you
atmospheric
begging the question.
refraction can't occur because
You're
we're on a flat
assuming-
Earth
you're
is
assuming
begging
light
the
is curving-
question.
Hold on, you're assuming light is curving around a ball that you're assuming. That's begging the question.
I'm not assuming it. We have
Yeah,
evidence
you
for
are
it.
assuming it. You
We
are?
have evidence for it.
Oh, what's that?
That refraction exists.
How's that evidence that the Earth is a ball?
You need to keep on track in your own mind there, buddy, because you're changing what you're asking in order
Well,
to
no,
try and
because
have a
you said
foot
it-
up
you said
over
you
me
weren't assuming
when
it.
it
You
makes
said you
you
weren't
look like a
assuming it.
bad tap dancer.
No. You said you weren't assuming atmospheric refraction because there was a ball in atmospheric refraction because you already know it's a ball. And then I asked, how would you already know that? And you just said refraction again, Rich.
No, I said
Yeah.
if you would have asked that, I would have said naked eye observations.
Of what?
Naked
The
eye.
seasons, stellar rotation. We have
rotation.
Yes.
Explain how any of those tell you look
No, I don't need to fucking
Well,
explain any of this shit to you
Naked
dunces
eye.
because you've heard it all before.
Do you wanna
You're
start
gonna
with
hand
seasons?
wave it, and you're not gonna replace it with anything meaningful.
you wanna
Why
start
should
with
I
seasons?
waste my time explaining it to
Rich.
you
Wants
when
a new
you are
word.
just
Hey,
going to
Rich.
hand wave it and
Rich,
be a
I'm
little
just curious,
bitch and
mate. I'm
run?
just curious, Rich, mate. I'm just curious. When doesn't an observation match the globe, or does it always match the globe?
I don't understand the question, and I will not respond to it.
He's like a Chat GPT globe. Chat GPT. He doesn't understand anything.
Yeah, that's one of
Globe.
3 insults, Demok. Keep going 2 more times, and you're gonna be open season.
So do you want to start with seasons and how that tells you the Earth's a spinning ball?
Yeah, because of the angle that the Earth is as we orbit the sun. Certain
Sure.
areas of the
Oh,
Earth
okay,
get more
okay.
sun throughout certain
Right.
parts of the year, which cause
Okay,
the
so now you've
seasons.
claimed. So now you've claimed orbiting around the sun. So what was your evidence for that?
No, because we have the seasons, right? That's the observation. We then
No,
need
but
an
you said the
explanation to
evidence for
explain the seasons, which we can do via axial tilt and the rotations,
Okay.
rather orbit around
so
the
who
sun.
measured a tilt? Who measured a tilt?
Yeah, tilt from where to where? On what sphere? How do you get a 23-degree tilt on the sphere, and how do you know?
Tilt first, and then motion around the Earth.
No, we have seasons
And then motion around the
first,
sun.
and then we explain them.
Well, no, because your claim about seasons was that it's based on this motion around the sun. You claimed. So how do you know that?
And the axial tilt. Yes,
Yes, how
that
do you know about this?
explains
How do you know that?
the effect that we have of seasons
Right. So
in
how do you
certain
know
areas
that?
of the world at certain times.
Okay, is that just assumed?
So
or do you know
that's
that?
evidence.
Okay,
Evidence? How
are
do
you
you
just
know that?
assuming that? Hold on, Demok, hold on. So are you just assuming that, or do you know that?
The fuck's that supposed to mean?
Well, it's pretty clear. Are you just assuming
No,
those
it's
things?
not. It's just pedantry.
Are you assuming those things, or do you know them?
Meaningless pedantry.
The axial tilt you said, and the rotation around the sun, do you know those things, or do you just assume them?
He said
Lemon entry. Lemon entry.
He said they're meaningless and pedimentary because he can't
No,
demonstrate.
you don't. It's a pedantry. You dunce.
So
Listen, we can't
are you
see any of it.
Okay,
We don't
Rich.
know if it's
Okay, it's okay.
poetry.
Okay, it's okay. So, Rich, are they assumptions, or do you know it?
Meaningless pedantry.
Why'd you keep saying that?
Because what you're saying is meaningless pedantry.
It was
I've
your
given you
argument.
evidence of a natural phenomena that is explained
it was
via
your
the
evidence.
axial tilt and the orbit of the
Rich,
sun around, or the
Rich.
orbit of the Earth around the sun.
Rich, it was
Your
your
response
claim.
to that is then to take this to an epistemological position.
No.
Why?
I'm not asking you for evidence of your claims, because you're the one that claimed the tilt and the motion.
The evidence is that seasons occur. Do you get that now?
No. That's circular. 'Cause you were
No, you
saying
don't get
these
it?
things
Okay,
were
so
proof
the
of
fact that we
tilt.
have seasons in certain areas on the face of the Earth is screaming to be
What's an Earth?
explained to
Right.
early peoples on the Earth. So we
How do you
thought
explain it?
about it, and the best explanation we could have for
How
the
did you
amount
explain it?
of summer and winter that we have in certain areas of the world, we
What
have
bothers
the axial
you?
tilt and the orbit around the sun. Then we
What
match
bothers
that
okay.
with
So
the
that's how we
stellar
figured out.
rotation,
That's
and
how we
that gives
figured out
us
Earth
even
is a globe,
more
because of seasons.
vindication into the globe
Rich,
model and
Rich, can you
So
explanation
calm
via
down?
seasons
these
help us
naked
to
eye
understand
phenomena.
that
Rich,
Earth
can you
is a
calm down?
globe, or does the
You guys
globe
had to
help us
start
understand
spurging out.
seasons?
You guys know how good my
Which
explanation
one
was.
is
So you
it?
had to start
I know.
spurging
Which
out.
one proves which? The seasons prove the globe, or does the globe prove the seasons?
Oh, Jesus.
Meaningless pedantry.
Wow, is this just what you're going to say now, like to everything?
No, only to your bullshit.
That proves it's
If you guys want to
Meaningless
engage honestly, I'll be happy to engage fully.
Well, you've made the claim
Meaningless
about
poetry.
you made the claims about the tilt and the motion. We're just trying to ask what the evidence was for that, or if you just assume.
Yeah, seasons.
Meaningless pedantry.
These were supposed to be your evidence for the seasons being what you claimed.
Yeah, you're giving us meaningless.
Now you're doing a circular thing. So how does the
Oh,
seasons
jeez.
prove you're on a ball again? Do you want
Yeah,
to give
don't
up
give
on
us
seasons?
optometry.
You giving up on seasons, Rich?
Why would I? You guys have fuck all for an explanation for them.
Okay, but we're asking. Well, your explanation just seems like it's an
My
assumption.
explanation of seasons is the axial tilt of the Earth orbiting the
Right.
sun.
But that's what we
What's
asked for
yours?
evidence. But that's what we asked
What's
for evidence
yours?
for, Rich.
What's
That's
your
what we were
explanation of
asking.
seasons?
Well, I wasn't making a claim about them. You were, so I'm asking for your.
So why
evidence
should
for
I
those
entertain
claims.
the opposing position when
Because you
someone
just
doesn't know
volunteered a
anything?
claim, Rich. You volunteered the claim. You said the
Yeah,
tilt.
I know. I'm asking you a
Yeah,
question.
so what's
Why
your
should I
evidence
entertain
for
the
that?
other side of my claim?
Why is it
Right?
bothering
Why
you?
should I entertain the other side that's contending my claim
Why
if
should
they
you
don't know
make
anything?
and you can't back?
Richie, it's almost like you don't want to give evidence for these claims. Why would
No,
that be?
I have. Your lack of
Okay, what
ability
was
to
the evidence
understand
for
how this is
tilt?
evidence is not my problem.
Who measured the
You
Earth was tilted?
are not going to answer my question? You're that
Okay,
scared?
Who measured that it was tilted?
No,
Start with that.
you're not going to answer my question?
Okay, so you don't have any evidence for your claims.
So you don't have any explanation for seasons?
I didn't claim to have one. Why would I?
Question to answer
So why should I
something.
take a critique of my
I do.
position
It's
at
it's
any
not
point
well.
seriously
It's
if it
not
cannot
well
explain the
because you can't
phenomena?
because you can't support your position.
I should listen to the opposing side, which has no explanatory power, absolutely no
Well, it doesn't matter.
virtue,
It's not to matter if you
and
listen to an
because
opposing side.
my
Like, you don't
evidence
have any
doesn't
evidence to support
say
your
the Earth's
claim.
flat.
So
The fuck?
listen, you don't
What
have
do you
any
want?
evidence to support your claim. It
Rich,
doesn't matter what
Rich.
the other side say. You just don't have the evidence to support your claim.
You don't even have a fucking brain cell to rub together, man. You don't know
That's
why
not
seasons
that's the
occur.
reality, Richie.
Yo, Rich. Pituitary. Hey, coming from a guy who uses his fucking head for an ashtray, that's not cool.
Yeah, you got one more, Democ. Try me.
Rich, they're trying to get you to explain the proof of each one independently, because right now is you're just using circular reasoning because you're just saying that they prove each other, but that's not how that's not how evidence works for each one. You're supposed to
Okay,
explain.
why don't I ask you the question then, huh? Why don't I ask you the
Why don't
question?
you answer the question?
Why don't I
Why
ask
don't
him
you
the
answer
question
the
if he's going to
question?
actually want to have an
No,
actual conversation with me?
because
Fully
he's
verify. I
asking the
understand
same
where you're
thing.
coming from when you ask
He's
what
asking
that they're asking me to prove.
Richie. No, Richie. You can't just spiral out on this guy now. He's an innocent bystander. He's asking you the same thing we are. He's saying, Jesus Christ, just give them the evidence for the tilt, for the motion that you're claiming. And now you're going to start spiraling out on him and asking him questions? Come on.
Hey, Rich, can you look at
Because
the chat,
do you know
bro?
what's going to happen, Zed? If I continue down this line, what's going to happen
Meaningless
is
pedantry.
they're
It's not a
going
mental
to
breakdown.
be hyper skeptic to every little aspect of everything I say. So something even as simple as gravity, which like a second grader would be idiotic to reject, they're going to question it into the nth degree. I can be hyper skeptic about any position.